American comic, I'm lost, I'm surrounded by superheroes with father issues. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 951 The Death of the Anti-Monitor. On the other side, Peter, who was fighting the Anti-Monitor, also saw Jane Foster joining the battlefield in the form of Thor. Seeing this, he was a little shocked. Jane took out the Thor's hammer that she had left in the bar. And she could actually directly transform into Thor and join the battlefield? He remembered that in the original world line, Jane used Thor's hammer only when she had cancer buff. Now that cancer is cured, can she still lift Thor's hammer? In the original world line, Jane Foster, who had cancer, was reborn on the moon and became the mighty Thor, that is, the female Thor. At that time, Jane Foster's physical condition was actually very bad. She had breast cancer before picking up the hammer, but fortunately the cancer was not serious and was only in the first stage. However, when Jane picked up Mjolnir, cancer became her biggest enemy. When Jane holds the hammer, she will become the omnipotent female Thor. The hammer will automatically remove all harmful substances in Jane's body. The chemotherapy drugs that kill cancer cells are also poisons to a certain extent, but cancer cells are considered normal cells that have mutated in the host's body. So every time Jane summoned the hammer to transform into the female Thor, her chemotherapy treatment would be in vain and the cancer would worsen. In the end, Jane's breast cancer went from stage 1 to stage 2 and 3. The cancer cells also metastasized to important organs such as the lymph nodes and liver. However, Mangago, who was far away in Asgard, would not wait for Jane Foster to recover before making trouble. Mangago is a brutal and powerful monster and the biggest enemy of Asgard. The birth of Mangago was still Odin's credit. Tens of thousands of years ago, a certain race angered Odin for some unknown reason, and Odin killed trillions of creatures of this race in anger. Every creature of this race had strong resentment, anger, hatred and resentment before death. In the end, these resentment, anger and resentment formed a unique and brutal incarnation Mangago. At that time, Jane had undergone surgery to remove the cancer cells, and she could recover as long as she continued chemotherapy. At that time, Odin of Asgard was old, Thor had lost his godhood, and Jane Foster would die if she used Thor's hammer one more time. In the end, Jane Foster, who was suffering from cancer, chose to fight with a hammer to defend Asgard. Now, Jane stood up again against the most powerful enemy in the multiverse. At this time, Jane's eyes were no longer the blue of mortals, but blazing white thunder. Jane, who was surrounded by lightning and had a strong aura, made Steve extremely alert. He tilted his head, and his dark pupils shrank slightly. "Who are you?" "I am the mighty Thor." Jane didn't waste any words. After reporting her name to Steve, she threw Thor's hammer fiercely. Bang! Mjolnir tore through the air and hit Steve with a harsh thunder. Facing the attack of Thor's hammer, Steve sneered and raised his hand to block it. Bang! The hammer collided with a palm, and the dark red energy and golden thunder exploded. The shock wave instantly shattered the ground within a radius of 100 meters. Steve was knocked back dozens of meters, his feet plowing 2 deep grooves in the ground. He shook his hands, and the skin burned by the thunder healed quickly. Steve retracted his gaze and cast a surprised look at Jane. Jane recalled Thor's hammer. And the moment the handle of the hammer fell into her palm, she flashed in front of Steve and hit him on the chin with an uppercut hammer. Bang! Steve's head tilted back suddenly, but the next second, his body reacted quickly and punched Jane in the abdomen with his backhand. With a loud bang, Jane was directly knocked out and crashed through several containers on the dock before stopping. Steve knelt on one knee, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he stood up and looked at Jane. Jane also wiped the blood and slowly stood up. Jane, who had transformed into the mighty Thor, not only had a much stronger momentum, but also had explosive muscles on her body. She took a deep breath and raised Thor's hammer high. As she raised the Meow hammer, the sky suddenly changed color. The dark cloud spun, forming a huge vortex, with countless golden thunders surging in it. In the name of Odin, Jane shouted loudly and swung her hammer violently. With a bang, a lightning column with a diameter of more than 100 meters fell from the sky and completely engulfed Steve. Boom! A deafening sound came out, and a huge pit was blown out of the ground of the port, spreading outward. Under the bombardment of thunder, The sky changed, seawater poured back, and steam rose. On the other side, Diana barely propped up her body and squinted at the center of the thunderstorm. "Is it over?" she whispered in disbelief. Looking at the majestic Jane, Diana's inner emotions were extremely complicated. She didn't expect that Jane, who she thought was immortal, would actually transform into such a powerful thunder god. Are all women related to Peter so perverted? Diana fell into deep thought. Just when everyone thought Steve was defeated, something strange happened. The next second, a dark hand stretched out from the lightning and suddenly grabbed Jane's throat. Stupid Thor, Steve walked out of the thunderstorm. His body was burned black by the thunder, but the dark red energy quickly repaired the wound. His strength was even stronger than before, and the runes of the anti-life equation were wandering wildly on his body. "Your thunder will only make me stronger," he slammed Jane to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, Jane's body was embedded in the concrete, and cracks spread like spider webs. Jane raised her head with difficulty, her vision blurred. Steve walked closer step by step, and the dark red energy condensed into a ball in his palm. "You lost?" Jane's mouth curled up a sneer. "No, you lost." She suddenly let go of Thor's hammer and grabbed Steve's wrist with both hands. "What?" Steve was stunned, and then found that all the runes on Jane's armor lit up, and her body began to emit a dazzling white light. "Thunder is not just a weapon," Jane gritted her teeth and said to him, "it is life, purification, hope." Her eyes turned completely wide, and thunder burst out from her body, flowing into Steve's body through her hands. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the thunder star burst out. As Steve screamed, the dark red energy and thunder collided wildly in his body. His skin cracked, the black blood evaporated, and the runes of the anti-life equation were peeled off inch by inch. "No. Impossible," he struggled, but Jane held him tightly. Seeing Steve struggling, Diana immediately jumped to the side of the two and shouted to Steve, "Steve, hang on, you can expel it from your body." Diana's voice rang in Steve's ears. She dragged her scarred body and still persuaded Steve to wake up. "You can do it, Steve, this is not the real you." Steve's pupils trembled violently, and the dark color gradually faded, revealing a familiar blue. Anna. Jane seized this moment of hesitation and released the thunder with all her strength. Boom! The white light engulfed everything, and Steve was instantly rushed out by this powerful force. He fell to the ground and struggled hard to stand up, but he had no strength left. On the other side, the Night Owl of the crime syndicate looked at Jane, who was suppressing Steve, with a surprised look on his face. Every woman of Peter seemed to be not a simple person. But the Night Owl soon retracted his gaze. Because he had more important things to do, that is, the child of the Super Queen had been born. The weak Super Queen held the baby and said to the Night Owl beside her, "We escaped from our own Earth to here, but now, we have no need to escape." She smiled at her child. "He is our secret weapon." The Night Owl nodded. "You are right, our savior is here. Give me the child, Louise." "No." Louise held the baby tightly and smiled at the Night Owl. "Now, I have the most powerful weapon." Louise Lane held the baby high and roared the forbidden spell Zansha. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. Two scarlet thunders fell from the rolling clouds, like a sort of punishment, instantly piercing Clark, who was fighting with the anti-monitor. Ugh! Clark's screams echoed throughout the battlefield after being struck by lightning. His body twitched violently in the thunder, and the golden divine blood flowing under his skin was forcibly drawn out, turning into countless rays of light and rushing towards the baby. The black on Clark's body's surface quickly disappeared, and the blazing white light in his eyes quickly dimmed, as if all the strength had been drained. "No. Impossible." He knelt on the ground, digging his fingers deep into the ground, trying to resist this plundering force. But the power of Apocalypse was being stripped away. The anti-monitor was suspended in midair, arcs of electricity dancing on his dark silver armor. He looked down at the scene, his pupils slightly contracted. "What is this?" The Night Owl at the edge of the battlefield flashed a trace of surprise behind his goggles. "This baby can actually absorb the divine power in Clark's body directly." The face of the Super Queen looked hideous in the thunder. The baby in her arms was suspended at this moment, its small body wrapped in scarlet energy, and the Omega symbol appeared on its forehead. "He is the son of Alexander Luthor and me. He is the perfect vessel." In the sky, the extracted divine power gathered into vortex, and finally turned into a blood-colored beam of light that blasted into the baby's body. The baby did not cry, but opened his eyes. Those were a pair of red pupils burning with the Omega effect. Just as everyone was shocked that the baby could absorb divine power, an omega beam that was more dazzling than the sun pierced through the sky and earth, and directly blasted the anti-monitor deep underground. The ground of Gotham was lifted up like a wave, and countless buildings were vaporized in the energy explosion. With a roar, the attacked anti-monitor tried to stand up, but as soon as he appeared on the ground, a beam of anti-life equation energy washed over him. The anti-monitor, who was caught off guard by the attack, was directly washed into charred bone by the anti-life equation energy. Chapter 952 Father worried, we are not God. The air was filled with a burning smell of destruction. The remains of the anti-monitor gradually disintegrated under the erosion of the anti-life equation, turning into countless dark red particles and dissipating into the void. This god of destruction, who once made the multiverse tremble, died so absurdly under his most powerful weapon. There was no heroic final battle, no tragic resistance, only silent annihilation. After using the anti-life equation to kill the anti-monitor, Greer's expression remained unchanged. Everyone at the scene, including Peter, was stunned. The anti-monitor died just like that. He died so humiliatingly in his own anti-life equation. Greer was quietly suspended in the air, her expression was cold and almost cruel, as if what she had just wiped out was just an insignificant existence. The scarlet omega energy slowly flowed in her eyes, like a poisonous snake that chose its prey. Is this the end? Mark stared at the scene in front of him with a dull look, and the pupils under the mask shrank violently. Although he was not injured in the battle just now, his body was stiff and unable to move. It was the instinctive trembling when facing absolute power. Clenching his fists, Mark took a deep breath to calm his emotions. In order to protect his father's farm and the entire Earth, he must not be afraid. On the other side, Night Owl's goggles flashed with cold blue light. He stared at Greer, and his knuckles turned white due to excessive force. Greer, Night Owl's whisper had not yet fallen, and a sudden change occurred. Boom! Two scarlet omega rays suddenly burst out from Greer's eyes, instantly piercing the still shocked Super Queen. The cruel Queen of Earth 3 didn't even have time to scream, and her body fell apart in the destructive red light. Flesh, bones, armor, everything turned into powder in an instant, leaving only a pool of boiling blood plasma splashed on the ruins. No! Night Owl's roar tore through the solidified air. He threw the bat dart fiercely, but Greer only raised her hand slightly, and the dark red energy of the anti-life equation corroded the weapon into iron slag. Swoosh! Then Greer's figure flashed like a ghost, and grabbed the baby who fell from the arms of the Super Queen. The baby was now flowing with golden energy, and the star rune appeared on its forehead, and it remained in a strange state of sleep. The power of the god of strength now belongs to this container. Greer stroked the baby's cheek, and a creepy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her voice was very soft, but it echoed in everyone's ears like a death knell. The son of Alexander Luthor. This evil bloodline did not disappoint me. Peter finally woke up from the shock. He looked at Greer with a serious expression and asked her, "You planned everything a long time ago?" Of course. Greer's pupils reflected the faces of everyone with different expressions. From the moment the anti-monitor lost the equation, I have been waiting for the birth of this child. She lowered her head and stared at the baby. Only Alexander Luthor's bloodline can perfectly carry the plundered divinity. This child, like his father, can absorb all kinds of energy, even the power of God. Now, Greer held the baby high, and the dark red lines of the anti-life equation spread from her arm to the child's body. Let's continue this harvest. As she released the anti-life equation, with a boom, the sky suddenly tore apart. Countless scarlet beams of light fell from the sky, accurately bombarding various parts of the battlefield. Azu, who was fighting with the anti-monitor before, was shrouded in red light and was instantly controlled and unable to move. Peter saw that she wanted to absorb the power of the 6 gods in Azu's body, so he naturally would not let her do so. Constructing a rope formed by the silver god, Peter fiercely attacked Greer. God of Power Thunder God Jane, and Diana, also shouted angrily and attacked Greer. Facing Peter's attack, Greer showed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Awesome! The thunderbolt bombarded Peter and the others and instantly forced them back. At the same time, the divine power in Azu's body surged out from his 7 orifices like a tide, turning into a golden torrent and flowing into the baby's body. The steel skeleton in the distance suddenly knelt on the ground, the energy of the mother box was forcibly stripped away, and the mechanical body burst into a shrill spark. Horus, who had already transformed into a Death Walker, was also forced to separate from the Death Walker that had already merged into his body. No, This is impossible. Diana's Vulcan sword became heavier and heavier, and she felt that the blood of Olympus in her body was boiling and evaporating. She shouted to Peter with a shocked face, "Peter, she is extracting the power of the gods." Greer's laughter was as piercing as scraping metal. "Look, Peter Patrick, this is the birth of a new god." The baby's body began to swell and deform, and countless divine patterns appeared under his skin. All the swallowed divine power merged and twisted in his body. Seeing this scene, Night Owl could no longer bear it, gritted his teeth and suddenly jumped up, stabbing Greer's back with a dagger. Clang! The dagger stopped abruptly 1 inch away from the target. Greer just took a look and shot out Omega energy, and Night Owl's right arm was broken at the shoulder. There was no blood on the wound, only the dark cross-section burned by Omega energy. Stupid, Greer didn't even look back. "Now, let's complete the final ceremony." "No, I don't agree with this." Peter's voice sounded from behind her, and the next second, the rope constructed by the energy of the gods rushed over instantly. Greer dodged Peter's attack and looked at him with the baby in her arms. Behind Peter, all the fathers slowly walked over and stood behind him to face Greer together. Clark, Azu, Raven, Loki, Star-Lord, Invincible Young Man Mark, Boom, Horus, Tom, Way, everyone looked at her with a firm expression. Looking at the somewhat spectacular family portrait in front of her, Greer's expression was slightly disturbed. But she quickly adjusted her emotions and let herself discard the extra emotions. "Peter, give up. You can't be my opponent. If your sons were gods, you might still have a chance, but now, you are not gods, how can you fight me?" Greer said to him with a cold expression. "God?" Unexpectedly, Clark, whose uniform was tattered and whose face was covered with dust, interrupted her first. "No, we have never been gods." Before he finished speaking, Clark took the lead in attacking Greer. Clark's afterimage pulled a sonic boom in the air, and his thermal vision pierced Greer's forehead like a red spear. Azu attacked from the side, and his arm turned into a sharp blade to cut Greer's neck. The attacking Azu's eyes turned red, and he roared at Greer, "Clark is right, we have never been gods, because gods will be high above, overlooking the world." Dang! Azu's thermal vision was refracted into several scattered beams, cutting the nearby buildings into pieces. Boom! Then the Omega ray released by Greer exploded into a circular shock wave. Clark's cape instantly vaporized, revealing her burned muscles. Seeing Clark and Azu's attacks frustrated, Raven the Raven immediately moved. The demon wings she sent out covered the sky. As with Metri and Zinthus, the spell was wrapped in a purple energy prison and came overwhelmingly. While releasing magic, Raven shouted at Greer, "Gods don't bleed, don't cry, don't laugh, and don't love. They are definitely not like us. Who wants to be a god?" At the same time, Loki's phantom clones threw green killing spells from all directions. The thunder of the female thunder god Jane Foster followed closely, and Thor's hammer hit Greer's head with a force of 10,000 pounds. Greer finally moved. She lifted the baby above her head, and the rune of the anti-life equation suddenly materialized into a black sun. All magic attacks were backflow the moment they touched the black sun. Raven's spell backfired on herself, and black blood spurted out of her mouth. All Loki's illusions disappeared. Jane's lightning was compressed into a ball of lightning and bounced back, blowing herself away hundreds of meters. Before Greer could continue to attack, Diana's lasso of truth attacked like a dancing golden snake. She used the power of Zeus to swing the lasso into a spiral, bind. The moment the golden rope bound the baby, Mark's heavy fist hit Greer's back at the same time. This blow exhausted Mark's whole body strength. While attacking, Mark also learned from Azu and Raven to roar, "We can fight, we can fail, we are not gods." Crack! The teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking resounded throughout the battlefield. Greer was unscathed, and it was Mark's hand bones that were broken. Greer's back emerged with an anti-life equation energy shield, and then she grabbed the lasso of truth and gently pulled it. Puff! Diana's arm muscles were all torn, and divine blood sprayed like rain. The next moment, the exploding ultimate death missile drilled out from the ground. When this modified time bomb touched the opponent's chest, Horus's power claw slashed down at the same time. Bang! Everyone's attacks fell in an instant, and a huge explosion spread. When the dust settled, everyone saw a scene that made their blood coagulate. Greer was intact. "Thank you for your hospitality, sons of Patrick," Greer said with a smile. The next second, she raised the baby in her hand, and countless energies burst out from it. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the baby she held in the air turned into the appearance of Darkseid. Chapter 953 Father Troubled versus the New God Darkseid, working together. The baby in Grayer's hand suddenly stopped crying, and its tiny body began to twitch violently, with strange dark red lines appearing under its skin. The baby's pupils suddenly expanded, and the dark whites of its eyes were filled with scarlet. A bloody scar appeared on its forehead, and the Omega symbol burned out like a branding iron. The baby's body began to swell, its bones twisted and deformed, and its skin cracked inch by inch, revealing the dark energy surging underneath. His limbs stretched, his muscles bulged like mountains, and his spine bent into an inhuman arc. Then, accompanied by a creepy sound of bones breaking, the baby's head tilted back, and his mandible extended forward, forming Darkseid's iconic metal jaw. The sky suddenly changed color, the dark clouds were dyed blood red, and lightning of Omega energy rolled between the clouds. The earth began to tremble, and the ruins of the dock buildings turned into dust under the invisible pressure. Boom! A dark red light column with a diameter of 100 meters fell from the sky, completely covering the mutating baby. In the beam of light, the last features of the baby completely disappeared. In its place was a 3-meter-tall burly figure, with lava-like lines flowing on its dark gray skin, and a thick black battle armor reshaped in the energy. When the beam of light dissipated, Darkseid, no, a more powerful Darkseid than ever before, stood before everyone. Seeing the baby held in Gray's hand turn into Darkseid, everyone present was stunned. Oh my god, Hall's body was soaked with cold sweat as he watched everything happen in front of him. What on earth did she create? No, this is impossible. Diana stared at everything that happened in front of her in amazement. Raven's breathing unconsciously increased, and her face, which had always been calm, was a little pale at this moment. She felt not only Darkseid's pressure, but also something more terrifying. The new Darkseid's body was flowing with the power that had escaped from him. Jane Foster's Thor's hammer made an uneasy hum, and the runes on the hammer flickered. She had never felt such a strong power. Peter looked at the resurrected Darkseid, and 10,000 alpacas ran through his heart. What the hell is this? Darkseid, who died with great difficulty, was resurrected again. Not only did he absorb and restore all the divine power he had dissipated, but he also seemed to have mastered the anti-life equation. It turned out that after all his hard work, Darkseid was not only not destroyed, but his group of people also created a more powerful Darkseid. Loki clenched the scepter in his hand, his face full of disbelief. He looked at Grayer with astonishment, not understanding how the other party did it. On the entire battlefield, everyone's eyes were looking at the baby who had transformed into Darkseid in shock. The air froze in an instant. Being watched by everyone, Greer said to Peter with a smile on her face, "Sorry, Peter, I used some tricks. Do you think I want the curse of the anti-life equation? No, I don't. Steve Trevor is not the one I chose. Now, I put the anti-life equation in his body, so that new things will be born." As she spoke, she cast her eyes on her mother Mirna, who was stunned on the other side, and said to her, "Mother, I told you that death is too easy for Darkseid." Her eyes swept over the dazed Mirna. "I want him to live, as my most perfect weapon, as my puppet." Then she ordered Darkseid. "Okay, what are you waiting for? Listen to my will, father, obey me, go kill them and turn them into ashes." Greer gave the order, letting Darkseid attack Peter and others. Darkseid, who was controlled by her, had dark red Omega energy flashing in his eyes and slowly moved. Clark, who was standing behind Peter, asked Peter in disbelief, "That baby became Darkseid, Godfather, this must be a prank, right?" Diana, who was standing next to him, shook her head. Gray performed an ancient Amazon ritual, killing an enemy and then resurrecting him in the chosen host. She combined the power of God, the anti-life equation and the child of the Evil League into one. Diana said this with a solemn look on her face. So a new Darkseid was born. Azu asked Diana in shock, "What should we do?" Looking at Darkseid walking towards everyone step by step, Peter said to everyone, "Keep fighting." I knew it wouldn't be that simple. After Loki complained, he took out his staff and rushed towards Darkseid. The fathers behind Peter also rushed up together. Bang! 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 Countless explosions sounded in the air. The ruins of the Gotham docks trembled under the pressure of Darkseid. The new Dark Lord was suspended in midair, his eyes burning with the Omega effect, and the core of the anti-life equation embedded in his chest devoured the surrounding light like a black hole. Raven was the first to act, releasing the ancient spell of Hogwarts, temporarily trapping Darkseid in the purple energy cube. Tom took the opportunity to wave his wand, and the green light of Avada Kedavra and the black dragon of Fiend Fire simultaneously bombarded the cube. Darkseid just raised his hand lightly. Bang! The dark red chain of the anti-life equation pierced through the barrier, and the cadaver was rebounded towards him, while the Fiend Fire turned around and pounced on Loki. Loki remained calm in the face of danger and instantly split into countless phantoms. One of the real bodies flashed behind Darkseid. Loki held in his hand the secret weapon that he had always hidden and never released, the icebox. Taste the greetings of Jotunheim. The extremely cold blue light burst out, and the cold current of the icebox burst out instantly, and Darkseid's right leg was instantly frozen. But the next second, with a crisp click, the ice was shattered by the Omega energy, and Loki was instantly blown away by the energy. At the same time, Clark, Zu and Mark attacked at the same time. Clark's heat vision and Mark's fist hit Darkseid's chest at the same time. Zu summoned the trident, roared, and stabbed the opponent's throat. Swoosh! Diana jumped over and threw out the lasso of truth to wrap around his arms. Horus cooperated with Diana and slashed behind his knees with a power sword. Jane also summoned thunder and bombarded the opponent. Bang! The shock wave instantly overturned the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer. In the smoke, Darkseid only took a half step back. There was a crack in his armor, but it was repaired in an instant. Seeing Darkseid's strength, Zeus shouted to his brothers and sisters, "Everyone attack together, in one go, understood? Let me give him a rainstorm." Boom gritted his teeth and poured out all the bullets in the grenade gun. Raven released dark energy, which turned into chains to wrap around Darkseid's left arm. Loki used the icebox to freeze his right leg. Tom's fiery curse formed a green flame cage. Jane released thunder. And Horus threw his lightning claws at Darkseid. The countless energy torrents released by the Fathers of Sorrow all bombarded Darkseid. A dull explosion sounded, and the explosion quickly submerged Darkseid. Darkseid, who was at the center of the explosion, showed a painful expression for the first time. At this time, he was strangled by Raven's magic chain. The frost shackles froze his feet, Tom's green flame rope wrapped around his waist, thunder and lightning claws crossed and penetrated his chest, and the golden light of the truth lasso wrapped around his whole body. The many energies released by the Fathers of Sorrow bound him and made him unable to move. The Dark Lord knelt on one knee, and the ground was shaken by him, and spider-web-like cracks appeared. Although he was controlled by many energies, he gritted his teeth. The power of the anti-life equation acted on his whole body, and he slowly stood up in the astonished eyes of everyone. Bruce, who was sitting on a Mobius chair at this time, watched the Fathers confronting Darkseid, and tightly grasped the handle of the chair in his hand. If I can go deep into the chair, maybe I can find a way to stop him, Bruce muttered to himself, trying to go deeper into the more complex and dangerous depths, explore more and more secret knowledge, and find a way to deal with Darkseid and Greer. As his thoughts continued to go deeper and deeper into more secret knowledge, the chair emitted a strong blue light, and Bruce also hugged his head in pain. Seeing Bruce's painful appearance, Hal immediately came up to help. "I didn't let you stay on the chair a long time ago. Your stubbornness is really as high as your IQ." While complaining, Hal took off the ring and handed it to the other party. "You need some strength to cheer you up, some willpower." Bruce covered his head and said to Hal painfully, "You will die without the ring." Hal was seriously injured now, and he would be in great danger without the ring. Hal took a deep breath and said to Bruce in pain, "This universe needs you more than me. Once I give you the ring, you will leave the chair immediately and use your will." Bruce gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand tremblingly, took the ring and put it on. Hal, who lost the ring, the green light lingering on the surface of his body disappeared in an instant. He fell to the ground with a weak thump. Greer's voice sounded from behind him, "Really brave, but also stupid." Greer appeared behind him and raised the axe to kill Hal. But the next moment, Greer was hit by the energy released by Peter. Peter fell heavily to the ground and released a ray of divine energy to transfer Hal, who had become an ordinary person, out of the battlefield. After casting an encouraging look at Bruce, Peter turned around and faced Greer. Greer stood up from the ruins and looked at Peter with unfriendly eyes. "Peter Patrick." Greer was suspended in the air, with scarlet Omega energy flashing in her eyes. She said to Peter angrily, "You think you can stop me? Now I am infinitely close to success. You can't do it, really." Chapter 954 Peter and Gray's Battle, New Sacrifice. Peter shook his head and confronted the other party, his eyes flashing with a look that was unfamiliar to Gray. "I saw your dream, Gray. Your heart is not filled with darkness, you also long for love. Everything you did was to avenge Darkseid who never gave you love. Now you have taken revenge on Darkseid. Everything ends here. Stop. Peter still chose to negotiate with the other party first. In other words, psychologically disintegrate the other party's will to fight. Listening to Peter's words, Greer said with some annoyance, "What do you know? My pain? My revenge? Or, do you think you can see through the ambition of Darkseid's daughter?" Peter looked at her sharply. "I understand your fear. You are afraid of becoming his puppet, so you want to control him in turn, but what is the difference between what you are doing now and him?" "The difference? The difference is that I'm not as stupid as him. Darkseid is obsessed with conquest, and me, what I want is to reshape everything." "Reshape? No, you're just repeating his mistakes. You use the anti-life equation, use that baby, and even use Steve Trevor. What's the difference between you and him?" Now, faced with Peter's verbal offensive, Greer was furious. Just as she was about to retort, her mother Myrna had already stood up. "He's right, Greer, revenge has completely made you unlike yourself." "What?" Myrna said sadly. "I thought I had educated you to be a good person. I thought I taught you how to control the darkness in your heart and fight it, but once the war in your heart starts, you won't stop." Peter listened to Myrna's words and was silent for a moment. After a moment, he said to the mother, "You taught her to end war with the war, Myrna, which is completely contrary to the beliefs of the Amazon people." He turned around and said to the Amazon mother, "War is the most helpless answer, not the first choice." Listening to Peter's words, Myrna lowered her head in pain, unable to speak. Greer heard Peter and her mother talking about her like this, and she gritted her teeth and shouted at them, "Shut up." She looked at her mother with resentment and pain. "How can we stop now? Isn't this what you always wanted? I have been looking forward to this war all my life." Greer, who was in a state of emotional outburst, shouted at her mother, "Isn't this what you want?" Greer's roar tore through the battlefield, and she was wrapped in scarlet omega energy, and her eyes were burning with almost crazy killing intent. The armor broke under her emotional outburst, revealing the runes flowing under the skin. Those dark red lines were wriggling like living things, and they became more and more dazzling with her anger. "Shut up. All of you shut up." Greer, who was roaring, stomped on the ground and turned into a bloody shadow, rushing straight at Peter. Greer's right fist burst with air, making it all explosion. Peter's pupils shrank suddenly, and he instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! The wind from the fist brushed his cheek, and the ruined building behind him exploded in a red light. "What do you know?" Greer's voice was distorted, like thousands of dead souls screaming at the same time. Her left leg swept across like a battle axe, and Peter crossed his arms to block it. Bang! The dull explosion was clearly audible. Peter was blown away by this blow, but he quickly stopped in the air. Peter stared at the other party, and a silver light flashed in his eyes. The power of the gods was released in his body. Peter stretched out his hand forward, and his right hand was empty. A dagger condensed from the sands in the three-piece set of sleep slowly took shape. The weapon made of end metal in the dream was materialized by him in reality. End metal is called the ninth metal, a dark metal full of dark energy. The characteristics of end metal are to subvert all the rules of physics and magic. First of all, end metal has the ability to offset gravity, so people wearing end metal equipment can fly. Hawkman and Hawkgirl's mace, Steelman's hammer, Plasticman's eggshell, Shazam's power dagger, and Dr. Fate's helmet are all made of nth metal. Peter had seen this dagger in the dream world, the one Shazam had dreamed of. "Grell, your mother is right, you really need to calm down." Grell was stunned when she saw Peter's move. She frowned, and without further ado, she rushed again. But this time, Peter's move was faster than her. Swish! The dream dagger drew a galaxy-like trajectory, and the blade accurately slashed at Grell's throat. She leaned back urgently, but the tip of the knife still left a bloody mark on her collarbone. "What is this?" Grell asked in shock and anger. "A little gift from the god of sleep." Peter smiled slightly, and suddenly changed his move, hitting her abdomen with the handle of the dagger. Grell arched her body, but then fought back furiously, grabbing Peter's right hand with both hands, and the Omega energy blasted directly at Peter along the weapon. Zula! The energy collision caused the surroundings to explode like a supernova, and the ground under the feet of the two people collapsed into a 100-meter deep pit in an instant. Seeing this scene, Myrna no longer hesitated. She chose to join forces with Peter to stop her daughter. With a whoosh, Myrna moved in front of her daughter and punched her. Shocked and angry, Greer resisted her mother's attack. She didn't expect her mother to stand on Peter's side, and her heart was greatly shocked. She was a little emotionally unstable, and was hit in the cheek by her mother's punch, and staggered to the side. "Damn it!" Greer roared, elbowed her mother's temple, but Marina dodged it with her head tilted, and hit her chin with an uppercut. She took the punch hard, and her knee hit her mother's ribs hard. Crack! Marina broke at least 2 bones in an instant. But Marina locked her daughter's legs with pain, and took advantage of the momentum to throw her over her shoulder into the ground. Boom! The shock wave shattered the glass within a radius of a kilometer. Greer jumped out from the bottom of the pit, her face covered in blood, but the red light in her eyes was even brighter. "You think you can beat me like this?" She suddenly put her hands together, and the runes of the anti-life equation peeled off from her skin and condensed into a dark red sword in the air. "I will not lose, even if you, mother, stand on the opposite side of me," she roared and attacked her mother. Greer's sword skills were unsystematic, with only pure killing desire. Every sword carried the power to tear apart reality. Seeing Greer angrily attacking Marina, Peter immediately stepped forward to stop her. After blocking, the end metal dagger broke with a crack, but Peter also used the energy of the gods to force the opponent back. Marina staggered to her feet, and said to her daughter with a painful expression, "Greer, wake up, you are an Amazon, you can make the right choice." "No." Greer filtered out her mother's words and pierced Peter's heart with a dark red sword. Dang! At the critical moment, Peter released the power of the ruby. The power of the sleeper ruby built a barrier to resist. At the same time, Peter released the power of the gods. The silver light of the power of the gods resisted the erosion of the equation. At the same time, the power of faith from the Valoran continent in Peter's body helped him not to be controlled by the equation. For a while, neither of them could attack and fell into a stalemate. Peter said to the angry Greer, "It's not too late now, Greer, it's too late. I can't turn back." Greer released the power of the anti-life equation, and a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. "I am evil. I am darkness. I have been evil from the beginning," she gasped, blood seeping from her teeth. "How can I turn back?" Greer, with a painful face, roared, suddenly let go and turned sideways, and the long sword stabbed forward by inertia. And Peter turned around, gathered all the power of the gods in his right hand, and punched her wrist holding the sword. Crack! The wrist bone was shattered and the dark red long sword flew out of her hand. Before Greer could react, Peter's left fist had already hit her face hard. The sound of a broken nose bridge accompanied her body falling backwards. But Peter didn't give her a chance to fall, he grabbed her ankle and swung her to the ground. Bang! Greer, who was smashed to the ground, roared angrily and tried to stand up, but Peter didn't wait for her to move. The rope constructed by the energy of the silver god was wrapped around her in an instant, binding her tightly. She was about to try to break free from Peter's control, but her mother Marina was already standing in front of her. "You still have a choice, Greer." She gritted her teeth and struggled hard, but stopped struggling the moment she saw her mother. Marina came up and hugged her in her arms. "Gray, I led you down this path. Peter is right. I abandoned the Amazon code and failed you. Now you still have the chance to stop." "No, I can't, Mother. I can't be kind." "That's not me." Gray, whose heart was filled with confusion and pain, still did not give up her plan, but her heart was already slightly shaken. She knew that she was on the same path as her father Darkseid, becoming the kind of person she hated and hated. But everything she did was for revenge. In order to avenge Darkseid, she couldn't stop, even though she knew it was wrong. Peter sighed, walked to her side, and looked at the two people hugging each other. Then, Mother Marina looked at Greer, who was kneeling on the ground with her head in her arms, and said, "Then be evil. Open your eyes, Greer, and use sacrifice to calm your anger." "What?" "Open your eyes, Greer, and release it on me. Let your anger pass through me, let the rays in your eyes penetrate my body. Remember how much I love you, do it, child." Hearing that her mother asked her to release her anger and release rays towards her, Greer was stunned and tears instantly welled up. "No, Mother." Chapter 955, The Final Battle. Greer turns back. Greer knelt in the mud, trembling all over. Marina hugged her tightly, stroking her bloody cheek with her fingers, as if she was still the little girl who was toddling behind her. "Do it, child." Marina's voice was gentle and almost cruel. "Let your anger pass through me." "No, Mother. No." Greer's scream was heartbreaking, and tears mixed with rain rolled down. She shook her head desperately, trying to break free from her mother's arms, But Marina's arms were as strong as steel. "Look at me, Greer." Marina held her face. "You are not a monster. You are just my daughter. You are not born evil. You are not a monster. You are my child." At this moment, the Omega energy in Greer's eyes suddenly flashed violently. She felt a cold force churning in her body. "The anti-life equation is out of control. No. Stop. Please stop." She beat her chest frantically, trying to suppress the power. But it was too late. Puff! A dark red beam burst out from her right eye and pierced Marina's chest directly. Time seemed to freeze. Greer stared blankly at the wound on her mother's chest, stunned for a moment. Marina's body shook, but she didn't fall down. Blood foam overflowed from the corners of her mouth, but she was still smiling. "Greer," she raised her hand with difficulty and stroked her daughter's face for the last time. "Now, you are free." Plop! Marina fell heavily to the ground, losing her breath. Greer, who reacted, hugged her mother's gradually cold body in pain, and let out a wail that was not like a human voice. A dark red energy gushed out from her 7 orifices, and the runes of the anti-life equation collapsed in the air. The chains that had devoured countless gods were now broken like withered vines. Greer's skin began to crack, and Omega energy leaked from her eyes. She knelt in the rain holding Marina, curled up like a lost child. What did I do?" Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. In her arms, Marina's body gradually turned into a golden light spot, rising into the sky with a rainstorm. This Amazon warrior returned to the arms of the gods. Peter stood beside Greer, looking at the disappearing Marina, and fell into silence. He didn't expect that Marina chose to sacrifice herself for her daughter. In front of her daughter, the mother confessed her previous actions and chose to sacrifice herself to eliminate the tyranny in her daughter's heart. "Is everything I did wrong?" Greer looked up at Peter, and then without waiting for Peter to answer, she staggered to her feet. "No, it doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong." She cast her eyes on the fathers who were fighting Darkseid, and a look of pain and relief appeared on her face. At this time, the fathers and the people of Padrick's Justice League, the battle with Darkseid has entered a white-hot stage. Darkseid, the Dark Lord transformed from a baby, is now forced into a desperate situation by the joint offensive of the heroes. In his chest, the core of the anti-life equation flickered violently, and every energy fluctuation caused the reality structure to twist and break. The new god who had just been resurrected finally showed signs of fatigue. Clark and Zoo rushed to his side at the same time. Clark's afterimage pulled a sonic boom in the air, and his heat vision pierced Darkseid's throat like a red spear. Zoo attacked from the side, and the trident of the Sea King, wrapped in the violent energy of thunder, tore into the opponent's ribs. Dang! Darkseid raised his hand to block, but this time, his action was half a beat slower. Clark's heat vision rubbed his jaw, burning a charred mark. Zoo's trident cut deeply into the gap of his armor, and dark golden blood spurted out. "He's injured." "Attack together," Diana shouted. Hearing Diana's voice, Raven and Tom released the spell at the same time. Raven's demon wings were fully unfolded, and the spell was formed into a purple-black energy cube, temporarily imprisoning Darkseid. Tom's wand drew a green trajectory, and released the killing curse to hit the opponent. Bang! The magic energy exploded in the cube, and Darkseid's armor was corroded with countless cracks. He roared, and the Omega effect burst out from his eyes, shooting towards Clark and Azure who were closest to him. With a bang sound of air explosion, Loki's illusion suddenly appeared behind him, and the blue cold current released from the ice box hit his spine fiercely. With a bang sound, the extremely cold blue light spread instantly, and Darkseid's right half of his body was frozen. Jane Foster and the invincible young man Mark fell from the sky. Wow! With a roar, Jane's Thor's hammer gathered a huge thunder, and all the runes on the hammer surface lit up. Mark's body was overloaded, and his fist condensed enough power to crush the planet. "For the farm and my father, take my punch." Roaring, Mark and Jane's heavy blows hit Darkseid's chest at the same time. Boom! The shock wave flattened the ruins within a radius of a kilometer. Darkseid fell to his knees, spider-web-like cracks appearing on his armor. Horus released his lightning claws, and the weapon flashed with cold light, accurately slashing into Darkseid's shoulder. Darkseid roared in pain and immediately released the Omega effect to force Horus back. But Boom's attack was already following him. Surprise! The super-powerful shells released by Boom directly hit the area where he was standing. Boom! The powerful blast made Darkseid stagger back. Darkseid, who was beaten back step by step, roared, and released Omega energy from his eyes, rushing towards Boom. Just when Boom was about to be hit by the Omega ray before reacting, a figure rushed over and knocked her to the side. Bayonetta, who was still in the form of a witch at this time, immediately took action when she found that Boom was in danger. Bayonetta slid forward and kicked Bakugo away with her long legs. Puff! The Omega ray penetrated Bayonetta's left shoulder, and blood immediately dyed her black tights red. Bakugo rolled on the ground for several times before stopping, staring blankly at the scene. "What are you doing?" Bakugo's voice rarely lost its composure, with a hint of trembling. She didn't expect Teresa to get hurt for her. Bayonetta knelt on one knee, covering her bleeding shoulder, and her golden eyes under her sunglasses swept over coldly. After looking at Bakugo, she didn't say anything, and faced Darkseid directly, ready to go forward to fight. Bakugo opened his mouth and drooped his head. She felt a little frustrated and uncomfortable. Did she owe this little witch a big favor? The next second, Bayonetta's hair was released and waved in the sky like a waterfall. As the black and weird black hair spread out in the sky, the entire sky that was raining was shrouded, and the darkness quickly spread out. As her hair was released, Bayonetta's clothes also began to burst. Although the important parts were covered and not exposed, Bayonetta's sudden burst of clothes still shocked everyone. Crack! A gap opened in the sky of hair. The blood-red gap opened, and Bayonetta began to summon the devils of hell. As a shadow witch, Bayonetta can make a contract with the devil and summon them with magic. These demons give witches great power and wisdom, mainly used to kill angels. However, the cost of the contract is very high. If a witch does not kill an angel every day, or dies, she is forced to fulfill the contract with the devil, and her soul will be dragged into hell forever. At this time, Bayonetta's consciousness occupied Teresa's body. In a critical situation, she began to summon the devils of hell at great risk. In the shut side of Raven and others, a huge monster appeared in the gap. The huge monster has a scorpion-like appearance and is covered with huge armor. The lower body is a huge scorpion, and the upper body is a female form. It looks full of weird and terrifying atmosphere. The creature summoned by Bayonetta at this time is called Inon. As for the origin, it is said that a woman took the poison of the magic grass mandrake to avenge her husband, who abandoned her and committed suicide. After that, the poison of the magic grass corroded her soul after death, and the ever-expanding delusions and hallucinations eventually led her to reincarnate into the demon world. She was once an only child of noble birth, but after becoming a demon, she could not see the shadow of that time at all. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, as long as she found a beautiful soul in hell, she would inject toxins into them and force them to offer eternal love in her palace. Even if tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of prey became victims in her hands, her heart filled with endless desires and obsessions would never be satisfied. Bang! Inon suddenly appeared and blocked the death ray that Darkseid was attacking. She let out a shrill howl and rushed directly over. The huge pincers clamped Darkseid's body and smashed him heavily to the ground. Seeing the monsters summoned by Bayonetta suppress Darkseid in an instant, everyone was stunned. Bakugo swallowed nervously. She thought Teresa's little Shiba Inu was already a very powerful monster. Unexpectedly, this little witch had this trick. In the distance, watching the father suppress Darkseid, Gray turned around and said to Peter, "It seems that each of your children is not an ordinary person, Peter." "Yes, each of them is my pride. As long as we are here, nothing in this world can stop us." After a moment of silence, she murmured in a low voice, "This kind of father-daughter relationship is also what I look forward to. It is what I have always longed for, longing for something unattainable. Just love your daughters and sons, don't be defeated by those external forces, and don't become a person like my father." Chapter 956 The War is Over, the Final Winner. Gotham Pier, the last darkness before dawn. The smoke of gunpowder had not yet dissipated, and the ruins were filled with the smell of burnt blood. Greer stood on the broken concrete, staring at the rising sun. Her armor had long been shattered, and the dark red anti-life runes on her skin flickered, like dying fireflies. She could have lived. Greer's voice was so low that it was almost swallowed by the wind. She did not look up, and her long black hair fell, covering her blood-stained face. "She chose death, to let me live." Her voice trembled, as if every word was burning her throat. "Do you know how many lives the anti-life equation has devoured?" Peter sighed and asked the other party. His voice was calm, but it carried a weight that could not be avoided. Greer's shoulders trembled slightly. "Yes, do you know how many people died in Gotham and Metropolis?" "Yes, Peter shook his head and said to her, "No, you don't know." His voice was a little cold. "You used them all as bargaining chips for revenge." Greer was silent for a moment. Then, she smiled. It was a broken smile, and the curve of her mouth seemed to be forcibly torn apart. "You know? The last words my mother said to me were, 'You are free.'" She finally raised her head, and the city in the distance was reflected in her dark red pupils. But this freedom came too late. Her voice was very light. Then Greer took a deep breath and looked at Peter. "I hope that next time we meet, Peter Patrick, your love for your children will not deteriorate." Before she finished speaking, boom, she suddenly raised her hand, and a dark red anti-life shock wave burst out from her palm, sweeping across the battlefield like a tsunami. The ground collapsed in an instant, and wherever the shock wave passed, the concrete turned into powder and the seawater was evaporated into mist. Raven's magic barrier shattered the moment it came into contact with the energy. Bayonetta was forced to activate Witch Time to dodge, and Diana's lasso of truth was shaken away. Damn it, Mark used his quick body to block the impact, and his body, which was hit by the explosion shock wave, issued an alarm that it was overwhelmed. The entire dock trembled in the energy storm, as if the end of the world had come. When the smoke finally dissipated, everyone was shocked to find that Darkseid, who was at the center of the battlefield, had disappeared. Only the charred marks on the ground proved that he had existed. And Greer, who was beside Peter, was gone. Raven stood in the ruins, watching everything that happened in front of her, her eyes full of disbelief. Bayonetta's sunglasses were half broken. She stared at the place where Greer disappeared. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the handle of the gun. Diana picked up the lasso of truth. The blood of God dripped from her fingers, and looked at Peter with a complicated expression. Boom Boom was rarely silent. The bolter in her hand hung down to the ground. She was a little confused now. "Is it over?" Peter stood there, the silver energy gradually extinguished. He looked at the skyline. There, the first ray of sunlight was piercing the clouds. The first ray of sunlight pierced the smoke-filled sky, like a golden sword, splitting the haze covering the ruins. In the morning light, dust slowly settled, and the broken concrete, twisted steel bars, and charred wreckage were all coated with a layer of bloody gold. The sea breeze carried the smell of ashes and blood, sweeping across everyone's face. Just disappeared. Diana stood on the edge of the broken dock, with a lasso of truth hanging weakly at her side. She looked into the distance, and Peter stood alone on the top of the ruins. The silver energy slowly dissipated around him, and Greer beside him had long disappeared. She took Darkseid away, Diana muttered to herself, her fingers unconsciously clenched. Not far away, the sound of rubble rolling in the ruins came from the ruins. Diana turned around suddenly and saw Steve Trevor stumbling out of the ruins. His uniform was torn and there was a dry blood mark on his forehead, but his eyes had regained clarity. "Steve." Diana's voice trembled slightly. She walked forward quickly and held her friend's hand in the morning light. Steve's hands were cold but real, no longer a killing tool controlled by the anti-life equation. "Great, you're still alive." She breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Steve smiled bitterly and pressed his temple. The stinging feeling of being controlled still remained in his head. "I'm sorry, Diana. I know what I'm doing, but I can't control myself." Steve's voice was hoarse, with deep remorse. Diana shook her head, and a rare softness was revealed in the Amazon warrior's perseverance. "It's not your fault, it's the curse of the anti-life equation. Once controlled by the anti-life equation, you are no longer yourself." On the other side, with the help of the Green Lantern ring, Bruce Wayne finally got up from the Mobius chair with difficulty. His cloak was tattered and his eyes were bloodshot under the mask. He staggered to Peter's side, and the two looked at the battlefield that had become a scorched earth. "It's over, Godfather." Bruce's voice was as low as crushed sand and gravel. Peter did not answer, but just nodded slightly. His eyes swept across the battlefield. There was no cheering or celebration. Only heavy breathing and occasional metal collisions echoed among the ruins. Bruce followed Peter's gaze and finally stopped at the center of the battlefield. Darkseid once stood there, but now there is only a charred pit with a diameter of 100 meters. "We gathered all our strength," he said in a hoarse voice, "but in the end we still couldn't really defeat him." He didn't know how to face the future. If the other party makes a comeback in the future, will he still win under the leadership of the Godfather? Peter finally spoke, sighed and said, "Yes, it was Marina's sacrifice that brought about a turning point. Gray's final choice is the key to ending it all." The sea breeze suddenly became fierce, rolling up a cloud of ash. At the edge of the pier, Peter and Bruce stood side by side. "Will she come back?" Bruce asked suddenly. Peter looked at the horizon, and the last trace of gunpowder was being blown away by the morning breeze. "I don't know, but when we meet next time, I hope we are all ready." Listening to Peter's words, Bruce was still a little worried. Although such an enemy has disappeared, how should they deal with him the next time he stands in front of their group? Peter saw Bruce's inner worry, and he reached out and patted Bruce on the shoulder. "Don't worry too much, Bruce, we won. Although this war is not completely over, it has come to an end." Bruce listened to Peter's words and nodded silently. "Yes, Godfather, it's over." Although this is not the final ending, Bruce looked at the first ray of sunlight that appeared on the horizon and said to Peter, "Dad." Peter was talking to Bruce when he heard a familiar voice. He looked up and found that it was Boom Boom rushing towards him. Boom Boom, with an excited expression, suddenly threw himself into Peter's arms and hugged him tightly. Wei, Raven and other fathers also rushed over. Although everyone was injured to some extent, everyone looked at Peter excitedly. "Well done," Peter said to the fathers, "John, Raven, Star-Lord, Loki, Clark, Wei, Horace, Mark, you all did a good job. I am proud of you." Peter praised everyone with satisfaction. "And Bayonetta," Peter smiled at the witch and thanked her. "Thank you for accompanying Teresa to fight until the last moment." At the same time, on an unknown planet, Grayer left the Earth, holding Darkseid, who had become a baby again. Looking at the planetary landscape in front of her, she whispered to the baby in her arms, "Father, this is your second chance, and mine too. After the energy is dissipated, you will become a child again. I will raise you, just like your mother did to me, just like Peter raised his children. I swear, I will learn to love you, just like Peter loves his daughters." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 957, Death of Night Owl, Touching Taboo. You're welcome. This is a journey I've never experienced before. With a smile towards Peter, Bayonetta elegantly put on her sunglasses. At this moment, she held a thin cigarette from nowhere in her hand, and the smoke lingered in the morning light. Her black tights were torn in several places, revealing the skin underneath, but it did not reduce her elegance at all. Although the heel of her high heels was broken in half, Bayonetta still stood like a supermodel on the catwalk. After all, she smiled and said to Peter, "You are my father in another world. I will never stand by and watch you die. It's my honor. I also want to thank you for saving Bakugo just now." Peter thanked the other party for saving Bakugo. "Oh? So you noticed it? I thought you were busy playing the role of savior." Peter shook his head, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "It's hard for me not to notice it. After all, it's not every day that a witch is willing to get hurt for others." Bayonetta flicked the ash gently, with an elegant posture. "Don't get me wrong, my dear father. I just think that if your daughter dies, this scene will be too boring, although I don't care much about the feelings between little girls." Peter coughed and his eyes fell on the wound on her shoulder. She had already used magic to treat it briefly, but the traces of being burned by Omega energy could still be seen. "Anyway, thank you." Bayonetta narrowed her eyes slightly and opened her red lips slightly. "No need to thank you, but..." She suddenly took a step closer, and her high heels made her almost eye to eye with Peter. "Next time you let me possess Teresa, you have to pay a price." Her voice was low and dangerous, with a unique charm of a witch. Peter raised his eyebrows and met her gaze without giving in. "For example," Bayonetta chuckled and took a step back. The cigarette butt turned into a wisp of green smoke at her fingertips and dissipated. "For example, buy me a drink." "Peter, am I being teased by my daughter? Although the other party is a witch from another world, not my real daughter, why does it feel so strange?" After a cough, Peter said to the other party, "There will be a chance, on the other side." Jane Foster stood high in the ruins, Thor's hammer inserted at her feet, and small arcs of electricity were still jumping on her silver-blue armor. Her golden hair was slightly lifted in the morning breeze, and a ray of lightning occasionally flashed between the ends of her hair. After becoming the female Thor, Jane's temperament is no longer just the wisdom of a scholar, but also adds a divine majesty. Seeing that Peter had finished talking with Bayonetta, she turned and walked towards Peter, with the gentleness of Jane who once studied cosmic rays in the laboratory in her eyes. It seems that your power of Thor's might has not been exhausted, Jane. Peter saw Jane coming over and asked her with a slight smile on his lips. I think I can still continue fighting, Jane answered Peter in a good mood. I'm just not used to it. You know, this is my first time to become Thor, she said to Peter embarrassedly. I just wanted to try if I could pick up the hammer, and I actually succeeded. Handing the Meowth hammer to Peter, Jane asked tentatively, you don't mind, do you, Peter? Yes, of course I care. Peter frowned and pretended to be serious. There is a price to use Thor's hammer. Don't you do something to pay the reward? Jane asked carefully. Do something? In order to pay for your use of Thor's hammer, I think you have to work on the farm like Thor and Nick Fury did before. Hearing Peter say this, Jane realized that Peter was joking. She smiled at Peter. No problem, if you don't mind, I can keep working on the farm until I pay off the debt for using Thor's hammer. She took a deep breath and did not continue talking about the debt issue. Instead, she said to Peter sincerely, anyway, I'm happy to help you. Peter walked to her side, looked at the gradually brightening skyline in the distance, and sighed softly. Thank you very much, but I'm more afraid that you will get hurt. Your illness has not been completely healed, Jane. You are still recuperating. Jane looked down at Thor's hammer and said, I know. To be honest, Peter, I didn't expect it to come to this. Peter turned his head to look at her, with sincere doubts in his eyes. How did you become Thor? Could it be that the Meow Meow hammer is really destined to be with Jane, and when she held it, it recognized her as its master? Jane also said with some doubts, I don't know. After I held the hammer and lifted it up, I felt a force in my body. Maybe it's because some responsibilities need new shoulders to bear. It must be because I want to help you. This strong desire drives it to give me strength. Jane held the hammer handle tightly. When Thor's hammer chose me, I hesitated, but later when I was firm in my heart, I could use it. Maybe, it doesn't need the strongest warrior, but the most determined heart. She looked at Peter, with a light of thunder flashing in her eyes. Just like you, Peter, you could have stayed out, but you chose to stand up. Peter listened to Jane's words and fell silent. Am I so great? I just want to defend my own territory. Not only the farm, but the earth is also my territory. If someone wants to destroy the earth, it would be a bit ugly if I don't stand up, right? Although he was thinking in his heart whether he was really great, Peter did not show any strange emotions on the surface. His eyes followed Jane's eyes and looked at the battlefield. In the distance, Raven, Suri and others were treating the wounded, and everything was slowly recovering. Jane took a deep breath, and the morning breeze carried the salty taste of the sea water. She was in a good mood. On the other side, looking at Peter and Jane standing together, Bao complained to Wei next to him, that is really easy to provoke women. I'm not sure now whether Wonder Woman will become our stepmother in the end. At the highest point of the dock building, Diana stood on a stone protrusion, watching the rising sun, which gradually sprinkled the sunlight on the entire city. Diana, wearing a red and gold uniform, had blood on her armor condensing with metal dust, emitting dazzling colors. Diana took a deep breath, watching the sun slowly rise on the other side of the sea, and her inner emotions were as turbulent as the tide. Da. 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 The sound of footsteps gradually sounded behind her. Without turning her head, Diana could also hear Peter's footsteps. Do you know, Peter? With her back to Peter, Diana slowly said to him, Mirana once told me something. What? Peter didn't expect that Diana and Mirana had an intersection. She said it happened before I was born, and she witnessed my birth. Looking at the newly born Hong Su, she said to Peter with a complicated expression. She said she saw my mother holding me in her arms, just like Mirana holding Greer. After that, my mother screamed, and the Amazon who was in charge of the delivery felt something was wrong, because after I was born, there was another baby. Peter showed a surprised expression on his face. Another baby? Yes, it's a boy. Mirana said I have a twin brother. He may be buried on Paradise Island, or he may be in a corner of this world. Mirana said she didn't know where the boy appeared later, but she said that the boy was the real chosen one. Peter nodded and continued to ask her, what was chosen for? Diana, I know. Diana showed a confused expression on her face. She told me at the time that family is the most important thing. I should find him, and there is a lie hidden on the island that she didn't fully explain. Peter walked to Diana and patted her hand gently. Don't worry, Diana, we will always find out. At the same time, the moon far away from the earth. After Bruce broke free from the Mobius chair, the chair escaped from the earth and flew to the moon. At that time, The battlefield was in chaos and no one paid attention to the movement of the chair. But only Night Owl, whose arm was cut off, took advantage of the moment when the chair flew out and chased it, and finally sat on the chair before it escaped from the space. At this time, Night Owl had used the Mobius chair to reshape a pair of arms for himself. Sitting on the chair, with blue light in his eyes, the imposing Night Owl looked at Metron, the original owner of the Mobius chair. Metron thanked Night Owl. "Anyway, Night Owl, I am grateful for setting me free. Now I have taught you how to correctly connect to the Mobius chair. I believe we can say goodbye." He hesitated for a moment and continued, "But I have to warn you in advance, Night Owl, don't try to seek too many answers, your brain can't bear it." Night Owl sneered, "Don't worry, I'm stronger than Batman, I can handle all the information." Then he gave an order to the chair, "Tell me everything, chair, tell me the complete secrets of Peter Patrick's family and the truth of this universe." Just as Night Owl was exploring these secrets, a look of fear suddenly appeared on his face. "No. Not good." Metron looked at him nervously. "What's wrong?" Night Owl made a terrified voice. "No. He's coming. He saw me." Night Owl, trembling all over, wanted to get down from the chair. But the next second, a powerful force instantly locked him. Puff! In Metron's terrified eyes, Night Owl's body turned into a pool of blood. The blood splashed on the chair, and then quickly disappeared without a trace. Metron looked at all this in horror and sat down on the ground. Although he didn't know who killed Night Owl, but the power released by the other party in an instant made even him tremble. Chapter 958, The Dream Omen of the New Father's Sorrow, The Death of the King. The next day. The day after the Anti-Monitor and Darkseid incident. Batcave. On the damp rock wall, water drops slowly dripped along the ancient stalactites, echoing clearly in the silent cave. The blue light of the main console illuminated Bruce's tired face. He sat in front of the Batcomputer, knuckles against his temples, as if fighting an endless headache. "Bruce, you should rest." Green Lantern Hal Jordan was suspended in midair. The light of the Green Lantern ring was particularly eye-catching in the dim cave. He reminded Bruce, "You don't seem to have slept all the time." Batman didn't look up, and said hoarsely, "No time." On the holographic screen, 3 Joker avatars unfolded on the screen. Hal landed next to the Batcomputer and frowned at the screen. "So, you really believe there are 3 Jokers?" Batman's fingertips ran across the keyboard, looking at the screen and said to Hal, "I don't know." Hal crossed his arms, and the light of the ring flickered slightly. "But there's only one Joker, at least that's how it should be." Hal was talking when he saw Bruce's hands trembling slightly. That wasn't caused by fear or excitement, it was probably pure physical exhaustion. "You haven't slept for 3 days. Hal's tone was unusually serious. "Even Superman needs to rest, let alone you're just a human," Batman said, finally looking up. There was a deep dark blue under his eyes, but his eyes were still sharp. "That's why I can't stop. I always feel that this matter is very important and I have to find out." Hal sighed and asked him, "Bruce, did the chair give you a name? Do you recognize those names?" "No, it didn't give me a name." "Then what did it say?" Bruce was silent for a moment and continued, "It said there were 3 in total, but didn't tell me the specific names. Is that so?" "Bruce, are you sure you want to track them down?" Hal said in a low voice, "The Joker is dangerous enough." "If there are 3, Batman stood up, and a shadow shrouded his figure. "Because it is dangerous, it must be solved." He walked towards the wreckage of the Batmobile. This car, which was damaged in the battle with Darkseid, is now slowly being repaired on the automatic repair bench. Seeing that he couldn't convince Bruce, Hal didn't insist. After all, this guy's mind is quite stubborn, and it is estimated that no one except Peter can convince him. By the way, Hal suddenly remembered something and asked Bruce, "Didn't you also ask about Mr. Peter Patrick? What did the Mobius chair tell you?" He was also very interested in the mysterious Peter's family, including Peter's origins and the origins of his mysterious children. Hearing Hal's question, Bruce was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said to him, "You don't want to know, and I don't know everything about the Godfather." A confused expression appeared on his face. "I didn't delve into the Godfather's affairs at the time. I always felt that there was a force, a powerful and extremely dangerous existence, watching me and preventing me from going deeper." Bruce, like Night Owl, felt that powerful and mysterious existence. Hearing Bruce say this, Hal shuddered in his heart. "Forget it, I won't explore the secrets about Mr. Patrick. An existence that can make Bruce tremble and feel fear must be very dangerous." Padwick Farm. After the war, the town of Smallville returned to peace. To celebrate the Earth being saved again, Persephone and Jane prepared a sumptuous dinner on the farm. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the vast land, and the golden wheat waves swayed in the wind. The long wooden table in the center of the farm was covered with a red and white checkered tablecloth and filled with sumptuous food. The roasted whole leg of lamb was sizzling with oil, the skin was crispy, and the inside was tender and juicy. The big pot of cream corn soup exuded a sweet aroma. The freshly baked bread basket was piled high with soft baguettes and garlic butter bread. The salad bowl was filled with fresh vegetables, drizzled with olive oil and balsamic vinegar. Courtney's father, Pat Dugan, stood by the grill, turning the sizzling steak, and the aroma of meat mixed with a scent of rosemary wafted away. He wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, looking much more relaxed than on the battlefield. Although he was a complete bystander on the battlefield, he didn't even dare to fight against Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor. He suspected that if he had fought, his poorly modified robot would have been hit by the aftermath of the battlefield, and he would have gone to see God. This battle alone made him astound Peter and Peter's children. He felt that he wanted to come out now. He used to be Starman's helper, and it's not bad to be Peter now. Although the other side is not short of superhero combat power, a superhero always needs an assistant. For example, refueling the car and making an action plan. These are things he has done before and are familiar with. Medium or medium, he shouted at Peter. Well done. Peter answered him, holding a plate of barbecue piled up like a mountain in his hands. These barbecues were all put up by his daughters. Courtney, who was sitting on the side, looked at her attentive father in silence. She felt a little embarrassed. Why does her stepfather look like a follower? Could it be that her stepfather wants to snatch the position of Peter's assistant from her? Courtney narrowed her eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. On the other side, Clark and Teresa were sitting at one end of the long table. Clark used thermal vision to help Teresa heat up the cold thick soup. Don't abuse your superpowers, Kent, Azu on the side complained unhappily, but took the red wine handed by Persephone and poured himself a glass. Using thermal vision to heat things, why does he feel that Clark is implying something? Speaking of which, his counterpart in the black robe world just likes to use thermal vision to heat milk, right? Hey, at least I didn't use super speed to eat secretly. Clark shrugged and said to Azu. And the Flash Barry Allen happened to flash to the dining table, holding a handful of French fries in his hand, his mouth stuffed full. Hearing Clark say that he was cheating, he immediately stopped and smiled awkwardly at everyone. At the other end of the table where Clark was sitting, Bao squatted on the edge of the table, like a restless cat, holding a roasted lamb rib in his hand, gnawing on his face with a greasy look. This thing tastes much better than turkey, she announced vaguely. Bao felt that the taste of turkey was far worse than that of lamb. She felt that turkey meat was very dry and difficult to taste. She hated eating turkey on Thanksgiving the most. Teresa sat elegantly opposite her, cutting a medium-rare fillet steak with a silver knife and fork. If you can use cutlery, you may be able to taste more flavors, Bao. Teresa complained to Bakugo. Bakugo rolled his eyes at Teresa. Although he felt a little unhappy, he still handed over the half-eaten ribs. Here, want to try? Teresa was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect the little lunatic to give her food on his own initiative. After looking at Peter, Teresa took the ribs and took a bite under Bakugo's expectant gaze. Unexpectedly good. Boomstick grinned, his newly tied blue braids swaying proudly. Peter was in a very good mood as he looked at the happy group. He lowered his head to look at the watch on his wrist. He had been concentrating on fighting Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor, as well as Gray's rebellion, and he didn't notice that the pointer on his wrist was almost reaching the end. Could it be that after Teresa, there will be a new father warrior? Thinking of the chaos on the whole farm if there was another naughty child, Peter covered his forehead with a headache. If there was another new father warrior, he might not be able to hold on. Night. As night fell, Clark lit a bonfire in the center of the farm. Everyone sat together, the firelight illuminating every tired but relaxed face. To those who survived, the vixen raised her glass. To the dead, Diana added softly. To a few more days of rest before the next battle. Hal threw the beer bottle into the fire, and it exploded with a bang. Sparks rose and merged into the starry night sky. Accompanied by his family, Peter looked at the starry sky in the distance. The starlight tonight is unexpectedly gorgeous. Late at night, Peter fell asleep early. In his dream, Peter vaguely saw a war. He found himself on a battlefield. Standing on a deserted battlefield, Peter looked up. The sky was lead gray, and the heavy clouds were very low, as if they would fall at any time. The wind swept across his cheeks, carrying the smell of blood and scorched earth. The earth was soaked in blood, broken swords and spears were stuck upside down in the mud, and the flags fluttered in the wind, but they were already in tatters. In the distance, crows circled, making shrill cries. Where is this? Peter stepped forward in confusion, his boots sinking into the mud, and every step felt like stepping on the bodies of the dead. Corpses were piled up like mountains, knights' armor was split open, the corpses of war horses lay across the ground, and arrows were stuck in the ground like thorns. Then, Peter saw two figures. A blonde woman's golden armor was stained with blood, and her long sword was deeply inserted into the ground, supporting her shaky body. In front of her was another knight. The knight's helmet was shattered, revealing a face that was similar to the blonde woman's but completely different. There was a crazy smile on the corner of her mouth, and the long sword in her hand pierced deeply into the blonde woman's chest. Chapter 959, Killing the Father with One Sword. This is the real father worry. The phantom of pain and despair tore Peter's consciousness apart. The setting sun melted gold, and blood stained the wasteland. The golden-haired king knelt on one knee, and the long sword in her abdomen penetrated deeply, nailing her to the charred earth. She was not powerless to support herself, but used up the last of her divinity, grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and wedged it into the earth like a pillar of oath. The golden hair fell, stained with dust and blood. My kingdom, in the end, is this the ending? The whisper drifted with the wind, carrying endless desolation and unwillingness. Then her figure began to blur and disintegrate in the halo of the setting sun, turning into countless tiny golden dust, like dandelion seeds blown away by the wind, silently disappearing in the wind. The knight who stabbed the sword into her body also knelt down beside her at this moment. The heavy sword clanked on the gravel, and the crisp metal echo was particularly harsh in the dead silence of the wasteland. Father, father, the knight's heart-wrenching roar broke through his throat, carrying the regret and despair that destroyed everything, echoing in the empty sky and earth. Suddenly, Peter opened his eyes abruptly. His chest rose and fell violently, and cold sweat soaked his cotton pajamas, clinging to his back, bringing a chill. After a moment of losing focus, Peter slowly focused on the familiar wooden beam ceiling above his head. Outside the window, the unique smell of Patrick's farm hied him. Mixed with a heavy smell of wet soil, the sweet smell of newly cut grass, and the faint smell of livestock from the cowshed in the distance, this vibrant and stable smell formed an absurd and strong contrast with the strong smell of blood and rust in his dream. Obviously, it was not him who was pierced, but at that moment, Peter really felt the severe pain of the cold metal tearing his flesh and burning his internal organs. Confused, Peter raised his hand and put it to the tip of his nose. The nightmare was too real. He even felt the lingering, disgusting smell still lingering between his fingers. Why was he in pain when he was not the one stabbed? Peter sat up, the scene in the dream as clear as a brand. An inexplicable sense of familiarity gripped him. Wait, this scene. Peter rubbed his swollen temples, and a picture from the depths of his memory emerged. Battle of Camlin? Battle of Camlin, he remembered it. In the dim exhibition hall of the History Museum, he once stood for a long time in front of a huge oil painting depicting that legendary battle. Battle of Camlin, the end of King Arthur's legend. The seriously injured knight Gawain of the Round Table died at the hands of Mordred. In the end, King Arthur killed the rebellious Mordred, but he himself was mortally wounded and returned to Avalon. And the Mordred who started the rebellion and stabbed his own king and father with a sword, was King Arthur's son. King Arthur. Mordred, Peter whispered these two heavy names. A chill ran up his spine. Why? Why did he dream about them? What was even more bizarre was that King Arthur and Mordred in the dream were clearly female. The heroic blonde king, and the knight whose figure under the armor was obviously female. The Night King of the Type Moon world. Altria Pendragon. Peter stroked the stubble on his chin and fell into deep thought. The image of the blue-skirted girl knight widely known as Saber, whose influence in some aspects even surpassed the legendary male King Arthur? If this dream was a sign, indicating that the next person to join his father's sorrow alliance would be Mordred. Thinking of this, Peter felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Although the other father's sorrows, whether it was Raven, Azu or Horus and other Avengers, had many conflicts with their fathers, most of them had their reasons, and were not simply out of malicious betrayal. And Mordred? This person is a typical example of a father sad who raised the banner of rebellion and stabbed his father's body with his own hands. Whether in the Type Moon setting or in myths and legends, the birth of Mordred is full of tragedy. She is a man-made person created by King Arthur's sister Morgan with magic, a pure political tool. She longs for the recognition of her father, but is always regarded as inhuman by Altria. When the cold sentence Britain cannot be inherited by you completely denies the meaning of her existence, revenge becomes the only way she can grasp and prove herself. What if Mordred really becomes his daughter or son? Peter shuddered. If this child takes a fancy to his farm, and he refuses to hand over the inheritance, will the blood-stained rebellious sword stab him without hesitation? A deep sadness enveloped Peter. He now personally experienced the difficulties of ancient emperors. There are too many children, and each of them is extraordinary. To establish a crown prince? It's just a tightrope walk. If you are not careful, there will be bloody storms. He looked out the window at the dark night. There were only a few lights in the farmhouse in the endless darkness. Peter sighed long and silently. Compared with these tangled family affairs, he would rather fight a few more tough battles with Darkseid and Anti-Monitor, the cosmic tyrants who destroy the world. At least that only requires pure fists and strength. The next day, early in the morning, the faint morning light shone through the lattice window of the kitchen, dyeing the wooden dining table with a warm light gold. The air was filled with a burnt aroma of freshly baked bread, the sizzling aroma of fried bacon, and the mellow aroma of perfectly brewed coffee. A day on the farm began with the sound of pots and pans. Peter sat in the main seat, mechanically poking the fried eggs on the plate with a fork, and he didn't even notice the golden yolk flowing out. Mordred's face with determination and hatred in his dream lingered in his mind. "Dad, are you okay?" Raven, who was sitting next to him, was keenly aware of her father's abnormality. She put down the glass of milk, and her clear blue eyes were full of worry. "Dad, you don't look very good. Did you have any hidden injuries when fighting Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor before?" Her small eyebrows were slightly frowned. "Injury?" Peter was stunned for a moment, then forced a helpless smile and shook his head. "No, baby, I'm very strong. Instead of worrying about me, you might as well ask Clark." He turned to Clark, who was wearing a plaid shirt and looked particularly gentle and introverted on the other side of the dining table. "Clark, your body has been invaded by the power of Apocalypse, and you have become the god of strength. Are you really okay now? If you feel anything wrong, you must say it." He was more worried that Clark's forced bearing of that level of divine power would leave hidden dangers. "I'm fine, Godfather." Clark raised his head, showing a reassuring smile, and pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. "Really, after the power faded, I felt very relaxed. At least for now, I haven't noticed any bad effects." "That's good, John. How about you?" Peter's eyes turned to Azu, who was sitting opposite Clark, with a more casual and even somewhat ostentatious posture. The six gods' power in Azu's body had just been taken away by Greyer not long ago, and Peter was also worried that this would have an impact on his body. "Me? I can't be better." Azu took a big bite of bread spread with peanut butter generously, and said vaguely but in a relaxed tone, "The power was taken away? I don't care at all. I don't want to become that kind of high and cold so-called god. It's just right to be taken away like this. I feel relaxed." And, a barely noticeable gleam flashed in his eyes, "I feel like there is another power surging in my body, which is purer and more my own than before." Azu shrugged, looking nonchalant. "Horace." Peter's eyes finally fell on Horace, who was eating quietly. This child once merged with a Death Walker and once transformed into the concept of death itself. Horace put down his knife and fork, wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. His movements were calm beyond his age. "I am fine, Emperor Father." His voice was calm. "When the Death Walker was stripped from my body, I did have a strong sense of confusion. That feeling was like falling into the cold deep sea. Countless scenes of death, strange and familiar, flashed before my eyes." He paused, and looked at Peter with golden eyes. "And I saw someone you should be very familiar with." "Someone familiar to me?" Peter raised his eyebrows, with a surprised expression on his face. "Who is it?" "It's your second sister, or rather, it's Sandman's sister, Death." Horace clearly uttered the name that represents the ultimate. "Death." Peter repeated the name in a low voice. After Horace reminded him, he suddenly realized. When everyone worked together to fight Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor, and the Earth was in danger, the members of the Endless family, especially Death, who represents the end, did not show up throughout the whole process. Although they have always been detached from the world, almost Buddhist, they also stood by and watched when the balance of the entire universe was threatened. This is too much of a Buddhist. Do you believe that Peter can handle it? Or, is there another reason? Peter picked up the coffee cup, and the mist of hot steam blurred his face. He sipped the bitter liquid and fell into deeper contemplation. The good mood of the day was gone. Shortly after breakfast, the sound of TV news broadcast came from the living room. Peter leaned back in the old sofa and pressed the remote control absent-mindedly. On the screen, almost all news channels were rolling follow-up reports on the parademon invasion incident. The media who did not know the truth attributed the final calming of this disaster to the heroic fight of Superman and Homelander. The shocking picture of Clark and Azu fighting side by side in the smoke, which Lois Lane shot at the risk of her life, was repeatedly quoted and broadcast by major media and became the iconic image of this human victory. Chapter 960 Comet Meteor Shower and New Superpowers. Peter was watching the close-up of Zu's signature fake smile on TV when there was a gentle knock on the living room door. "Come in," Peter answered. The door opened. "Hey, Peter," a figure walked in with a morning breeze and a hint of competence. Lois Lane, today, was wearing a well-tailored off-white windbreaker, a simple dark turtleneck sweater, and her long chestnut hair was casually tied up, revealing her smooth forehead and slender neck. Her unpainted face showed a trace of fatigue from working late at night, but her bright brown eyes were still sharp and energetic. "Good morning, Lois." Peter stood up and pointed to the news footage that was being played on the TV screen, which was shot by her, with a teasing smile on the corner of his mouth. "Look, you are now a world-famous reporter." Lois followed his gaze and glanced at the TV, shrugged, walked to the sofa and sat down, with neat movements. "Come on, Peter." Her voice was crisp and a little tired. "The whole world is focusing on your sons now. The true identities of Superman and Homelander? This is the number one mystery that all media are frantically digging into." She leaned forward slightly, her eyes flashing with the inquiring light unique to reporters. "Even the editor-in-chief of the Daily Planet has given me a death order. Of course, I won't say anything," she added with a hint of cunning in her tone. "Now everyone is speculating about the true identities of Superman and Homelander. Do you know how painful it is for a journalist? I know more than anyone else, but I can't say anything." Lois deliberately made an exaggerated expression. "It seems that this is my fault." Peter smiled at Lois, "but I think you can report some other content, such as the other members of the Justice League, Superman, Batman and Wonder Woman, as well as Green Lantern, Flash, Cyborg and Aquaman. I think the public should be interested in these." Lois sat down on the sofa, adjusted her scratched skirt, raised her head and said to Peter, "Actually, I am more interested in your story, Peter, and your children." Lois's face showed an interested look. "For example, how did you repel those monsters this time?" Facing the curious Lois, Peter shook his head. "You can ask Clark." "Lois, I think you should have more common topics than me." Seeing that Peter didn't seem to want to reveal anything about Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor, Lois didn't continue to ask. Soon she turned the topic to other aspects. "Well, I want to talk to you about something else, Peter." Lois took out a document and said to him, "In 3 days, the Halley's Comet meteor shower will appear. The parent body of this Aquarid Eta meteor shower is the famous Halley's Comet. That night is the waxing moon, and the moon will set before the radiant point rises, so there is almost no moonlight interference, and it is said that the best observation location is Smallville. This is not the first time, Peter. Do you think this meteor shower will be another special meteor shower?" Lois pointed at Peter with her cunning eyes. "What do you want to say?" Peter coughed and pretended to be stupid. "It's very simple. You have to take me with you during the meteor shower. I also want to see how you kidnapped such a special child." Lois made a request. She knew that Peter could always bring back a child every time there was a meteor night or special weather. She felt very good about this and wanted to know how Peter did it. Listening to her request, Peter sighed slightly. "Curiosity kills the cat, Lois. If you tell me, I promise not to tell anyone, and I will be a good cat in the future." Although Peter wanted to refuse directly, he had to reluctantly agree in the end considering the difficulty of the other party. Even if he agreed, Peter did not really think of taking her to pick up Father's sorrow. It would be easy to get rid of her by then. At the same time, Smallville High School. The biting cold wind in November whipped the empty playground of Smallville High School. Sean Miller stood alone on the yellowed grass, with a football at his feet. Sweat soaked his temples, shining slightly in the morning light. He took a deep breath, ran up, exerted force, and his body was tense like a fully drawn bow. With a bang, the dull impact sound was unusually clear in the playground. The football drew a low and swift arc, hit the junction of the crossbar and the uprights inside the blind corner of the goal, and bounced back to his feet. The sense of power flowed through the trembling of muscles, bringing an excitement that was almost painful. He grinned, and the white breath he exhaled instantly dissipated in the cold air. Just as he was about to continue playing football, he saw Courtney appear at the school gate. He was interested in Stargirl and wanted to approach her. But when he saw the guy talking to Courtney, his face suddenly turned bad. Little Peter Padre. Seeing Star-Lord, he subconsciously regarded him as his competitor. At this time, Star-Lord didn't know that he was being targeted by someone, and he was busy dealing with Courtney's various questions. After the Anti-Monitor War, she was very interested in why Peter had so many superhero sons. Is your father an alien, Star-Lord? No. Then why did your father give birth to such powerful people like you? Are you, Azu, and Raven aliens? Hearing Courtney's question, Star-Lord was a little speechless. His brothers and sisters might really be aliens. After coughing, he said to Courtney in all seriousness, yes, my brothers and sisters are all aliens, only I am my father's biological son. My mother is from the nearby White Wolf tribe, and her name is Kelly. Courtney looked at Star-Lord's smug look and became a little suspicious. She felt that including Star-Lord, Peter's children all looked like aliens. It was said that there would be a meteor shower in a few days, and she had heard the legend of a child of destiny from the nearby tribe. It was said that every once in a while, the child of destiny would come to Earth. Could it be that the child of destiny really came from fire? Sean, teammate Brian, wrapped in a thick down jacket, ran from the entrance of the stadium with his neck shrunk, his voice distorted by the wind. If we don't leave now, it will be dark. I heard that the ice over there in the wild lake is quite thick, but who knows if it is safe. Right away, Sean kicked the ball again, and the ball rolled to the sidelines. He grabbed the coat thrown on the dry grass, and the cold zipper rubbed against his hot neck, which made him shiver. Dusk fell, and the light gray clouds weighed heavily on the ridges in the distance. Several blurry figures moved on the ice in the distance, and faint laughter could be heard. Sean stepped onto the ice and stepped on it tentatively. The ice under his feet responded dully and did not move at all. He felt relieved and began to jog. The ice skates rubbed against the ice surface, making a crisp swish sound. The wind brought by the speed poured into his collar, which was freezing cold, but there was a sense of pleasure in breaking free from the bondage. He slid faster and faster, chasing a piece of ice in front of him that looked particularly smooth and complete. Just as he was about to make a sharp turn, the touch under his feet changed without warning. The solid support disappeared in an instant, replaced by a heart-stopping, complete emptiness. A tooth-grinding crack sound tore through the silence of the dusk. The cold, dark water suddenly enveloped him, and the chill penetrated deep into his bones, and then suddenly froze him. Severe pain and suffocation strangled his throat at the same time. Help! He only had time to utter a broken syllable before the fishy lake water poured in. At the edge of his blurred vision, something seemed to flicker faintly in the water under the ice, like a will-o'-the-wisp. Was it a broken green stone? Was it the green meteorite that was common in the town before? Consciousness floated out of the cold and dark sea like fragments of a shipwreck. Sean opened his eyes suddenly, and in front of him was a familiar ceiling, the ceiling of his bedroom. Outside the window was a gray, pale light unique to winter mornings. He struggled to sit up, and his bone joints made a crisp click sound, like rusty door hinges. There was no expected severe pain, not even a sense of stiffness. An unprecedented, explosive sense of power surged through his limbs, as if he could crush steel with a light fist. He subconsciously lifted the quilt. Cold. An irresistible chill from the core of his life instantly gripped him. The skin under the quilt felt like marble just taken out of the cold storage, smooth, hard, and icy cold. He exhaled, and there was no white mist. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was already the next morning. He didn't know how he got back from the bottom of the lake. He habitually reached out to take the water cup on the bedside table. As soon as his fingertips touched the slightly cool glass wall, a layer of fine, crystal white frost spread from his fingertips at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly covering the entire cup, as if it was cast by magic. The water in the cup instantly condensed into a thin layer of ice on the surface. God, the scene in front of him completely shocked him. What happened to his body? With fear and confusion, Sean came to school. At the school gate, his teammate Bill patted his shoulder, and then suddenly retracted his hand as if he was burned. "Oh my God, Sean. Your shoulder is like an ice cube. Are you okay?" Bill shook his hand with a look of surprise on his face. Sean forced a stiff smile and said, "I just caught a cold, it's okay." He almost fled from the locker room. The burning breath from his friend's young body made his soul tremble, like countless red-hot needles, piercing him and making him feel uneasy. He needed heat, as urgently as a dying person in the desert needs water. He needed heat now. Chapter 961 Murderous Intent Before the Meteor Explodes. Talent Club. The orange wall lamp casts a soft glow on the wooden wall panels, and the air is filled with the smell of fresh coffee beans. Jane is talking to Peter by the window. After the war with the Anti-Monitor and Darkseid, the Justice League has left. Zatanna has a show in Las Vegas, so she returns to continue her magic tour. Mara returns to the underwater world. Diana goes to investigate his possible brother. Now, the only women who have participated in the battle are Siri, Jane, and Kara, who are left on the farm. In order to avoid Lois, who has been pestering her, Jane hides in the cafe to drink coffee and chat with Peter. Jane sips a cup of hot raspberry hot cocoa, and her dark chestnut curly hair is casually tied behind her head, revealing her smooth neck. Jane, who has changed from a female Thor to an ordinary person, wears a fluffy and soft off-white turtleneck sweater, and her cheeks are healthy. The heat is smoked with a blush. The sun shines through the frosted window glass, casting a hazy golden edge on her body. Peter sat opposite her, greeted Lana, who was working part-time, and turned to face Jane. "Isn't Lois Clark's girlfriend?" Jane asked Peter with some confusion. Lois has been living on the farm recently, which makes Jane feel a little confused. As the new housekeeper of the farm, she is a little overwhelmed by the carefree and generous Lois. Lois always asks her about the stories of the Marvel world, and always asks how she and Peter know each other. This makes her feel quite distressed. Clark has not confirmed his relationship with Lois yet. Peter glanced at Lana, who didn't notice this side, and said to Jane, who pricked up her ears with unusual curiosity, "Clark has always been hesitant about feelings." "Hesitant about what?" Peter shrugged his shoulders. "When he was a teenager, Clark liked Lana. Lana was the perfect symbol of Clark's youth, beautiful, kind, with the purity of a small-town girl. His fascination with Lana, in addition to his love for Lana, I think, also represents some of his desire for a normal life. He longs to hide his superpowers and blend in with the crowd." Jane didn't expect Peter to understand teenagers' feelings so well. She continued to ask curiously, "What about Lois?" "Lois? She is sharp, stubborn, and full of ambition. It is this imperfect truth that makes Clark not need to pretend." Lois's persistence in the truth and Clark's desire to protect are the same. She pursues justice as a reporter, and Clark protects the weak with his superpowers. These values are highly consistent. Peter paused. "So I think Lois is more suitable for Clark, but in the end it is Clark who makes the decision." "What about you?" Jane suddenly turned the topic to Peter and asked with interest, "Who do you think is right for you, me, Kara, or Diana?" Peter, a drop of cold sweat dripped from his head. Peter felt that he was facing a critical choice now. If he was not careful, he would be at risk of being chopped by a hatchet. "I think each of you is good, Jane. You are all my wings. If any of you were missing when dealing with Darkseid before, I don't think I would have succeeded." Peter deliberately pretended to be stupid and replied. Jane was obviously not satisfied with this answer. She wanted to continue talking, but suddenly she sensed something and raised her head to look towards the entrance of the cafe. Seeing two students who looked like they were from Smallville High School, she frowned. The presence of one of the male students made her look twice more. Peter narrowed his eyes when he saw the body emitting cold air. Sean, who was noticed by Peter and Jane, was leaving the cafe with a girl he was dating. He was wearing a thick flannel shirt and jacket, but he felt like he was standing naked in a Siberian blizzard. The heating in the cafe was turned on very high, and some other customers even took off their coats, but Sean only felt that the warmth was like a thick wall of ice. The coldness that lingered in his body after the night on the ice lake was greedily sucking every tiny bit of heat around him. The fresh warmth of life emanating from the girl he was dating at this time was like a bonfire in the dark, which had a fatal attraction to him. "Sean, are you really not going to order another drink? You look, still a little cold." Jenna, the girl he was dating, saw that something was wrong with Sean and asked him in a low voice. Sean forced himself to retract his hands under his clothes, clenched his fists, and dug his nails deep into his palms. No, no thanks, his voice was a little dry. I'm fine, just a little tired from training last night. He didn't dare look into the other's eyes, afraid of revealing the uncontrollable hunger in his eyes. I watched that game. Your last sprint was amazing, Jenner said to him excitedly. Brian said you are now strong enough to knock over a truck? Is that true? Brian exaggerates. Sean uttered a few words with difficulty, but his body was like being attracted by a magnet, uncontrollably and extremely slowly moving an inch closer to Jenner. The heat of life in Jenner's body was no longer a bonfire, but a blazing furnace. The warmth continuously penetrated into his cold body, soothing the coldness deep into his bones, bringing a sense of comfort that was almost dizzy. He greedily absorbed it, and his consciousness began to blur. We have to go. My parents are not here tonight. Sean, do you want to come? The girl Jenna did not notice Sean's abnormality and whispered to him. Of course, I'm willing to do so, Sean reacted and agreed quickly. He couldn't wait to absorb the heat from the other person's body. Night. Jenna's house. Jenna, who was looking forward to the next activity, washed herself in the bathroom and walked towards her bedroom. She felt a little cold and wrapped her bathrobe tightly. But to her surprise, there was no Sean in the bedroom. She turned around with some doubts, and what she saw was Sean's blue face. She was startled, and her face was full of shock and fear. Shao. Sean, Jenna's voice began to tremble, with incomprehensible fear. She looked at Sean, her eyes full of confusion and fear. She clearly felt that the source of the sudden biting cold was just opposite. Her lips quickly lost their blood color, turned blue and purple, and trembled slightly. It's so cold, what's going on? She tried to hug herself tightly, her teeth began to chatter, and the bathrobe seemed to have lost all its warmth-keeping function. At this moment, Sean stretched out his hand and reached towards Jenna's body, who was terrified. On Jenna's long eyelashes, tiny, crystal-clear ice crystals were condensing and growing wildly. The ice crystals covered her trembling eyelashes and even began to spread to her eyelids. No. No. Stay away from me, Jenna squeezed out a terrified voice from her throat. She wanted to push him away and escape. But her body seemed to be frozen in place. In the extremely terrified eyes, Jenna's arms that were wrapped around herself fell down weakly, and her fingertips showed a dead gray-white color, and the blood vessels under the skin were clearly visible. The touching blush on her face completely disappeared, replaced by a marble-like, lifeless paleness. Her eyes were still wide open, with extreme fear frozen in them, staring at Sean. Then, the fear also solidified. A thin and transparent layer of ice, like a masterpiece completed by the coldest artist in an instant, began to spread from her eyelashes covered with ice crystals, and quickly covered her smooth forehead, the tip of her upturned nose, and her frozen purple lips. In just a few seconds, the girl standing opposite Sean became a lifelike ice sculpture. After absorbing the other's heat and turning Jenna into an ice sculpture, Sean let out a long breath. He felt extremely cold before, but now he felt much better. After looking at Jenna, Sean turned away expressionlessly. He didn't like her, and compared to her, he liked Courtney more. Now that he had this superpower, no one could stop him, not even Peter Patrick Jr. The next day, early in the morning. Smallville High School. Star-Lord and Courtney came to school together. Hey, Courtney, Sean called Courtney in the corridor. Can we chat? Courtney glanced at Star-Lord and said to Sean, of course, we can chat here. Star-Lord is my friend. I don't think you mind, right? Star-Lord felt a little embarrassed and touched his nose, wanting to leave, but Sean said directly, the Cobra Band will perform in town tomorrow. I bought 2 tickets. Can I invite you? Faced with Sean's sudden invitation, Courtney was stunned for a moment. Then she turned her eyes to Star-Lord and immediately thought of using him as a shield. Sorry, I already have an appointment. After showing an apologetic smile to Sean, Courtney took Star-Lord's arm and left. Star-Lord looked straight ahead and said to Courtney on the way to the classroom, are you using me as a shield? You don't want to. Actually, you are not my ideal type. My ideal type is a girl named Gamora. Well, it's better to call her a woman. Star-Lord smacked his lips and said to her. Who is Gamora? An alien woman. Very different. Her father is Thanos, but for the sake of universe peace, she still rebelled against her father. Courtney looked as if she had realized something. You also said that you are not an alien, and the girls you like are all aliens. Star-Lord, he felt that some of the explanations were not clear. In the distance, looking at Courtney and Star-Lord's intimate conversation, Sean's face showed a cruel look. Since Star-Lord wanted to stop him, he would completely make him speechless forever. Chapter 962. The new father-in-law has arrived and launched a gorgeous rebellion against my father. The next day, at night. On the day when the meteor shower fell, Peter appeared near the farmland as soon as it got dark. Peter kept looking at his watch, and waited until 8:15 before the meteor shower began to fall. At this time, Louise, who was left behind by Peter, also rushed to the farmland with her photographic equipment. While looking for Peter, Louise paid attention to the movement in the sky. At 8:15, the sky was completely ignited by a huge meteor shower. This was not an ordinary astronomical wonder. Countless burning fragments dragged long, colorful light tails, tearing through the thick clouds, making a deafening scream, like the gods throwing burning javelins at the earth. Bang! 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 The deafening sound rang out, and the earth trembled slightly in the dense impact vibrations. The air was filled with ozone, burnt dust, and some indescribable smell. Star-Lord stood on the porch of his farmhouse, his hands in his jacket pockets, frowning as he looked at the violent rain. Dad's father worry army, those children with different abilities, almost all come with similar extraterrestrial visitors. Every time a gorgeous meteor falls, it means that his life, which is already troublesome enough, will usher in a family member with troublesome attributes. Because he knew that this meteor shower was coming, Star-Lord deliberately canceled the concert in the small town and stayed on the farm just to witness this strange scene. What is it this time? Star-Lord muttered in a low voice, scanning the fields illuminated by the flames of meteors with sharp eyes. An especially bright meteor with a green tail flame caught his attention. This meteor did not disappear after passing through the sky like other fragments, but with a clear purpose and stable trajectory, it dived towards the cornfield deep in his farm like a precision-guided missile. Oh my God! Star-Lord took a deep breath, grabbed the energy pistol leaning against the door without hesitation, and strode into the depths of the cornfield. The sharp edges of the corn leaves scraped his coat, making a rustling sound. The cold smell of interstellar dust in the air became stronger. At the same time, Lois also noticed this special meteor falling. Holding her camera, she immediately ran to the place where the meteor fell. But soon Lois stopped. Because she saw a figure in front of her. Sean Miller originally wanted to come to Patrick's farm to make trouble for Star-Lord. But the insatiable coldness in his body from the Krypton-contaminated ice lake surged up. Just when he was about to be tortured to the point of being unable to bear it, he unexpectedly sensed Lois Lane. This living, mobile heat source emitting powerful life heat. Especially on this chaotic night of meteor showers, it was a godsend. In his eyes, Lois's running figure was a blazing, irresistible bonfire in the cold night. Hunger overwhelmed the last bit of reason. The green light in Sean's eyes suddenly lit up, like a wolf lurking in the dark, suddenly jumping out of the shadows, aiming directly at the unsuspecting Louise. The opponent's speed was amazingly fast, with a biting cold, and the air seemed to condense into ice crystals wherever he passed. Sean opened his hand and locked the prey in his eyes in advance, ready to completely devour and freeze this warm fire of life. Louise felt an indescribable chill instantly enveloped her whole body. Her running movements suddenly froze. And her blood seemed to coagulate. She looked back in horror, only to see a figure wrapped in a cold breath rushing in front of her. No, Louise only had time to let out a short scream. Just when Sean's hand was about to touch Louise's neck, at the critical moment. Boom, the loud sound of the impact overwhelmed the roar of other meteors. A dazzling green light accompanied by a strong shock wave burst out from the depths nearby, instantly overwhelming the light of other falling objects. The strong air wave crushed the corn stalks in pieces, forming a huge radial depression. The two people who fell to the ground by the shock wave ignored the pain and looked in the direction of the falling object with shocked eyes. The scene in front of them made Louise's breath choke. At the center of the impact point, the soil was instantly vitrified by the high temperature, forming a shallow pit with green smoke. At the bottom of the pit, a strange-shaped cocoon lay quietly. It was not any Kryptonian or alien technology style that Louise had seen before, but more like a creation that combined future technology with mysterious magic patterns. Countless complex runes were etched on the streamlined silver metal shell. Those lights flowed slowly on the metal surface like living things, exuding a cold and majestic atmosphere. At this moment, the cocoon was emitting a low hum, and the hatch opened with a click. Cold white mist spread out from it. The mist dissipated, and a small figure appeared. Inside was a little girl who looked only 4 or 5 years old. She was wearing a slightly loose, knight-style silver gray one-piece for children. Her fluffy, short hair, like molten gold, was a little messy, setting off a delicate face like a doll. The most eye-catching thing was her eyes. The little girl had a pair of emerald green eyes, which were clear and transparent, but in the depths there was a sharpness that was completely not for children, and she looked sharp and a little arrogant. In her little hand, she was still tightly holding a long sword that was longer than her body. The hilt was inlaid with rubies, exuding a heart-pounding chill. Sean was also stunned by this scene. He didn't expect that he would see aliens in the town. People in the town said that the Padrick family was aliens. He didn't believe it at first, but now he was near Padrick's farm and saw aliens coming, so he couldn't help but believe the rumor a little. Seeing Louise standing up and trying to escape, Sean didn't care about the aliens and immediately got up and chased Louise. But at this time, the little girl in the spaceship also moved. Her small body burst out with terrifying strength and speed that was totally inconsistent with her size. The knight's sword in the little girl's hand hummed, and burst into fiery red magic light. The red light was violent and burned everything, which perfectly matched the killing intent burning in her green eyes. There was no hesitation, no hesitation. The fighting instinct engraved in the depths of the soul of the rebellious knight and the absolute will to eliminate threats had awakened at the moment she arrived. Ha! A crisp but cold childish voice sounded, like the sharp sound of a sword being unsheathed. The sword flashed. What the little girl released was not a complicated move, but just the most primitive, direct and fastest horizontal slash. The target was Sean's arm that was stretched out to Louise, and his neck that was slightly tilted forward in astonishment. Puff! The red magic sword blade was like a hot knife cutting through butter, penetrating Sean's skin and muscle tissue that had become tough due to the kryptonite energy without any hindrance, and there was not even time to freeze anything. With a teeth-grinding cutting sound, dark red liquid splashed out, and an arm was cut off at the shoulder, flying and falling into the corn bushes next to it. But the sword's momentum did not stop. The blade's trajectory drew a tiny arc in the air, and it passed Sean's throat with incredible precision. Swish! A very thin line of blood appeared on Sean's neck. His forward movement froze instantly, and the light in his eyes was replaced by incredible horror. Sean opened his mouth, but could only make a hoarse sound of leaking air. For the first time, the cold feeling of death enveloped him so realistically. Sean's body shook, and with the blood gushing out of his neck, he fell forward heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and was completely motionless. The whole process happened in a flash, so fast that the fear on Louise's face had not even had time to fully unfold, and it solidified into confusion and shock. She stared blankly at the small blonde figure holding the bloody knight's sword, her mind blank. What happened just now? The guy who attacked her was killed by a 3 or 4-year-old child with one sword? The girl's small body stood upright in the night wind, and her short golden hair fluttered without wind. Star-Lord, who happened to come, also witnessed the scene in front of him. Looking at the body of the classmate he had just seen yesterday lying on the ground, and then looking at the little girl who killed her, Star-Lord was shocked. Is this his new sister? Killed a meteorite monster right away. Just when Star-Lord was in a mess, Peter finally appeared at the scene. Peter looked at the young figure holding the bloody knight sword in indifferent eyes, then looked at Sean's body on the ground, whose head and body were almost separated, and finally his eyes fell on Louise, who was still in shock and almost speechless. Well, this is the real father worry, killing one right away. Taking a deep breath, Peter walked towards the little girl. Seeing the knight's outfit, Peter knew that the other party was Mordred, and it was the Type Moon version of the naughty child Mordred. Little Mordred tilted her head, and there was no expression on her delicate face. She raised the little hand that was not holding the sword, and pointed to Peter's direction, and a word popped out of her mouth in confusion. Father. Peter was about to speak, and countless information about the father-worried person suddenly flooded into his mind. After absorbing the information, Peter walked to the side of the spaceship and took out a beautifully shaped long sword from it. This sword was the sword of promised victory given to him by the system. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and Peter pulled out the sword of promised victory, and then walked in front of Mordred in her surprised eyes and stretched out his hand to her. I am your father and your master, Mordred, can your father hug you? At this time, Mordred didn't understand much. She vaguely felt that only the person who pulled out the sword was the father, and the man in front of her didn't make her hate him. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and hugged Peter. Chapter 963, The Farm Does Not Welcome Rebellious Knights. Peter held the blonde knight who had just arrived and was now sleeping. His left hand tightly grasped a legendary sword of promised victory, a gift from the system. The cold metal texture came through his palm. He stared at the brilliance flowing on the sword and fell into deep thought. This sword, born with the legend of King Arthur, symbolizes the power of domination and destruction. It is the proof of heroism and the embodiment of royal power. It is known as the Sword of Swords. However, the gender of the little Mordred in his arms proved a truth. That is, she did not come from the long river of history and reality, but from the Type Moon world full of magic and legends of heroes. There, the status of this holy sword is even more transcendent. It is not forged by mortal hands, but is bred by the will of the planet itself, based on human faith, and crystalline inside the planet. It is the strongest fantasy and one of the ultimate divine weapons. Its power lies in its ability to transform the magic power of the holder into pure light, which is released from the sword tip and turned into a torrent of beams that burn everything. In the Fourth Holy Grail War, it evaporated a sea demon with one blow. Its terrifying scale and destructive power were classified as an anti-city treasure that could shake a city. Unfortunately, Peter weighed the holy sword that contained the power of the planet, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was not a magician from the Type Moon world, and the magic circuits flowing in his body were not. How to activate this sword and guide its destructive power was not a simple matter for him. It seemed that he had to take some time to go to England and visit those old-fashioned magicians. Perhaps he could find clues from their dusty books and strange rituals. Then Peter's eyes moved to the scabbard that appeared with the holy sword. Compared with the holy sword that can only be used as a decoration at present, the value of this simple and gorgeous scabbard may be even more amazing. The scabbard symbolizes absolute protection. According to legend, the great sage Merlin once asked King Arthur, "Sword and sheath, which one do you choose?" Arthur chose the sword without hesitation, so Merlin sighed, "Foolish. The value of the sheath is far greater than the sword." Now, this legendary protective sheath that can block all harm is in Peter's hands. Although it is not clear where its limit is and whether it can withstand Darkseid's Omega rays, it should not be a problem to block Azu's heat vision. Stroking his chin beard, Peter couldn't help but complain. The system was unusually generous this time, and directly packed up the top holy relics in the Type Moon world and sent them here. Holding the sheath, Peter even had a more outrageous idea in his mind. If he got another holy grail, could he also summon the Night King, Saber, in the blue skirt? After thinking about it for a while, Peter looked down at the little Mordred sleeping soundly in his arms, and decided to deal with this little ancestor first. On the other side, Lois Lane couldn't believe her eyes. She witnessed with her own eyes the little girl who had fierce eyes and killed Sean with a sword. But after a few gentle words from Peter, she actually fell asleep like this? And was held in his arms so naturally? Could it be? Lois's heart was stirred, and the sharp mind of a professional reporter was working rapidly. Did Peter's previous children of various shapes and abilities come back in this way? She looked at the posture of Peter holding little Mordred skillfully. This guy is not a farmer at all. Is he the god in charge of picking up children? Lois couldn't help but complain in her heart, and was shocked and speechless about Peter's mysterious affinity, or attraction. Compared with Lois's shock, Star-Lord's reaction seemed much calmer. After all, he had seen too many similar scenes of brothers and sisters falling from the sky in this farm. He just quickly adjusted his mentality after the initial surprise, and turned his eyes to Sean's cold body on the ground, frowning. "Dad," Star-Lord's voice was confused and a little heavy. "What happened to him?" "Sean is my classmate. I saw him talking to Courtney yesterday." "Why is he?" He looked at Mordred in Peter's arms and found that the little guy was already unconscious, with his mouth slightly open and breathing evenly, completely different from the sharpness when he was swinging the sword just now. Peter walked closer with Mordred in his arms, glanced at Sean's body, and explained in a low voice, "He may have been accidentally irradiated by meteorite fragments, and his body has mutated, gaining some kind of superpower that needs to absorb other people's heat. He attacked Louise because he couldn't control his body's hunger for heat." When Peter and Jane were drinking coffee at the Talon Club, he used his perspective eyes to scan Sean and found that there was indeed a trace of kryptonite in his body. Hearing Peter's explanation, Star-Lord had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and remembered the embarrassing scene yesterday when Courtney used him as a shield to deal with Sean. It is estimated that Sean came here to avenge himself. Star-Lord felt a little speechless. This guy probably didn't expect that he would be so unlucky and run into this little righteous ancestor who came from heaven. Putting Sean's matter aside, Star-Lord pointed at Mordred in Peter's arms and asked in a complicated tone, "Dad, what's her name?" "Mordred Padraic," Peter replied. "Mordred," Star-Lord repeated in a low voice, his eyebrows slightly raised. "How come this name sounds exactly like the rebellious knight who killed his father in the legend of King Arthur?" He looked at little Mordred again suspiciously, but the other party's obvious little girl gender made him immediately deny this absurd association. Star-Lord shook his head and threw this overly terrifying idea out of his mind. Back at Padraic's farm, the news that Peter brought back a new member immediately caused a family meeting-level shock. The most intense reaction was from Bomb, who claimed to be Dad's only caring little cotton-padded jacket. "Dad," Bomb rushed to Peter like a purple whirlwind, with his hands on his hips, and his newly tied pink braids almost stood up in anger, and his little face was full of dissatisfaction. "Who is she?" She pointed at Mordred, who was still sleeping in Peter's arms, her tone full of vigilance of her territory being invaded. "There are already so many people in our family. Even the father who runs a tavern in the Black Alley doesn't pick up babies like you. And," she emphasized, her voice rising, "it's enough for my daughter to have one Teresa. Now there's another one? Where is my place? Don't you love me anymore?" Baku's logic is simple and direct. Dad's love is limited. And the number of daughters is also limited. Teresa stood a little further away, holding her stuffed cat. At first, her thoughts were similar to Baku's, and she was a little displeased with his sister who suddenly broke in. But when her eyes fell on Mordred, the little face that looked heroic even in his sleep, the resistance inexplicably dissipated a little. Her sight was immediately attracted by the knight's sword that Mordred never let go of even in his sleep and held tightly in his arms. Teresa tilted her head, and a hint of interest flashed in her eyes. "Daddy," Teresa's voice was much softer than Bakugo's, with a hint of curiosity. "She's cute, but she feels different." She pointed at the knight's sword. "I think she looks like a knight." Her intuition captured the innate warrior temperament of Mordred. "You're right, dear." Peter freed one hand and gently rubbed Teresa's hair, with an approving smile on his face. "She is indeed a knight, a very special, rebellious knight." After explaining to Teresa, Peter went to comfort Bakugo. Clark looked at the other fathers on the farm with a gentle but inquiring look. Azua had an unhappy expression on his face. Horace observed the new member with a calm look. He already knew the origin of his alien visitor and was not too surprised to see another compatriot coming on a shooting star. However, the competition for farm resources and the dilution of Peter's attention still made the air filled with a sense of vigilance. After all, the Father's Alliance has one more member, and it looks like he is definitely not a good person. 2 days later, the golden sunset dyed the wheat waves of the Kansas farm into golden ocean. The air was filled with a warm fragrance of hay and oil baked by the sun. Mordred changed into fitted sportswear and stood in the shadow of the barn like a little sentinel. His green eyes were like a vigilant young animal, scanning the overly quiet land sharply. The only sounds around were the rustling of the wind across the corn leaves and the rustling sound of running. Suddenly, a furry border collie puppy, like a cream-colored ball of fur, suddenly rolled out from behind the haystack. The puppy was only the size of a palm, with grass clippings on its fur. Its 4 short legs stumbled towards Mordred's new sneakers, and pressed its wet and cool nose against her shoe surface, whimpering weakly and aggrievedly. Mordred was stunned, her face wrinkled instantly, her green eyes full of confusion and a subtle sense of helplessness. She subconsciously kicked her legs with a bit of knightly reserve, trying to drive the unknown creature away. Unexpectedly, this clumsy action was misunderstood by the puppy as a warm invitation. The little guy immediately became excited, raised his short front paws, and tried to pull Mordred's calves. The furry little tail was shaking so fast that it almost became a phantom. It raised its wet, pure black grape eyes, unblinkingly reflecting Mordred's tense and slightly majestic face. After a few seconds of stalemate, the knight's majesty was finally defeated by the furry cuteness. Little Mordred sighed as if resigned to his fate, squatted down, and with a little hesitation and curiosity, stretched out his little hand to the other party. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 964 Father, That is the holy sword that symbolizes the authority of the farm. The puppy immediately placed its front paws on the back of her small hand with joy, and its pink little tongue licked Mordred's fingers in a flattering manner. The warm, moist, and vital touch penetrated her skin and reached her palm, bringing a strange and unfamiliar warmth. Stroking the soft fur of the puppy, little Mordred subconsciously took off the baseball cap on her head. Her golden hair was immediately blown by the breeze, looking a little messy. She seemed to feel that this was not in line with her chivalry. Her little face flushed slightly, and she tried to tidy up her hair clumsily. But her eyes were soon attracted by the puppy in her arms, and her originally tense expression softened unconsciously. The puppy seemed to sense her softening, and took advantage of it to get into her arms, rubbing its furry little head against her neck intimately, and making a satisfied purring sound in its throat. Little Mordred's body froze instantly, as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization. After a few seconds, she cautiously and experimentally poked the puppy's bulging, round belly with one finger. Mordred deliberately kept her voice straight and said to the puppy, "Hey, little thing. I won't play with you." The puppy was not threatened at all. Instead, it turned over comfortably, with its 4 little paws facing the sky, revealing its soft and tender belly. Its big watery eyes looked at her, defenseless and ready to be picked, ravaged. This unreserved, trusting attitude completely stunned Mordred. A strange, warm feeling came over her. After that, little Mordred buried his face deeply in the puppy's soft, fluffy fur that smelled of sunshine and grass, and rubbed it almost ferociously. The puppy, who had been ravaged for a while, finally found a chance to break free. It jumped away nimbly, picked up a dead branch on the ground, and rushed into the golden wheat field like a little warrior. It ran a few steps, stopped, turned back to the direction of Mordred, and barked crisply and invitingly. Little Mordred's green eyes lit up instantly, as if the fighting spirit was ignited. "Want to challenge the knight? Little thing. You are very courageous." Mordred's mouth curled up in excited arc, and his small body burst out at an amazing speed, chasing out like an arrow from a string. The puppy shuttled flexibly among the undulating wheat waves, and little Mordred deliberately slowed down. When the puppy finally collapsed on the edge of the field with its tongue hanging out and panting, Mordred happened to catch up with it. Then she knelt on one knee and raised the dead branch that the puppy had carried high above her head. The golden light of dusk penetrated the gaps between the dead branches, casting mottled and dancing light spots on her heroic little face. "Watch out, this is a knight's gorgeous blow." Mordred used all his strength to exaggeratedly swing down the holy sword in his hand. However, the opponent on the ground did not play by the rules at all. The exhausted puppy saw the weapon swinging down, and instinctively pounced on it, biting the other end of the branch, and let out a fierce and ferocious growl in his throat like protecting food. "Ah! Let go. This is my sword," little Mordred screamed and pulled back subconsciously. A man and a dog, for a dead branch, rolled into a ball on the soft haystack, laughing and mingling with the childish barking. Peter stood by the fence not far away, watching this scene quietly. The golden light of the setting sun shone on him, and also illuminated the golden little figure rolling into a ball with the puppy in the wheat field. The cold little killing machine that landed in the meteor shower a few days ago was now exuding the pure joy of a child. This contrast unexpectedly relaxed Peter's tense mood, and a smile rose unconsciously on his lips. "Father," the sharp-eyed little Mordred spotted Peter's figure, and immediately left the puppy that was still chewing the branch, ran 2 steps, returned to pick up the puppy, and sprinted towards Peter with all his strength. Bang! The little Mordred rushed too fast and didn't break. Like a small cannonball, he crashed into Peter's arms, almost knocking him off balance. The puppy was sandwiched between them and whimpered in grievance. Peter steadied himself and hugged the 2 furry creatures in his arms. "Be careful, little knight." Little Mordred raised his rosy little face, his green eyes sparkling, and raised the dizzy puppy in his arms a little higher as if offering a treasure, and asked excitedly, "Father, look. She is so cute. Do you like the puppy?" "Yes." Mordred raised his head and thanked Peter. "Thank you, Father." After being picked up by Peter and brought to the farm, Mordred quickly adapted to farm life. Mordred, who was only 4 or 5 years old, did not remember how she came here, nor did she have any memories of the previous era of King Arthur. She only had a vague understanding of the etiquette of knights and how to wield a knight's sword that was as tall as herself. Mordred had a natural intimacy with Peter, who brought her home. It was as if she had known her father a long time ago. Although she was only 4 or 5 years old, little Mordred didn't care much about other people on the farm. She only cared about her father. In his heart, Mordred longed for his father and wanted to be recognized by him. Now that he had many brothers and sisters at home, he had such an idea after just 2 days. "Father, thank you for the gift," Mordred thanked Peter happily. Peter looked at the undisguised expectation and joy of sharing in his little daughter's eyes, stretched out his hand to rub her sweaty blonde hair, and gently scratched the puppy's chin. The puppy squinted comfortably and licked Peter's fingers. "Why don't we give her a name, Father? What do you want to name it? Why not call it Murphy?" Peter was stunned. Why is it called this name? He remembered that Mordred's mother was called Morgan Le Fay. Is it just a coincidence? "I don't know, Father, I just think this name is very good." Mordred, who was a child at heart, quickly put this question behind him. "Wait for me, Father, I'll be back soon." She excitedly put down Murphy, ran back to her room on the farm, took the sword that came with her, and said to Peter, "Father, can you practice swordplay with me?" "Practice swordplay?" "Yes, Father." "No. Can't you?" Mordred asked a little uneasily. "No, of course." Peter shook his head, thinking that he was overthinking. Although the child's treasure was called rebellion against my gorgeous father, he shouldn't stab himself now. After a cough, Peter's mind moved slightly, and the sword of the promised victory appeared in his hand. When he stretched out his hand to hold the cold hilt inlaid with star-like gems, an indescribable pulsation instantly spread from his palm to his whole body. It was as if the dormant ancient will was awakened a little. The sword body seemed to emit an extremely faint, almost inaudible sound. When little Mordred saw the sword in Peter's hand, his eyes widened instantly. The innate information in his mind told him that this sword was a holy sword that symbolized royal power and strength. This should be the holy sword that symbolized the authority of his father's farm, right? "I want it so much." Little Mordred subconsciously clenched the hilt of her sword, as if this would give her some support. She looked at Peter, her green eyes full of excitement. "Father, can we start?" Peter just smiled slightly. He held the sword in one hand and made an extremely basic, even casual, starting move. "Come on, little knight, let me see how your gorgeous strike is." He deliberately used the words she said when she was playing with a puppy to tease her. Mordred's little face immediately tightened, and her heart was instantly replaced by a burning desire to fight. She wanted to prove that she was qualified to get her father's holy sword. "Father, here I come." She took a deep breath, her short legs kicked the ground fiercely, and her petite body was like a golden arrow that had been released from a string, rushing towards Peter with an indomitable momentum. The knight's sword in her hand was filled with all her concentration and strength, cutting through the air with a sharp swoosh sound. The target was Peter's wrist holding the holy sword. She wanted to try to get her father's sword out of her hand. Peter's eyes flashed with approval, but his movements were so fast that they were blurred. He just turned his wrist slightly, and the heavy holy sword seemed to be as light as nothing in his hand. The sword body was raised like a living thing, just right across the path of Mordred's stab. Dang! A crisp and melodious sound of metal clashing rang out. The tip of little Mordred's sword accurately pierced the broad spine of the holy sword. An overwhelming and unstoppable recoil force was transmitted along her sword body. Mordred only felt a violent shock in his palm, and his small body was pushed back several steps by this force before he could barely stand firm. Steadying his body, little Mordred stared at the holy sword emitting the cold moonlight, and then looked at Peter's relaxed posture. "Father, you are so awesome," she couldn't help but blurt out, her voice full of undisguised admiration. Then, her little face showed a strong unwillingness and a more ardent fighting spirit. "Come again." The following practice was more like Peter's one-sided guidance and feeding. Peter only had to do the most basic blocking and unloading, guiding Mordred to adjust his pace, force angle and attack rhythm. Every time the swords intersected, the crisp sound lifted little Mordred's spirits. As time went on, Peter felt the pulse of the holy sword in his hand becoming clearer and clearer. This holy sword forged on the planet seemed to have a strange resonance with a little knight in front of him who had the blood of King Arthur. Chapter 965, The Knights of the Round Table in Patrick's backyard are hiding murderous intentions. Just when Peter felt that the sword of promise and victory in his hand was a little strange, a deep and grand hum suddenly sounded. The air in front of the entire barn seemed to vibrate with it. The blade of the sword of promise and victory no longer reflected the starlight, but suddenly burst out from the inside with an extremely blazing and pure golden light that was too pure to look directly at. The light was like the rising sun, instantly dispelling all the darkness within a radius of dozens of meters. The strong light coated the barn, the haystack, Peter's figure, and the little Mordred in the distance with a layer of flowing gold. The surrounding plants that had not yet been harvested seemed to have turned into a flowing golden ocean under the reflection of this light. The light was not a beam cannon, but pure energy condensed and boiled on the sword, flowing like lava. The terrifying sense of oppression, the majestic power that seemed to be able to cut through space and reshape the terrain, even if it was just triggered, was enough to shock anyone who sensed its existence. Seeing the scene in front of him, little Mordred was completely stunned. Her small body was stiff, her green eyes were completely occupied by the brilliant golden light, and she looked at Peter Patrick holding the holy sword in shock. The scene in front of her, just a blooming of the sword's own light, the energy level contained in it, and the vast feeling that seemed to be connected to the pulse of the planet, made little Mordred feel that her soul was trembling. Father, Father, little Mordred's voice was as weak as a whisper, with an uncontrollable tremor and a kind of awe that was almost worshipful. Her small body couldn't help but lean forward slightly, as if attracted by the light and wanted to get closer to the source of power. The light lasted only a few seconds, and Peter felt mentally exhausted. He thought and slowly put down his arm. The boiling golden light on the holy sword quickly extinguished like the ebb tide, and finally turned back to the ancient and quiet holy sword, as if the earth-shaking scene just now was just an illusion. But the smell left in the air and the shocking light in little Mordred's eyes that could not be dissipated for a long time proved that everything that had just happened was real. Peter leaned the holy sword on the ground, panting slightly, with a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that just trying to draw out a little power would have such an effect. And he felt that he didn't fully call on the power inside the holy sword, but only triggered a little power inside. It was estimated that he was still some distance away from releasing the light cannon. Peter was thinking about how to develop the holy sword, and little Mordred rushed over. Father, Mordred rushed to Peter, opened his arms, and plunged into Peter's arms, rubbing his little head hard on his solid chest. Father is so powerful. So powerful. She was so excited that she was a little incoherent, and finally swallowed the last name back, but just hugged Peter more tightly. The little lolly's voice came out from his arms with a strong sense of dependence. Father is the most powerful. Peter lowered his head and looked at the little guy in his arms, who was hanging on him like a little koala, and trembling with excitement. Feeling his daughter's unreserved trust and admiration, Peter felt a warm current in his heart. He put down the holy sword and rubbed Mordred's sweaty golden short hair with a little pampering. Well, Peter's low voice was particularly gentle in the night. In order to protect my little knight, Father must be a little more powerful. After rubbing Mordred's hair vigorously, Peter cast his eyes towards the sunset in the distance. He did not notice the desire for the sort of promised victory flashing in Mordred's eyes. The next day, the midday sun sprinkled on the spacious backyard of Patrick's farm. A heavy oak long table was placed under the shade of the tree, piled with a lot of food, a whole chicken roasted to golden oil, a mountain of creamed corn, and a bread basket with wheat aroma. There was also a large bowl of chocolate cookies that Raven tried to make, but it was obviously half-burnt. She insisted that the burnt part has a unique flavor. Little Mordred sat on a specially raised chair next to Peter, wearing a fitted sportswear, with her back straight, trying to maintain the demeanor of the knight. She barely touched the food in front of her, and her green eyes, like a vigilant cat, scanned each of the brothers and sisters at the table calmly. These were the other brothers and sisters who had a complicated bond with him in the words of their father. For some reason, little Mordred suddenly remembered the Knights of the Round Table. Although she could not read yet, the stories about the Knights of the Round Table seemed to be engraved in her mind. Little Mordred was daydreaming, and the spoon filled with corn kernels was deliberately clinked by Popo, who was sitting next to her. Her pink and purple braids swayed with her exaggerated movements, and her eyes were full of undisguised scrutiny and dissatisfaction. Hey, new guy, Bertugo pointed his eyes at Mordred and asked with an unhappy tone, I heard that you killed a meteorite monster the day you first arrived? That toy sword you used? She deliberately dragged out the word toy and glanced at the knight's sword that Mordred carefully placed beside his legs. Mordred's little face instantly tightened, and his eyes looked at Bertugo sharply. It's not a toy. Mordred's voice was crisp but with unquestionable coldness. Clarent, the shining king's sword, is the proof of the knight. Killing the enemy is the duty of a knight. Her little hands subconsciously clenched the hilt, and her knuckles turned slightly white. Hearing Mordred's words, Azu, who was sitting opposite, chuckled. Azu was cutting a roast chicken, and the corners of his mouth curled up with his signature fake smile. Knight? Duty? Little one, this is not your fairy tale kingdom. And you are not a knight. Azu's eyes swept over Mordred, shrugged his shoulders and said to her. Unconvinced, Mordred was about to stand up and retort, when a warm and steady hand gently pressed on her small shoulder. Peter's gentle voice rang in her ears, "Eat, little Morty." While comforting Mordred, Peter glared at Azu. This naughty child is already an adult, and he still cares about a child? Hearing Peter's words, Mordred's tense body relaxed slightly, but the look he gave Azu was still full of hostility and vigilance. Mordred, Clark looked at Mordred with his blue eyes, showing kindness and concern. He picked up a relatively intact cookie baked by Teresa and handed it to Mordred across the table. It's baked by Teresa. The taste is very unique. Try it. Mordred looked at Clark's gentle smile and the cookie he handed over, and then looked at Peter's encouraging eyes, and hesitated. Then she carefully took the cookie, but did not eat it immediately, but put it on her own plate. She seemed a little overwhelmed by Clark's kindness. She just nodded slightly and whispered, "Thank you." Although her attitude was still a little distant, her hostility had obviously dissipated a lot. Horace sat at the other end of the long table, eating quietly, his eyes as deep and calm as an ancient well. His eyes occasionally swept over Mordred, without the obvious malice like Azu, nor the direct kindness like Clark. Although Horace was very interested in Mordred's background and abilities, he would not take the initiative to ask. After all, as the first commander of the Emperor Father, stability is the most important thing. If she asked now, she might provoke the hostility of this little girl. Mordred, Teresa smiled at Mordred, pointing to the cookie Clark gave her on Mordred's plate, with expectation on her little face. "Mordred, dear, you can try it. Although it's a little burned, I put chocolate beans in it myself." She was completely unaware of the undercurrent just now, and her mind was simply to share her masterpiece. Mordred was stunned by Teresa's sudden enthusiasm. She looked at the cookie with a slightly twisted shape, and then looked at Teresa's bright and expectant eyes. Teresa's kindness relaxed her tense nerves a little. She picked up the cookie hesitantly and took a small bite. The burnt smell mixed with a sweet chocolate smell spread in her mouth, and the taste was indeed very unique. "How is it?" Mordred frowned and swallowed it with difficulty. Looking at Teresa's expectant eyes, he held it in for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. "Not bad." Although the evaluation was not high, at least he didn't spit it out directly, and tried to give feedback. Teresa immediately laughed happily. Yeah, I said that the burnt ones are also delicious." On the other side, Peter looked at the harmonious and hidden scene on the table. The alert little knight, the provocative Bakugo, the arrogant Azu, the gentle Clark, the deep Horace, the simple Teresa, the heartless Star-Lord, Raven who showed her depression on her face, and Loki, who had an indifferent expression on his face. Tom's face was gloomy, and Peter couldn't guess what he was thinking. Only his little cotton-padded jacket had an expression that sincerely welcomed Mordred. He rubbed his eyebrows and felt that the difficulty of managing this father's alliance seemed to be several levels higher than fighting Darkseid. However, seeing that Mordred was still tense after the initial shock, but at least began to try to contact and respond, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Fortunately, the naughty kids only quarreled verbally and did not fight. If they did, he would really worry that he would not be able to control these naughty kids. Lunch continued in a subtle and complex atmosphere. Mordred still sat upright, eating in small bites, her eyes occasionally scanning everyone at the table, like a young knight entering a strange court, carefully evaluating every potential ally or enemy. But when her eyes occasionally swept over Peter's calm profile beside her, she felt inexplicably relaxed. "With my father here, I am not afraid of you Knights of the Round Table." At night, Peter was about to rest when he suddenly heard a shrill siren outside the farm. It seemed that a police car was heading towards the farm. Chapter 966, The Artificial Man. Mordred's IQ suddenly drops. Peter originally thought that the police car was coming in his direction, but he didn't expect that the police car drove directly in front of the farm gate and continued to drive towards the northwest of the town. Peter put down the book on British magic that he borrowed from Zatanna. In order to master the use of the Sword of Promised Victory, Peter has been studying the magic of ancient Britain in addition to teaching the gifted Mordred swordsmanship. Merlin exists in the DC world, and Peter is going to go to Britain in 2 days to see if he can find Merlin, the legendary wizard, and study the use of the Holy Sword. Taking a deep breath, Peter walked to the window and looked outside. Did something happen in the town of Smallville? However, apart from the father's sorrow from the sky and the killing of Sean by little Mordred, there seems to be nothing serious recently. Besides, he has already dealt with Sean's body. He was thinking, and the sky began to drizzle. The night in the town of Smallville was disturbed by a sudden rainstorm. The big raindrops hit the roof and windows violently, and the cold and wet wind howled on the street, tearing the halo of the street lamp into pieces. In the wind and rain, the shrill sound of the police sirens tore through the rain curtain, and the police car with the lights on suddenly braked in front of a slightly old single-family house on the edge of the town. Peter's friend, Sheriff Chandler, was the first to open the car door, and the rain instantly wet his hat brim and uniform. He frowned, one hand on the pistol at his waist, and the other hand raised a strong flashlight. The beam penetrated a dense rain curtain and shot directly at the dark front door of the house. The door was ajar, shaking slightly in the wind and rain, making a tooth-grinding creaking sound. 10 minutes ago, he was on patrol and received a call. The neighbors nearby claimed to have heard continuous and sharp screams coming from Glig's house, and suspected that a gangster had attacked Glig's house. "Stay alert," Chandler said in a low and tense voice to the young police officer Bobby and the senior policewoman Emily, who were also nervous behind him. "The situation is unclear. There may be intruders, or someone inside may be in trouble. Emily, you and I will go in. Bobby, guard the door and call for support and an ambulance, but no one is allowed to come in without my order." The three of them stepped on the slippery steps, and the click sound of their boots stepping on the puddles was particularly clear in the dead rainy night. Chandler took a deep breath and pushed open the half-closed door. Instantly, an indescribable smell hit him in the face, mixed with a damp smell of rain, so strong that it was suffocating. It was a sweet and rotten smell, and a strong smell of blood. The beam of the strong flashlight pierced the darkness of the hallway. Everything in front of me seemed too neat. No, it was not neat, but a creepy, deliberately covered dead silence. Dust was flying in the beam, but the ground and furniture were covered with a thick layer of gray-white substance. "Oh my God!" Officer Emily covered her mouth and nose, resisting the urge to vomit. Chandler's heart sank, and the flashlight beam carefully swept into the depths of the living room. The trajectory of the moving beam illuminated more strange gray-white substances. They were no longer a thin layer, but became thick rope-like structures. Hanging from the ceiling, wrapped around the sofa, coffee table and TV cabinet, turning the entire living room into a huge nest. The beam of Chandler's flashlight finally stopped in the center of the living room. There was a recliner there, and a cocoon that made your scalp explode. A human-shaped cocoon wrapped in countless layers of thick and sticky gray-white spider silk. The cocoon was suspended in the air, and several spider silks as thick as an adult's arm hung from the ceiling, firmly fixing it. The surface of the cocoon was not static. Under the illumination of the flashlight, you could vaguely see subtle, living-like wriggling. Chandler's flashlight trembled uncontrollably, focusing on the face half sealed by the spider silk. He saw the face of a middle-aged woman. The woman's eyes were wide open, and her pupils had expanded to the limit due to extreme fear and suffocation, almost occupying the entire wide of her eyes. Her mouth was wide open at an angle that was the limit of the human mandible, forming a silent screaming posture. The gray and sticky spider silk was like melted wax, covering her mouth and nose. Even a few strands got into her wide-open mouth and solidified inside. Her face, as well as her exposed neck and arms, were covered with dense, tiny holes that could cause intensive phobia. The edges of those holes were black and slightly concave, as if they had been gnawed by countless corrosive mouth parts. The most deadly was her chest, where the spider silk cocoon was dyed dark brown. An irregular hole the size of a bowl pierced through the cocoon shell in her chest cavity, with torn muscle tissue and broken ribs on the edge. The heart, lungs, seemed to be hollowed out by something. Only sticky blood plasma and broken tissues stuck to the spider silk at the edge of the hole, reflecting a strange dark red luster under the flashlight. Ugh, the young female police officer Emily couldn't hold it in any longer. The strong visual impact and the mixed stench directly overwhelmed her stomach. She turned around and rushed out of the door, holding the pillar of the porch and vomiting violently. Chandler felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his palms holding the gun handle were full of cold sweat. He suppressed a churning gastric juice and the heart that was about to jump out of his throat, and the flashlight moved away from the terrifying cocoon with difficulty and swept around. The beam illuminated the corners of the wall and the edge of the ceiling. Several cockroach corpses with metallic shells were violently torn apart by something, and the broken limbs were scattered on the sticky spider silk on the floor. "Sheriff, Emily's voice trembled uncontrollably. She looked at the hanging hollowed-out human cocoon and felt that her sanity was on the verge of collapse. Sheriff Chandler took a deep breath, and then he turned around abruptly. Retreat. Everyone, leave the house immediately. Seal off the scene. Set up the highest level of alert. Notify the state police and the FBI. And, he wanted to say notify Peter Patrick. Such a bizarre murder case could definitely not be done by humans. But after hesitating for a while, he finally suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Forget it, Peter can't be bothered with everything. He knew that Peter had spent a lot of energy in dealing with the army of hell demons. Peter is busy saving the world every day. So it's better not to bother him with such things. Let's go out first and wait for support, Chandler said to the shivering female police officer. The next day. Padwick Farm. The air after the rain exudes a fresh smell of soil. Little Mordred, who had just woken up, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and turned into a puppy on all fours, running after Murphy with a grunt. Then he ran out of the farm chasing the puppy. Even though he was only 4 or 5 years old, Mordred's energy and degree of destructiveness were comparable to those of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Peter checked Mordred's body on the night she first arrived. He found that although Mordred's body looked like that of a 4 or 5-year-old, her physical strength had long exceeded that of a normal adult. In this small body, before it has grown up, it contains powerful strength and natural combat experience as a warrior. However, Peter took into account that in the legend of the Type Moon world, Mordred's identity was an artificial human, so it was not surprising that he had such strength from the beginning. In the Type Moon setting, Mordred is a clone of Altria created by Morgan. Although she is an artificial person, she is the real heir of Altria. Morgan used magic to confuse Altria, who was simulated as a man, and collected her sperm to cultivate in her ovaries, resulting in the birth of Mordred. Afterwards, Morgan explained his origins to Mordred, who had no rebellious heart. That is, the truth that he was the unfaithful son of Altria and Morgan, and that King Arthur did not know that Mordred was his child, and even if he knew, she would not admit that she had such a filthy child. While Mordred was hit, he was also immersed in supreme joy. Although she carried her mother's delusion, her longing for King Arthur far exceeded that ambition. Although she was not a normal human, she believed that she and the king had the same blood. As the heir to the king, she would become her father's proudest child. But until the end, Altria still clearly rejected Mordred. Rejected, Mordred was filled with hatred, so he took control of Camelot while King Arthur was on an expedition to Rome. Mordred, who knew nothing about his artificial identity, ran out of the farm chasing the puppy Murphy. Mordred's footsteps did not stop until he ran to the woods. Looking at the surrounding trees, Mordred felt a little dangerous and picked up the puppy cautiously. She looked around and finally found a man squatting and bending over by the stream not far away. Hey, what are you doing? Little Mordred walked towards the man and asked curiously behind him. A young man of 17 or 18 years old stood up. He was thin and wearing glasses. He held a glass bottle in his hand and was stunned for a moment. Then he pointed to the moth in the bottle and said to the curious little Mordred, I'm catching this kind of insect. Insect? Yes, this is a white moth. Its larvae are the 10th generation of brooder cicadas. These cicadas drill out of the ground every 17 years, and the number is extremely large. The young man said to little Mordred with a smile. Little Mordred was immediately attracted. Why is it so huge? So huge that there are 1 to 2 million locusts per acre on average, and the total number reaches several trillion, far exceeding the scale of the locust plague in Africa last year. Wow, cool. Little Mordred's IQ dropped instantly, and he asked him excitedly. Can you take me with you to catch them? Chapter 967 Xiaomo's Gift to Dad. Of course, the young man agreed to Mordred's request. Then Xiaomo followed him and went to catch insects happily. Seeing that there was a fellow insect lover, even though Xiaomo was a little girl, the young man still took him to catch insects. On the way, he introduced himself as Tim Gregg and continued to introduce white moths to Mordred. Their larvae will live underground for a full 17 years. Imagine, 17 years in the dark underground, and then, at a certain time, they will come out of the ground at the same time as agreed. He opened his arms and gestured, and his tone was full of amazement for nature. Hundreds of millions. Mordred's little mouth opened slightly, and her green eyes opened wide in an instant. She didn't have a very clear concept of numbers, but the magnitude of hundreds of millions, combined with the young man's exaggerated movements, instantly painted a picture of an endless and overwhelming insectide in her little head. This was even more grand than the scale of those wars in her vague memory fragments. Wow, she couldn't help but let out a short exclamation, and her arms around the puppy subconsciously tightened. Cool. Better than an army. Looking at the pure, shocked excitement on the face of the blonde girl in front of him, Glig couldn't help but smile, and a joy of meeting a fellow lover surged in his heart. Few people could understand his enthusiasm for insects, let alone be infected by his description. Yes, very impressive, Glig smiled and nodded, pointing to the wet grass and tree trunks by the stream. Now is the season for them to emerge as adults. These white moths are the newly emerged adults of the brooder cicada. I'm collecting some samples for observation. He shook the bottle in his hand. Are they all here? Mordred held the puppy, and his little hut looked around eagerly, as if hundreds of millions of cicadas would break out of the ground in the next second. No, Grig smiled and waved his hands. Brood 10th generation is widely distributed, but not so dense. However, the environment in this forest is good, and we should be able to find some. He pointed to a tree trunk not far away. Look, there's one that just landed there. Following the direction of his finger, Mordred indeed saw a pure white moth with a little light gold on the edge of its wings. The moth was quietly resting on the trunk of an oak tree, trembling its wings slightly. Under the sunlight shining through the gaps in the leaves, it looked particularly beautiful. Mordred's green eyes were sparkling, full of eagerness. Grig looked at Mordred's serious look and fumbled in a small canvas bag he carried with him. I only have a net bag, but we can work together. He took out a folded insect-catching net, unfolded it and handed it to Mordred. The net pole was a bit long for her, but she could barely hold it. Here, this is for you. Be gentle and aim at the target, like this. Grig patiently demonstrated the movements, his movements gentle and precise. Don't use too much force, or you'll hurt her wings. Mordred took the capture net solemnly as if she had found a treasure, and fiddled with it clumsily and seriously, imitating Grig's example. Her little face was tense, as if she was carrying out a sacred knight's mission. She carefully placed the puppy in her arms on a dry big stone nearby. The puppy whimpered, but was soon attracted by a passing butterfly. Target. Found. Mordred lowered her voice, pointed at the white moth on the tree trunk, and whispered. Okay. Approach slowly, from the side. Grig whispered instructions from the side like an experienced commander. Little Mordred held her breath and tiptoed closer to the tree trunk. The long net pole swayed a little uncontrollably in her hand. She tried to keep steady and slowly covered the net bag with the unnoticed white moth. With a soft puff sound, the net successfully covered the target, and the white moth fluttered in panic in the net. Success! Mordred cheered excitedly, with pure joy and sense of accomplishment in her eyes. She carefully took back the net. Her movements were clumsy but extremely gentle, for fear of damaging the trophy inside. Well done, Grig praised sincerely, and he took out a glass bottle covered with gauze. Come, move it into the bottle, so you can see it more clearly. In the following time, the forest beside the stream became a paradise for two hunters with a big age gap but equally focused. Grig was like a knowledgeable guide, pointing out to Mordred the woodlice crawling slowly under the wet moss, the crabs poking their heads out of the cracks in the stones, and the damselflies lightly touching the water by the stream. Mordred, like the most loyal apprentice, waved the net that was a little too big for her, and tried hard to catch the target pointed out by Grig. Sometimes she stamped her feet in frustration because she was clumsy and let the insect slip away, and sometimes her face flushed with excitement because she successfully caught a beautiful beetle. It was not until noon, when it was already lunchtime, that Mordred reluctantly parted with Grig. Grig packed up his things, waved to her, and his figure gradually disappeared in the forest path. Mordred stood there until she could no longer see his back, then she carefully held a bottle containing the white moth, picked up the puppy on the stone, and walked briskly towards the farm. She wanted to give the insects she caught to her father as a gift. Padraic Farm. Peter looked at Mordred holding the bottle of white moths and showing off to him excitedly, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So you've been out there catching bugs with people this morning? Yes, father, these are very cool bugs. Don't you like them? No, of course I like them, and I like any gift you give me, but little Morty, you should understand that you have to be wary of strangers. Peter squatted down, put away the gifts, and tidied her collar that was stained with mud. Father, do you think Grig is a bad guy? Little Mordred asked doubtfully. No, of course I don't think so. Peter stroked his head and said to him, but you have to understand, Morty, We often rely on strangers' appearance and behavior as reliable clues to convey their inner feelings, and we think that strangers' inner hearts are consistent with their appearance, but you can't know a person's heart by looking at his face. People's hearts are often difficult to predict, and external performance may also be deliberately maintained to achieve a certain purpose. Listening to Peter's words, little Mordred showed a confused expression on his face. I don't quite understand, Father. Do we need to distinguish between good and bad people? Mordred felt that anyone who didn't get in the way of her and her father was a good person. She didn't really care about good and bad people. Sometimes you need to distinguish, sometimes you don't. In general, don't trust strangers easily. You have to use your eyes to see a person clearly. Patting her hair, Peter said softly, "Okay, let's go have lunch." "Okay, Father." Watching Mordred walk to the living room, the smile on Peter's face gradually disappeared. He called Chandler in the morning to ask about a police car dispatched last night. Chandler told him about the tragic incident at the Gligg family, and suspected that the youngest son of the Gligg family, Tim Gligg, might know something. The police were looking for Tim Gligg, but they didn't expect that Mordred would meet him in the woods. Fortunately, this guy didn't harm Mordred, otherwise Peter would find him and kill him now. At night. Because Mordred was too young, she slept with Peter for the time being. Lying on the bed, little Mordred was full of energy and didn't look like he wanted to sleep at all. "Father, tell me a bedtime story." Little Mordred wanted to hear Peter's bedtime story. "Okay, what story do you want to hear?" Peter sat in front of the bed and asked her with a book. He had been doing similar things since Azu was a child, and it had been passed down to him. Now Peter was already familiar with it. "I want to hear the story of King Arthur." Little Mordred raised his hand and looked at him expectantly. King Arthur. Peter was stunned for a moment. "You still know King Arthur?" "Well, I always feel that there is a connection between her and me, and I don't know what the relationship is." "Father, will she be my queen mother?" "I feel that this name has a deep connection with me, just like my father." Little Mordred expressed his feelings. Hearing little Mordred say that he felt that King Arthur was her queen mother, Peter was choked and couldn't speak for a while. "You are really sensitive, this naughty child. Altria is really your mother and your father at the same time. After all, there is no one in the world who can be like Saber, who can be a girl and can be drugged to become a man. Dad doesn't know about your relationship with King Arthur, but Dad can tell you her story." Peter coughed and whispered to her, "The legendary King Arthur is a brave, fair, kind and wise king who ruled a kingdom full of magic and mystery. Together with her Knights of the Round Table, he defeated evil enemies and defended the peace and prosperity of the kingdom. In the legendary story of King Arthur, she pulled out a legendary sword in the stone that no one could pull out, and eventually became king. Later, she got the sword of the king from the hand of the lady in the lake." At the same time, just as Peter was telling the story of Arthur, Tim Gligg, who little Mordred knew during the day, secretly came to the vicinity of Neil Farm at night. Standing outside the manor, he looked at Lana who was talking inside, and a complicated look appeared on his face. Tim Gligg was originally a classmate of Lana, but because of physical illness and mental problems, he missed school due to long-term treatment, resulting in repeated grades and failed to complete high school studies. Lana has already entered college, but he has not yet graduated from high school. Tim Gligg, who has been in love with Lana for a long time, has tried to confess his love to Lana several times, but was stopped by Lana's aunt. Glancing at Neil, a fierce look appeared in Tim Grigg's eyes. He even killed his own mother. So he didn't care about killing the woman who stopped him. Chapter 968, Insect Crisis, The Murderous Intent of the Rebellious Knight. The next morning, Neil's hands were firmly on the steering wheel as the car drove along the familiar winding road outside Smallville. Soft country music played on the radio, and Lana's clear voice rang through the car's Bluetooth. "Aunt Neil." "Guess what?" Lana's voice rose slightly with excitement, like a happy little bird. "I've submitted my application for the winter break internship at the Daily Planet. Although the chances are slim, Louise said we have to try." Neil's mouth curled up, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes relaxed, and her voice was full of pampering. "Honey, I knew you wouldn't miss any opportunity. Louise is right, what's the harm in trying? You're much better than those arrogant people in Metropolis." She could imagine her niece's face must be filled with a blush of anticipation and nervousness at this moment. Outside the car window, the familiar farm scene passed by quickly, and the red barn of Peter's family in the distance looked particularly peaceful in the sunset. "I hope so." Lana's voice was filled with a longing of a young girl. "If it really works out, I'll treat you to the best steak at the Tall family, Auntie, huh? I'll remember that, Miss Lana Lan. I won't let you default on your debt. Neil suddenly remembered something, so she asked her, Lana, do you have a boyfriend at school? When Lana heard her aunt mention having a boyfriend, she was speechless. I'm sorry, Auntie, I want to focus on my studies, and I don't want to waste too much time on love. Neil knew that Lana was saying one thing and thinking another. Don't deceive yourself, Lana, I know what you think. You have to come out. You know that some people are destined not to be mortals. We are from two different worlds. If you want to get close to him, the closer you are, the more you will be burned. Lana heard what her aunt meant. She said in a somewhat depressed mood, this is uncontrollable, Auntie. Neil was about to continue, but the last syllable was stuck in her throat. Outside the windshield, the sky was suddenly swallowed by a rapidly expanding, surging and boiling darkness. That was not a dark cloud. It moved quickly and strangely, with a buzzing sound that made your scalp numb. Buzz! The buzzing sound instantly drowned out the music in Lana's voice, like countless engines roaring at the same time. Neil's heart sank suddenly, and the blood in her body instantly solidified. Her fingers subconsciously clenched the steering wheel tightly. The darkness hit the glass. It was not raindrops, but living things. Tens of thousands of beetles, countless. Each of them was the size of a coin, and their hard and shiny shells flashed an unnatural green phosphorescence in the sun. The insects frantically flapped, using their legs with strange mucus and hard-head shells to hysterically hit the windshield. The sticky secretions and the muffled sound of the collision mixed together, crackling and dense, and the entire field of vision was instantly completely covered by this wriggling and flickering living tapestry, without a trace of daylight. The disgusting phosphorescence and mucus completely enveloped the cab. Lana, Neil's voice suddenly rose, and fear instantly tightened around her heart like a poisonous snake. Oh my God. Bugs. So many glowing bugs. They covered. She tried to see the road ahead, but all she could see were the green spots twisting wildly and the disgusting mucus spreading. At this moment, the front wheel of the car shook violently, accompanied by a sharp metal tearing sound. Bang! The huge inertia threw Neil's body forward fiercely, and the seat belt cut into her shoulders, causing a burst of pain. The steering wheel twisted violently from side to side, and it was completely out of control. The tires screamed harshly, and the rubber rubbed violently on the road, emitting green smoke. Then the whole world tilted and rotated wildly in her eyes. Boom! Bang! The deafening noise tore through the tranquility of the road. The huge impact force threw Neil fiercely, and was then tied back to the seat by the seat belt. Then Neil felt that the whole world was shaking and breaking wildly. Finally, with a dull thud and a teeth-grinding groan from the car body, the car's four wheels turned upside down and slammed heavily into a deep gutter on the side of the road, splashing muddy water and mud. The front of the car was deeply dented, the hood was twisted and tilted, and white smoke mixed with water vapor hissed out. Severe pain exploded violently from Neil's shoulder, Venus flashed in front of her eyes, and her ears were filled with sharp buzzing and the hissing of metal cooling. The strong smell of gasoline, mixed with an indescribable smell of insect secretions, choked her and almost suffocated her. She gasped hard and turned her painful neck with effort. Through the windshield covered with spider web-like cracks, mud and sticky insect fluid, she saw the hellish scene outside. Those mutant insects emitting dark green phosphorescence did not leave. They formed a creepy sea of light around the overturned car. The insects crawled and flew frantically, colliding with each other, making a continuous, crazy buzzing sound. What frightened her even more was that some bugs were trying to get in through the tiny cracks on the edge of the windshield. Fear was like a cold tide, instantly drowning Neil. She was trapped in this twisted iron coffin, with endless crazy bugs outside. She fumbled with a seatbelt buckle in vain, her fingers trembling with pain and fear. Just as she gradually fell into despair, a burst of engine sound from far away penetrated the suffocating insect chirping. Then Neil's blurred vision saw a familiar, slightly old blue Ford pickup truck, which suddenly stopped not far from the overturned car. The tires left long marks on the mud. The car door opened almost at the same time, and the anxious faces of Persephone and Cereza appeared. The two of them instantly locked their eyes on the tragic scene at the bottom of the ditch, and their faces were full of shock. Oh my God, Persephone gasped. Aunt Neil. It's Aunt Neil's car. Dad, go save people. The sharp-eyed Cereza was the first to discover Neil inside. Then, another figure rushed out of the driver's seat at a speed far beyond that of an ordinary person, like a blurry shadow passing over the ground. and rushed straight to the overturned truck. Peter rushed to the overturned cab in an instant. A strong smell of gasoline pierced his nose. Frowning, Peter grabbed the edge of the deformed door directly. The metal groaned under his fingers, accompanied by a tooth-grinding, piercing noise of steel being forcibly torn and twisted. The heavy door that was stuck so hard that even the rescue team needed hydraulic tools to pry it open was torn off by Peter like tearing a piece of cardboard. The strong smell of blood and gasoline filled the car. Peter saw Neil trapped in the twisted driver's seat at a glance. There was a cut on her forehead, and blood flowed down her pale cheeks, staining her collar red. Her eyes were blurred due to severe pain and fear. But the moment she saw Peter, Neil's blurred pupils suddenly burst into a strong light of survival. Her hands, stained with blood and mud, trembled. With her last bit of strength, she grasped Peter's strong forearm tightly. Peter. Peter. Save me, don't worry, I'll get you out, Peter comforted her while holding Nell's arm. He was about to take his daughter and Persephone to the supermarket to buy some things, but he didn't expect to encounter Nell in a car accident. After rescuing Nell, Peter's eyes instantly turned silver, and with a boom, he burned the sky full of insects that pounced on him into ashes. Then Peter's eyes, like a sharp blade, penetrated the chaotic scene, passed through the churning sea of insects, and pierced the edge of the dark and dense cornfield in the distance that rustled in the evening breeze. In the shadowy depths that almost merged with the crops, a thin, twisted human figure appeared. Due to the distance, the face was blurred, but the sharp vision brought by Peter's superhuman senses still clearly captured the true face of the shadow. Is it that guy? 10 minutes later, Tim Grigg appeared at the place he had agreed to meet with little Mordred. The two were ready to continue catching bugs. But Mordred looked a little strange at this time. She did not look happy. Staring at Tim Grigg, Mordred placed her hand on the knight's sword she brought with her, as if she could stab him at any time. Chapter 969 Mordred's Revenge. What's wrong, Mordred? Seeing Mordred's very nervous expression, Greg stopped and asked her, Are you okay? Yes, but you exude a dangerous aura. As a man-made man, Mordred grew very fast, but at the same time, she also had a very keen sense of perception. She immediately felt a strong insect hormone in Greg's body. And this hormone gave her a very bad feeling. It was like an evil existence with a breath of death. Hearing Mordred say this, Greg was slightly stunned, and then said to the other party, I was attacked by a group of insects just now. He recounted the incident of Neil's car accident on the road just now, and described the terrifying scene of the insects attacking Neil. Hearing this, Mordred subconsciously believed what the other party said. Are you not injured? Mordred asked him with some concern. No, let's continue catching insects. He smiled at Mordred and suggested that Mordred continue to catch insects with him. Town Central Hospital. Lana rushed over after receiving Peter's call. Uncle Peter. Seeing Peter standing in the hospital corridor, Lana came over excitedly and asked Peter, Is Aunt Neil okay? Don't worry, Lana, Peter whispered to her, Neil is not in danger of life. Lana breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the good news. Aunt Neil is okay. This is the best news she has ever received. Knowing that it was Peter who saved her aunt, Lana thanked Peter. Thank you so much, Uncle Peter. At this time, Lana felt an indescribable emotion in her heart. She had just talked to Aunt Neil about Uncle Peter, but she didn't expect Aunt Neil to have a car accident right away, and it was Uncle Peter who saved Aunt Neil. Lana sighed imperceptibly. Now that she has such a connection with Uncle Peter, how can she get out of it? Teresa, who was on the side, watched Lana's conversation with her father and the look in Lana's eyes when she looked at her father. She felt a little troubled. It seems that Lana is also her candidate stepmother. Night. Padwick Farm. After Peter coaxed little Mordred to sleep, he stood by the window and looked out. As a result, he saw a figure suddenly disappearing outside the farm. Peter was stunned for a moment, looking at the disappearing black shadow, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this guy trying to lure him out? Peter did not hesitate, and directly left the room through the window and chased outside. After Peter left, Mordred, who was lying on Peter's bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Following the black shadow that seduced him, Peter soon came to the abandoned foundry on the outskirts of the town. The interior of the foundry was like the rusted internal organs of a giant beast. The huge furnace had long been cooled, and the solidified metal hung on its dark inner wall like a waterfall. The air was filled with thick rust, old oil stains and a lingering pungent smell similar to sulfur. The light from the high window was stingy, divided into turbid light beams by the thick dust, and countless dust particles danced wildly in it. Peter walked calmly between the rusty iron frame and the abandoned giant gears. Peter could clearly feel that as they went deeper and deeper into the huge factory, a familiar feeling came over him like a tide. Soon Peter recognized what it was. It was kryptonite. The walls, the ground, and even the dust suspended in the air of this factory were full of the deadly mineral radiation from Krypton. Peter soon understood why this guy had led him here. It turned out that this guy thought that his ability, like his, came from this kryptonite radiation. Peter was just thinking with his head down, and the voice from the front made him raise his head. Peter looked forward, and a thin figure slowly walked out from the shadow of the towering waste pile in front. It was Tim Grigg. Grigg in front of him was no longer the weird student obsessed with insects. His skin showed a sickly, almost translucent gray in the dim light, and his eyes flashed a dark green luster in his deep eye sockets. His body was covered with a layer of constantly creeping and flowing shadows. Soon Peter recognized what it was. There were dense, overlapping layers of mutant insects. These insects crawled on his coat, drilled in and out of his hair, and even crawled along his exposed neck skin to his cheeks, as if they were part of his body. The buzzing sound that made people's scalps numb and the whole space suddenly rose, becoming more sharp and manic. Peter Patrick, Gligg's voice was hoarse and dry, like rusty iron sheets rubbing. This is your end. Seeing Gligg appear, Peter shrugged his shoulders and asked him, the end? I don't think so, but why do you want to deal with me, kid? Gligg raised his hand covered with insects and pointed at Peter casually. Several beetles with a faint green phosphorescence crawled along his skinny fingers. Because you are blocking me, Peter Patrick, Lana is mine, you are all too redundant. Without any warning, Gligg's hand pointing at Peter suddenly swung forward. Buzz! It was like an invisible bomb had exploded, activating all the mutant beetles entrenched on Grigg and in the shadows around him. The insects formed a stream of sticky torrents and rushed in from all directions. The insects gushed out frantically from the rusty pipes, the gaps in the beams, and from behind the piles of waste. It was no longer the chaos and disorder that attacked Neil before. The swarm of insects at this moment seemed to be precisely directed by a unified will. The insects quickly changed direction in the air, gathered and dispersed, like a well-trained terrorist army with only one goal. Before Peter could react, the first wave of the swarm of insects had already hit him hard. Puff puff puff, countless tiny living bullets containing mutant power rushed over. The huge impact made Peter take a step back, and his back hit a cold cast iron pillar heavily, making a dull loud noise. What was even more terrifying was the bite that instantly covered his whole body. Grigg stood not far away, admiring the swarm of insects attacking Peter. The twisted smile on his face widened, revealing his white teeth. He even stretched out his slender tongue and licked a beetle that crawled to the corner of his mouth. The insect obediently crawled into his mouth, and he chewed and swallowed it, making a creepy crackling sound. But the next development was beyond his expectations. In his shut eyes, Peter kicked his legs on the ground covered with insect fluid. Bang! The metal grill under his feet was instantly stepped on and deformed. Then Peter broke a gap in the torrent of insects that wrapped him. Countless beetles were shaken and crushed under the huge force, and green mucus splashed everywhere. Stop him! Seeing Peter walking towards him unharmed, the smile on Grigg's face disappeared instantly, replaced by rage and a hint of incredible fear. He screamed sharply and waved his hands wildly. The buzzing sound suddenly rose to a deafening level. More swarms of insects gathered from all directions, forming several surging green light torrents, like living whips, frantically blocking Peter's way forward. Peter used his body to forcefully push aside the rusty pipes and discarded parts that blocked his way, making a deafening noise. The swarm of insects kept hitting him, biting him, and slowing him down, but the effect was minimal. After smashing the swarm of insects in front of him, Peter slowly turned around, his eyes like a sharp blade, and cast them at Gligg. Gligg stood a few meters outside the lead room, and the swarm of insects circled around him anxiously, and the green light reflected his face that was distorted by anger and disbelief. He stared at the figure in the hole in the lead room, who stood up again, and had an extraordinary momentum. For the first time, real fear appeared in his eyes. He couldn't understand what was happening, but he clearly felt the oppression that had come again and made his soul tremble. How could it be possible? He had seen Clark, who was extremely powerful, directly lift up a car. Later, he followed Clark and found out that his weakness was green kryptonite. After seeing Clark, he thought Peter was the same as Clark. Unexpectedly, Peter was not afraid of kryptonite. What kind of monster is this guy? Just when Greg thought he was going to be killed by Peter, he heard a voice from behind. "I'll help you." Greg was delighted when he heard the voice from behind. He turned around and saw Mordred wearing a mask standing behind him, holding a knight's sword and looking at him expressionlessly. Just when Greg thought he was saved, Mordred moved at lightning speed and knocked him out with a sword. Mordred Patrick wore a gas mask on his face that he didn't know where he got from in the factory. She thought that this would cover her face and prevent her father from recognizing her. The green eyes in the mask were as sharp as a scalpel and cast at Greg, who was lying on the ground. "Yes, you are my friend and I will help you, but anyone who hurts my father, even if he is a friend, shall die," little Mordred said coldly to the stunned Greg. Peter, who was standing by, was also stunned. "Is this little Mordred?" Peter instantly thought of Mordred's past. The little Mordred in the original world line was also such a child who often did unexpected things. The original Mordred was an artificial human who grew up very fast. In just a few years, he grew up to become a knight serving Arthur, the last seat of the Round Table, and the last seat forever. As King Arthur's artificial human, Mordred has the same ability as the king, even better than him, and she successfully stood out among the knights of the Round Table. But she is an artificial human, she grows very fast, her lifespan is also very short, she feels ashamed of her non-human identity, and she unconsciously envies everyone around her. Chapter 970. Even if it is a friend, if he offends my father, he must be killed. However, Mordred's only innocence was broken by Morgan. "As my child, you are qualified to inherit the throne, hide your identity, and serve the king. Then, in the future, you will defeat the king and replace him." At this time, Mordred understood the truth that he was an unfaithful child. At the same time, he also understood that King Arthur did not know that he was her child. Even if he knew, he would not admit that there was such a filthy child. At this time, she had no rebellious heart. After knowing the truth, in addition to being hit, Mordred was more immersed in supreme joy. Mordred was madly looking forward to the king. When she knew the fact that she was her child, she felt incomparable happiness. She wanted to fight for the king and protect everything of the king. At this time, although Xiaomo had no experience in the previous life, after these days of getting along, Peter had become a King Arthur-like existence in her heart. Little Mordred, with a childlike innocent heart, admired the flawless Peter, followed the chivalry described in the book, and constantly trained himself to become a noble knight of his father and protect his father's farm. Even if it was the first friend, a guy with a different meaning, who violated the taboo, she would kill him without hesitation. With mixed feelings, little Mordred looked at the swarm of insects. The remaining insects, the green phosphorescence on the shells suddenly increased in brightness, as if a furious flame was ignited inside. The chaotic rustling was replaced by a sharp buzzing sound that suddenly rose and was full of aggression. All the insect heads, regardless of size, turned in unison in the direction of Mordred. Thousands of inhuman green light spots locked onto her in the dim light. Driven by the furious Greg, the insects merged into several waves flashing with deadly green light. They ignored the obstacles of space and rushed towards her from all kinds of tricky angles, the gaps in the rusty trusses, under the overturned machine tools, and even the dusty ventilation ducts above her head. The speed was faster than when they attacked Peter before, with a kind of hysteria of dying together. "Humph," Mordred sneered coldly from her nose, without any fear. This is what she was waiting for. She wanted to kill these insects in front of her father and prove that she could be his guardian knight. At the moment when the insect swarm started, Mordred's body had already retreated backwards like an arrow from a string. The target was clear, a pile of huge abandoned gears and twisted steel plates on the side and back, like a steel tombstone. Mordred's movements were so fast that only a shadow was left, and his back hit the cold and rough metal heavily, making a muffled sound. Almost at the same time as she pressed close to the shelter, the first wave of insects hit the place where she had just stood. Countless hard insect bodies hit the metal ground, making dense explosions like hail, and green mucus splashed everywhere. Mordred leaned against the bunker, and his left hand had already taken out something from his waist, an old metal can the size of a fist, covered with rust and valves, like a part removed from an abandoned pressure device. The mouth of the can was stuffed with a ball of cotton yarn, soaked in dark brown oil. Her right hand still held the aerosol can steadily, and at the same time, the thumb of her left hand suddenly rubbed a match. Swish! The orange-red flame jumped in the dim light. Mordred pressed the burning match on the oil-soaked cotton yarn fuse without hesitation. Buzz! The flame instantly jumped along the fuse. Without the slightest pause, Mordred used all his strength to throw the burning, hissing simple Molotov cocktail fiercely into the center of the densest insect swarm vortex that was crowded at the entrance of the ventilation duct. The incendiary canister drew a short arc in the air and smashed into the dense insect group accurately. Boom! A dull explosion. Flames and thick smoke instantly exploded from the densest part of the insect swarm. The hot shock wave engulfed the burning oil in hundreds of mutant beetle fragments, like a miniature hellflower suddenly blooming. The dazzling flames briefly dispelled the darkness of the factory, reflecting the instantly charred and carbonized bodies of countless insects, and the air was filled with a stench of burned protein and strong oil smoke. The sudden flame purgatory completely defeated the will of the remaining insect swarm. The insects that were not swallowed by the flame screamed in fear and despair, like wasps whose nests were blown up, completely losing their unified attack targets, and began to fly around aimlessly, crashing into walls and pipes, and completely falling into a chaotic self-destructive state. Mordred leaned against the cold metal bunker, panting violently. The lens of the gas mask was covered with a thin layer of water vapor, mixed with a black smoke from outside. She looked at the chaotic hell of flames, thick smoke, charred insect corpses and flying green lights in front of her, and her dark brown eyes were full of the joy of victory. The light of the flames danced on her face, half bright, and half sank into deeper shadow. After burning the swarm of insects, little Mordred looked at the stunned Glig. The next second, she, wearing a gas mask, moved in front of Glig in an instant, and was about to kill him. But before she could kill him, Peter's figure moved in front of her in an instant. Peter hugged Glig's little daughter, who was holding a knight's sword, and was about to stab Glig to death. Okay, little Morty, Daddy knows it's you. Being held in Peter's arms, little Morty's body froze instantly. Father, do you know it's me? Nonsense, you disguise yourself like this, only covering your face. Unless I'm a fool, I can't recognize it. Of course, Dad knows it was you. Dad wants to thank you for saving me, but now it's not time for you to face the cruel reality, Peter said as he looked at Greg, who was lying on the ground with a painful look on his face. He is your friend, isn't he? Although he is a friend who has done a lot of evil, your first friendship should not end with blood and killing. Peter released a stream of divine energy with one hand, which suddenly hit the other's leg. Greg, whose leg was cut, immediately covered his wound and wailed. Just like that, let him receive the punishment he deserves, but you, my daughter, let things end in this way. Your wonderful experience of catching insects and enjoying the beauty of the forest with the first friend you met, let it remain in your memory forever. And it is a beautiful memory without the mixture of killing. Father, King. Hearing Peter's words, little Mordred's eyes were immediately filled with tears. Let's go. Peter glanced at the wailing guy. Then turned around and left with his daughter in his arms. While leaving, Peter called Officer Chandler. Although this guy is not dead, there is still judgment waiting for him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 971 Father, I think you are more powerful than King Arthur. Peter took a last look at Greg, who was lying on the ground, groaning in vain due to the pain and blood loss. His eyes were indifferent. Then, holding the little Mordred in his arms, Peter turned around without hesitation, took a step, and walked towards the dusty and rusty exit of the foundry. Walking out of the factory door, the cold night wind with the smell of soil blew in his face, blowing away the filth in the factory behind him. He lowered his head and looked at the figure of little Mordred, who was tightly holding his clothes in his arms. Peter slightly adjusted his holding posture to make Mordred lean more comfortably in his arms. Padwick Farm. The cold moonlight shone through the window of Peter's living room, spreading a silver frost on the floor. The embers in the furnace exuded the last warmth, baking the room dry and comfortable, forming two worlds with the coldness of the abandoned foundry. Peter held Mordred and walked up the creaking wooden stairs. Then Peter walked straight in and gently put her on the small bed covered with clean checkered sheets. Okay, we're home, little knight, Peter said to little Mordred in a low and gentle voice. He turned around and took out a thick and soft wool blanket from the closet, covered Mordred with it, and tucked the edge of the quilt carefully to ensure that there would be no air leakage. Then Peter pulled a chair over and sat beside the bed. Mordred lay on his side, facing Peter. Mordred's green eyes, like dusty stars, flickered with complex light. There was residual fatigue, lingering excitement, embarrassment of being discovered by his father, and a trace of cautious expectation. Her little hands tightly grasped the corner of the quilt, and her knuckles turned slightly white because of the force. "Father," after hesitating for a while, Mordred spoke to him in a low voice. Mordred's voice carried a subtle temptation. Did I do the right thing tonight?" She suddenly felt that her question was a bit clumsy, and it didn't seem like a question a knight should ask. A knight should only follow orders, and it is the king's duty to judge right and wrong. Peter did not answer immediately. He reached out and gently touched her forehead with his knuckles. "You are very brave, little Morty." Peter's voice was particularly clear in the silence. "You came to find me bravely, faced danger bravely, and protected the people you think are important." Then Peter's fingers gently slid to her small hand that was tightly grasping the corner of the quilt, and his warm big hand covered her cold little hand. This heart, this will to protect, is not wrong. Mordred's tense body seemed to relax a little. She could feel the warmth of her father's palm. But Peter's voice became low, with a gentle teaching. "Power, especially the power we have, is like a double-edged sword. You have to be careful when using it, just like tonight. If you stab with that sword, it will not only end the life of a villain, but also end a period of your life. Perhaps it could have left only beautiful memories." Mordred held his breath as he listened to Peter's words. Then Peter gently squeezed her little hand. "You are still young, Morty. Your world should have more sunshine." Mordred did not speak, but Peter could feel that the little hand covering her little hand was no longer so cold. "Go to sleep," Peter said softly. "You are too tired tonight, Father." Mordred's voice was full of sleepiness. But there was still a trace of stubborn reluctance. Can you tell a story? Like other children?" Her voice became smaller and smaller, with a kind of almost coquettish request that she herself had not noticed. Although as an artificial person, she did not need too much sleep, at this moment, the dual fatigue of mind and body surged towards her like a tide. She longed to sink into a dream in the voice of her father. Peter was slightly startled, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. "Okay," Peter responded, his voice low and steady. "Let's continue telling the story of King Arthur." "Okay, King Arthur." Little Mordred was stunned for a moment, and then moved closer to Peter. "Father, can I ask you a question?" "What question?" "Who is better, you or King Arthur?" About this, Peter pondered for a while, looked at Mordred's expectant eyes, and coughed. "Probably her, because she is a legendary hero." Although he wanted to say that he could compete with her, Peter was still modest in the end. "But father, you just defeated Greg easily. I think you are better than her." Little Mordred said that he still believed in Peter. "Maybe one day we can try it when we meet. Who will you support then?" Peter pinched little Mordred's nose and asked him in a low voice. "Of course it's you, Father. I will protect you and help you defeat King Arthur." "Peter, it seems that no matter which life, your idea of fighting King Arthur will never go out." Rubbing Mordred's hair, Peter coughed and began to tell her the story of King Arthur. Half an hour later, Peter gently put the book on the desk. He sat quietly by the bed, watching the little figure on the bed breathe evenly and slowly. The moonlight sprinkled on little Mordred's face, bathing her in a faint glow. Peter reached out and tucked the corners of the quilt for her again, making sure that the warmth was wrapped around her. Then his tall figure stood up in the moonlight and walked to the window. In the room, there was only the sound of even breathing and the rustling whisper of the wind blowing through the leaves outside the window. The little knight finally fell into a dreamless sleep in Peter's narration of the ancient legend of King Arthur. The next morning, Peter got up and just went downstairs when he received a call from Chandler. Chandler expressed his gratitude to him and briefly told him about Greg. It turned out that Greg, as Lana's classmate, loved insects. One night, Greg took his insect companion to what he thought was an insect paradise, a wine-red Volkswagen Beetle. However, he didn't know that these insects had been affected by the radiation of krypton fragments. In the car, the insects fled in all directions, and soon gathered into a large group and attacked Glig. After returning from the car, Glig's behavior began to become strange. His mother saw her son's strangeness and wanted to call the police, but was discovered by Glig. In order to prevent his mother from calling the police, he trapped his mother in a spider web and killed her. What happened next is what Peter experienced. Glig, who had been interested in Lana since he was a child, wanted to date Lana. But Nell, who noticed that Glig was not right, warned Glig to stay away from Lana. So Glig set a trap on Nell's way and overturned Nell's car. Peter's car happened to be behind Nell. Seeing Peter rescue Nell, he realized that his plan could not be implemented without getting rid of Peter. So he attacked Peter. Anyway, Peter, you helped me a lot, Chandler thanked Peter again. It doesn't matter, we're partners, aren't we? After talking to Chandler for a few words, Peter hung up the phone. Peter was a little surprised when he glanced at a little kid wearing a vampire costume passing by. What festival is it recently? Peter asked Jane, who was walking downstairs. Don't you know? Halloween is coming soon. Halloween? Peter was slightly stunned when he heard that the annual Halloween was coming. Did time pass so quickly? 3 days later. Dusk permeated the sky of Patrick's farm. The air was filled with hay, soil, and a hint of the upcoming, chaotic and sweet Halloween atmosphere. Peter stood on the porch, stroking the worn wooden railings with his fingers. The farm has now been transformed into a bizarre festival stage. Bang! Crash! An explosion-like crisp sound and the subsequent splashing of liquid pierced the moment of tranquility that Peter was trying to enjoy. Peter turned around and saw a mess at the door of the barn. Green mucus with a suspicious sweet smell was splashed all over the floor and even splashed on the wall next to it. Zoo stood in the center of the slime. His iconic blue uniform hem and shiny red boots were completely ruined, dyed a disgusting yellow-green color. Zoo's handsome face was distorted, veins on his forehead were throbbing, and his eyes that could shoot deadly heat vision were fixed on Loki a few steps away. Loki held a beautifully wrapped candy between his fingers, with an innocent expression, as if he was not the one who opened Pandora's box just now. Sorry, Loki apologized sincerely, I was really careless, Zoo, my hand slipped, Loki. Zoo's voice was low and roaring, like a volcano about to erupt. He took a step forward, and the slime under his feet made a puffing sound. You disgusting guy. You did it on purpose. How dare you stain my uniform? Zoo raised his hand and roared angrily, I'm going to. Enough. Peter's voice immediately stunned the two. Then he walked down the porch, his boots stomped heavily on the mud, and in a few steps he got between the two sons who were on the verge of a fight. Peter first glared at Loki fiercely. Loki Patrick. Put away all your Asgard's little surprises immediately. If I see you again, you will have to clean the cattle shed for a month. Peter's eyes were sharp, with unquestionable authority. The smug look on Loki's face froze instantly, he curled his lips, muttered something under his breath, but still snapped his fingers in dismay. The slime on the ground and the wall disappeared quickly as if absorbed by an invisible sponge, leaving only a few dark wet marks and a strange smell in the air. Chapter 972, Halloween Farm Haunted Incident. Seeing Loki being scolded by Peter, Zoo suddenly felt much better. His recent depression caused by the appearance of Mordred was immediately relieved. Sorry, Dad, I was impulsive just now, but I was just talking nonsense and would never do anything. Zoo, who knew Peter's character, immediately put on a fake smile and apologized to Peter. Peter, staring at Zoo, Peter said to him, go help Jane cook. Now, watching Zoo leave with an aggrieved expression, and glancing at Loki who was pretending to be innocent but with flickering eyes, Peter sighed deeply helplessly and raised his hand to rub his throbbing temple. Then Peter looked around the farm, which was forcibly distorted by magic, technology and superpower. At the entrance, there was the huge granite statue that Zoo gave. Zoo made a statue of Peter somewhere. Peter looked at the outline of his handsome face, which was bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, shining brightly, like a huge, narcissistic tombstone, blocking the gate of the farm tightly, and people had to go around to enter and exit. When he saw it in the afternoon, Peter almost thought that the neighbor had moved in some evil god altar. Azu, this kid really knows how to make things happen for himself. In the tool shed not far away, Horace was wiping his power armor. The lines of the power armor were simple, shining with a cold and hard luster unique to metal, and it was surprisingly heavy. He did not participate in the farce just now, as if all the noise around him had nothing to do with him, and he was only focused on studying how to improve the performance of the power armor. He was not very interested in Halloween. At the door of the barn, Star-Lord's modified player was working hard to spit out outdated disco hits, and colorful holographic lights were running around on the walls and the ground with a rhythm, scaring a few passing hens to cluck. Star-Lord himself was trying to teach Boom to twist with the music. But the bolt gun in Boom's hand looked awkward no matter how you looked at it. Wei, wearing her signature boxing gloves, leaned against the door frame of the barn with her arms folded, her sharp eyes locked on Bomb and the dangerous goods in her hand like searchlights. She was worried that Bomb's pistol would accidentally go off. In the corner of the porch where Peter had just left, Raven sat quietly on the steps. For some reason, every Halloween, Raven, like Wanda, had strong magic power. So Raven, whose magic power increased a lot, used dark magic to condense a pumpkin lantern emitting soft purple light. At this time, it was floating beside her, like a warm star. The light it emitted seemed to have a strange soothing power, dispelling the last trace of odor left by Loki's mucus, and calming the surrounding agitated air due to Azu's anger. Raven's beautiful face had no expression, but occasionally raised her big dark purple eyes, quickly glancing Peter's direction, and then quickly lowered them. She was a little melancholy now. She had grown into a girl, and could no longer ask for candy like Teresa and Mordred. Alice, she would grow up eventually, but there were always little girls around her father every year. She glanced at Peter with resentment. On the other side, Teresa and Mordred were carefully arranging the apples in the basket under the world tree, not far away. Teresa was relatively quiet, but occasionally looked at the door of the farmhouse or Peter. Thinking that night was about to fall and she could go out to ask for candy, she was a little impatient now. An hour later, a huge, pale moon hung in the sky. Raven's magic pumpkin lanterns floated in every corner of the farm, and the faint purple light dispelled the real darkness. Star-Lord's disco ball spun wildly in the barn, throwing spots of light like colorful marbles on the walls, haystacks and people. The graffitied light-emitting devices and randomly pulled colored lights flickered on the branches and fences. On the porch steps, Peter was surrounded by piles of candy packed in rough paper bags. In front of him, a small long line of children from nearby farms and towns, dressed in various Halloween costumes, little ghosts, little witches, little pumpkin lanterns, chirping and full of anticipation. Raven stood quietly a little behind Peter. She raised a black gloved hand slightly, and a layer of almost invisible deep purple light lingered on her fingertips. As she moved her mind slightly, the candies that Peter had placed in the basket beside her floated up lightly as if being pulled by invisible silk threads, and turned into small bats made of magic light. These candy bats flapped their translucent wings, making a subtle buzzing sound, and flew accurately to each child in the queue, landing in the palm of their outstretched hands, or playfully flying around them before landing. Wow, look! Magic bats, so cool! The children cheered in surprise, their eyes widened, and they were completely attracted by this magical scene. Raven's delicate face seemed to have a very light blush under the reflection of the magic light. The corners of her tightly pursed mouth quickly glanced at Peter, and almost imperceptibly curved upwards in a small arc at this moment. A red afterimage with a whistling sound came down from the sky, and landed in front of the porch with a bang, shaking the old wooden boards. Azu, with a forced, mask-like to people-friendly smile on his face. Children. Happy holidays. Azu's voice was as loud as a tweeter, instantly drowning out the children's playfulness and the buzzing of Raven's magic bat. He strode in front of Peter and Raven, opened his arms, trying to create a warm gesture of embracing everyone. Azu glanced at Raven, who seemed to be Peter's right-hand man, standing next to Peter, and felt a little unhappy. As the eldest son, shouldn't he do this kind of thing himself? Let the best big brother give you candy. It's guaranteed to be fast and good. Before he finished speaking, Azu's whole body turned into a blurred red shadow, shuttling among the children at superhuman speed. Whoosh! 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 The candy bag was instantly torn apart by the strong airflow brought by his super speed. The colorful candies exploded like a detonated ribbon cannon. The candies hit the children in line with great force. The children were stunned by the sudden candy rain. Some of them were hurt by the candies on their foreheads and cried out wow, some were scared and screamed, and most of them looked at their empty hands. The candies were all blown away by the airflow and scattered all over the ground, and the candies rolling all over the ground, with a look of confusion and grievance. Several children's small baskets were directly overturned by the airflow, and the candies inside were also scattered all over the ground. My candies, it hurts, wow, Mom. The scene was instantly in chaos. Crying, screaming, and shouting for moms were all over the place. Raven's magic bat was torn to pieces by the violent airflow, and the light was dimmed a lot. Ah, Zoo. Peter's face suddenly fell, and he looked at Zoo with an unfriendly look. You want to rebel, kid? Zoo's figure suddenly stopped amid the chaotic crying of the children. He stood in the pile of candies, and the smile on his face was completely frozen, turning into astonishment and a hint of disbelief. It's over. I seem to have messed up. Zoo looked down at the mess he had made, then looked up at Peter's face that was tense with anger, and then looked at the crying children. This was completely different from the worship and cheering scene he had expected. "Well, it seems that a gust of wind blew over just now," Zhu said stupidly. Just as the atmosphere froze in an instant, Zhu frantically racked his brains to think about what to do. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing cry of children came from outside the farm. "Help, Mom! Woo woo woo! Help, there's a monster! Something is chasing us!" The crying was heartbreaking and full of real fear, instantly overshadowing the quarrel on the porch. Peter immediately looked at Zhu. "Zhu, go and have a look." Zhu suddenly became energetic, and the whole person turned into red lightning again. With a boom, he rushed straight towards the direction of the corn maze. The speed was so fast that only a burning afterimage was left on the retina. Outside Patrick's farm, several children dressed in little monster costumes were trapped in a dead end, crying breathlessly. Above the maze, there are several twisted and terrifying phantoms floating around, scarecrows with sharp claws, floating will-o'-the-wisp, and shadow monsters that roar. These phantoms keep approaching, terrifying the children, and trapping them tightly. Chapter 973 Mordred's Courage. At the same time, Raven stopped suddenly under the porch. A cold feeling of uneasiness climbed up her spine. She turned her head and saw an ominous dim light coming out of her room. Without any hesitation, Raven turned and rushed to her room on the second floor. When she opened the door, a smell of old paper and dust came to her face, but what attracted her attention more was the desk. The thick book with ancient druid runes on the cover was now open. This book was a precious gift from Wanda. "Strange," Raven whispered to herself, frowning, and her fingertips stroked the rough parchment pages. "I remember it was closed when I left." She walked forward quickly, bent down and picked up the book. Just as her fingertips touched the spine of the book, snap, a sudden crisp sound came from the window. Raven's heart jumped, and she quickly closed the book and walked to the window vigilantly. The night wind rushed in through the open gap, carrying the chill of late autumn. She reached out and pulled the window sash tightly and locked it. However, just as she was concentrating on closing the window, a slight puff sound came from behind. The heavy druid book was blown to the ground by the wind. She didn't even notice that a very fine, almost transparent gray mist was quietly escaping from the gaps between the pages of the book and quickly dissipating in the shadows of the room. Raven's fingers rested on the cold window bolt. The chill was not just coming from outside the window. Was it the wind? Or something imitating the wind? A cold fear from the depths of the soul quietly spread over like a tide, with a unique and palpitating feeling of Halloween. This night, Raven's magic power was just like Wanda's, surging under the catalysis of the festival, but it also made her particularly sensitive to hidden malice. Outside the farm, Azu was suspended above the alley, his eyes fixed on the twisted and changing magic phantoms below. Boom! Two red-hot rays of light accumulated to the extreme, tearing through the night, fiercely penetrated the group of phantoms. The phantoms burst silently like soap bubbles the moment they came into contact with the light stream. However, the destructive beam of light did not stop, and continued to bombard downwards with overwhelming force. Sizzle, the dry corn stalks did not even have a chance to burn, and instantly vaporized. A huge scorched pit with a diameter of several meters appeared out of thin air, and the soil and remaining roots on the edge flashed with dark red sparks like hell. The thick scorched smoke rose to the sky, blocking the moonlight. Wah! Below, the children who were a little far from the edge of the scorched pit screamed in fear. Peter, Wei and others who had just arrived witnessed this scene and were stunned for a moment. The spreading flames licked the dry straw, and it seemed that it was about to form a prairie fire. At the critical moment, boom, a golden and red intertwined meteor fell between the children and the hell-scorched pit. Horus's power armor released freezing substances, instantly ruthlessly extinguishing all the flames that had just sprung up around him. In the midst of smoke and dust, Horus's body covered with the farm emblem slowly stood up. The moonlight outlined the cold and majestic lines of the power armor. Horus's head covered with the visor turned slightly and swept across the battlefield. This powerful Halloween costume instantly calmed all the crying children. Even the little guys dressed as ghosts forgot their fear and widened their eyes. There were even a few brave ones who forgot the danger and curiously gathered around the steel giant. On the other side, Peter's face was so gloomy that water could drip out. He looked at the mess on the ground, the splashing pumpkin pulp and broken shells, the shucking charred bits, the rising gray smoke, the crushed candies, and the little ghosts who were still frightened and had tears on their faces. Finally, Peter's eyes pierced Azu. who was hanging in the air with a trace of regret on his face. "John," Peter's voice was not loud, but it frightened Zoo. "From now on, you clean up. Every piece of pumpkin peel, every candy crumb, every burnt cornstalk, every inch of land spoiled by slime, mud, and your damn heat vision, not a single corner is left behind. Use your hands. Use a broom. Use your strength. Do you understand?" Zoo's body stiffened in the air, his lips moved as if he wanted to refute, but under Peter's unquestionable fatherly gaze, he finally slowly landed and walked towards the charred ruins with a bitter face. Jane walked over to Peter and looked at the still smoking burnt pit with worry, her brows furrowed. What were those phantoms just now? Peter shook his head, his eyes solemn. "I don't know, but they're definitely not good. They feel like some kind of malicious projection. It could also be that real ghosts have escaped." "Dad," Bao suddenly jumped out from the side, with an expression of excitement and fear deliberately put on for the festival on his little face, his big eyes sparkling in the night. "Today is Halloween. The gate of hell might really have opened a crack." Peter was stunned for a moment, looking at his daughter's rare appropriate superstition, a trace of helplessness on his tense face. He reached out and ruffled Baum's messy-colored hair. "When did you start to believe this?" "Today?" Baum raised his chin confidently and gave Peter a sly and slightly smug smile. "It's a special case for Halloween." Just as Peter and the others were discussing the origin of Halloween ghosts, Raven and Mordred, who stayed in the farmhouse, had already fallen into real trouble. In the living room, the energetic young knight Mordred was imitating her puppy Murphy, chasing and playing on the floor with her hands and feet, and her cheerful laughter echoed in the house. Knock. 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 A clear and abrupt knock on the door sounded. "I'll go open the door." Mordred immediately jumped up from the ground and rushed to the door like an agile little leopard. The door opened. 3 children in strange costumes stood outside the door, a goblin with green skin and protruding fangs, a ghost with a vague figure wrapped in a tattered white cloth, and another one, whose huge pumpkin lantern directly covered his entire head, which was particularly strange in the night. The smile on little Mordred's face froze instantly. A cold, filthy and ominous breath came to her face, causing her golden pupils to shrink instinctively. There was no trick-or-treat childish words, and the goblin responded to her with a suddenly raised palm. Bang! The palm hit the unprepared little Mordred's chest hard. Little Mordred's young body was knocked into the air and fell heavily on the floor a few meters away, uttering a painful groan. Trick or treat. The pumpkin had laughed dull and weirdly, and the sound seemed to come from the inside of the rotten pumpkin. "Get ready to die on this Halloween night." The movement upstairs instantly startled Raven. "Stop!" A sharp shout came from the stairs. Then, Raven's figure slid down like a shadow, blocking in front of little Mordred. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, instantly locking onto the 3 uninvited guests at the door. She recognized the outfit. "Is it you?" On the street during the day, she had seen these 3 teenagers on the street during the day, and they had greeted her. "We are servants of the immortal," the pumpkin head interrupted her rudely, and before he finished speaking, 2 scarlet lights suddenly lit up in the eye sockets of his pumpkin lantern. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 pale green magic rays, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, tore through the air and shot straight at Raven. Raven's body swayed slightly, and she dodged it lightly by a hair's breadth. The rays brushed against her raised hair and hit the wall behind her, exploding into a cloud of rubble and dust. "Go to hell!" The completely enraged little Mordred, regardless of the pain, let out a roar like a young animal, and his small body burst out with amazing speed, and once again fearlessly pounced on the elusive ghost. Foolish struggle, the ghost sneered hollowly, and its body instantly became almost completely transparent. It did not dodge or evade, allowing Xiaomo's figure to penetrate its half-empty body. Ugh! At the moment of penetration, little Mordred screamed in pain. It was as if countless cold needles pierced her bone marrow and soul at the same time, and an invisible force grabbed her and fixed her in the translucent ghost body, unable to move. Mordred, seeing little Mordred injured, Raven's eyes suddenly became purple. Although she had some complaints about her father's behavior of picking up her daughter, Xiaomo had already been her family, and she could not ignore it. The magic wand slid into her palm in an instant, and the tip of the wand pointed directly at the ghost, and a pure and dazzling silver light burst out. Expecto Patronus, a raven phantom composed of pure silver light of the Patronus spell screamed and crashed into the ghost. The ghost was like being splashed with boiling holy water, and let out a shrill wail. The translucent body violently fluctuated and collapsed, and was forced to loosen its control over Xiaomo. Xiaomo fell to the ground, curled up and panted violently, his face pale. Raven stood with a staff in hand and asked the other party, "Who is the Eternal? What do you want to do?" The ghost recondensed in the corner, the black mist rolled, and the voice was full of resentment and a hint of fanaticism. "The power of the Eternal has blessed us. The spirit of Halloween, jack-o'-lantern, goblin, ghost. His command is supreme. He ordered us to force you, the Raven, to use your power to release him. Do it." Without waiting for the ghost to finish, the Pumpkinhead let out a dull roar and continued to attack Raven. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two dark green magic rays that were several times thicker than before tore through the air, carrying scorching air waves and pungent sulfur smells, one on the left and one on the right, blocking all Raven's evasive angles. Raven frowned, and then her slender body twisted and slid sideways with incredible flexibility. The dark purple magic power under her feet burst out, and she was like a phantom running on the ice, passing by the edge of the ray. Boom! Bricks and stones mixed with burning wood and beams exploded. Almost at the same moment when Raven dodged, the little Mordred, who had just recovered from the pain in his soul, was completely ignited by the rage in his blood. Chapter 974, Raven fights the three evil spirits. Xiaomo turns into Little Lion. Ignoring the dull pain in her chest, Mordred kicked the ground hard. The solid oak floor groaned harshly, leaving clear dents. Her figure once again pounced on the ghost who had made her suffer so much. "You're courting death," the ghost laughed contemptuously, and its body instantly faded to almost disappear, intending to repeat the same trick. However, this time, when Mordred rushed in front of the ghost, she did not try to penetrate. She suddenly lowered her body, her center of gravity sank like a rock, her blood-stained face was hideous, and she grabbed a chair leg in her hand and hit the other party. On the other side, the moment the ghost and Pumpkinhead's attention was attracted by Mordred's action, Raven's wand had already stabbed out like a venomous snake. Petrification, a milky white beam of light that was as condensed as a substance tore through the smoke and dust, and shot at the core of the Pumpkinhead's mask with incredible accuracy, the source of the two scarlet lights. Pumpkinhead reacted very quickly, and the huge Pumpkinhead suddenly tilted. The petrifying beam passed by the edge of his pumpkin lantern and hid a decorative armored knight statue behind him. Crack! The statue was instantly covered with a layer of stiff lime from head to toe. Although it avoided the core, the powerful magic impact caused by the beam passing by made the light of the pumpkin lantern flicker violently, like a light bulb with poor contact, and his subsequent attacks were forcibly interrupted. Damn witch! The goblin finally couldn't hold back. It had been hiding in the shadow of the door frame, and now it rushed up like a real hunter. The skinny body covered with sticky green scales burst out with a terrifying speed that didn't match its appearance. The shiny black claws with barbs tore through the air and went straight to the back of Raven's neck. The smell of fishy wind instantly enveloped the back of her neck. Raven could even feel the cold evil emanating from the tip of the claws. She didn't try to turn around or retreat, but raised her left hand behind her like lightning, with 5 fingers spread out. Armor protects, a huge magic shield made of countless dark purple, translucent hexagons instantly condensed behind her. The shield was shining, and complex ancient runes were rapidly flowing and flashing in it. Dang! A blast that pierced the eardrums exploded. The goblin's claws slashed hard on the shield, exploding dazzling sparks. The solid magic shield shook violently, making an overwhelmed buzzing sound, but it finally stubbornly blocked the fatal blow. "It's not over yet," the goblin grinned, and the other claw, with a more violent and fishy wind, reached for Raven's waist and abdomen from an extremely sinister angle below. It wanted to tear open this troublesome tortoise shell. "Get out! Disgusting green monster!" A childish but violent roar exploded beside the goblin. The little Mordred, who had just forced the ghost back, was like a completely enraged beast. He completely ignored his own injuries and pounced again with overdrawn explosive power. The broken chair leg hit the goblin's temple with a whistling sound. The goblin had to be distracted and turned back to defend. His sturdy arms covered with scabs and scales blocked the whistling wooden sword. Crack! The fragile wooden stick broke when it hit the hard scaly arm. The huge recoil made the little Mordred's whole arm numb, and he staggered and fell backwards. The goblin was also shaken by this blow containing the brute force of the knight, and the trajectory of the claws reaching for Raven was deviated, only scratching the edge of the magic shield with a harsh noise. Raven on the side was a little stunned. She didn't expect little Mordred to be so fierce and capable. What kind of little monster is this? It's just an angry little lion. Forcing herself to retract her thoughts, Raven's eyes became sharp, and the magic wand took advantage of the momentum of the staggering to point to the heavy oak dining table in front of her. The magic power poured out without reservation. Wingardium Leviosa, boom, the heavy solid wood dining table groaned and the legs of the table instantly left the ground. The cups, plates, knives and forks fell to the ground and shattered. The whole table was wrapped in the surging purple magic, as if it was lifted by an invisible giant with one hand. Raven swung her wrist with 1,000-pound force. Bang! The huge dining table roared with a terrifying sound that tore through the air, and with the momentum of a mountain, it fell hard towards the goblin Pumpkinhead who had just stabilized his body. The goblin screamed and rolled to the side and back with amazing agility. The Pumpkinhead roared, and two dark green rays that were much thinner than before were hastily shot out, trying to intercept the behemoth in midair. Boom! The rays hit the table legs accurately. Wood chips mixed with broken wood burst out like a rainstorm. The broken but still heavy table was cast with magic by Raven, carrying countless sharp fragments in broken wood, and fell hard like the sky collapsing. Although the goblin rolled to avoid the main impact, one of its legs was hit hard by the flying, sharp-cut fragments of the table. Crack! The sound of bone cracking could be heard faintly, and it let out a shrill scream. The Pumpkinhead was forced to retreat again and again by the shock wave of the explosion and the sawdust and broken nails flying all over the sky. The living room was completely reduced to ruins. Smoke and dust filled the air, and sawdust flew everywhere. The ghost rolled and gathered in pain in the corner far away. The goblin hugged his obviously twisted and deformed leg and curled up in the rubble. His green face was twisted in pain, and his eyes were full of resentment when he looked at Raven and Ziomo. The Pumpkinhead stood in place, his chest heaving violently, and the red light under the mask flickered, and the energy was extremely unstable. Raven's expression was calm, and her hand holding the staff was as steady as a rock. The deep purple magic power rose around her like a burning flame. She was just warming up, and she hadn't really exerted her strength yet, but these guys couldn't stop her. Little Mordred struggled to get up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. There was no cowardice in her golden pupils, only the unyielding fighting spirit was burning. Spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva, little Mordred once again took a charging posture. The puppy Murphy, in the corner of the ruins, let out a low and continuous threatening roar. A brief silence enveloped the broken living room. There was only the sound of dust falling, the sticky sound of the ghostly black fog rolling, and the suppressed groan of the goblin. Just when Raven was about to completely subdue the three Halloween monsters, her consciousness was in a trance. Then Raven found herself standing in an endless starry sky. In front of her stood an old man in a robe with goat horns on his head. The old man held a sickle and exuded an ominous aura. Under his feet was the druid book. The druid book that she had collected was now transformed into an old man holding a sickle. Raven looked at him, and asked in confusion and caution, "Who are you?" "Me." The old man shook his head. "Let my sickle cut through the veil of time and space, and cut off reality. Only then can you understand me, as humans have understood me in the eons of time." He swung his sickle, and the starry sky stretched out under her feet. Raven was surprised to see the starry sky under her feet constantly changing, as if time was flowing back. She saw the primitive age. In prehistoric times, thunder roared, and people gave them forms to soothe their fears. I was born from then on, in their fear. Then the old man swung his sickle again. Raven saw the ancient Egyptian pyramids. Here, people sent a lot of food and sacrifices to their dead. For the first time in history, I felt happy. Then he swung his sickle, and the time came to the Middle Ages in Britain. The British in Britain are slaughtering druid priests. The priests worship me and pray to me for salvation, and I respond to death. Then Raven saw the burning Notre Dame de Paris in the Middle Ages. On Halloween, people turn to the power of darkness and madness. I am there, Raven. I am madness, I am irrationality, I am Samhain, the eternal embodiment of Halloween night. Chapter 975 Father, you are King Arthur. Samhain. Upon hearing this name, Raven was slightly stunned. She remembered that Wanda had mentioned that Samhain was a god of the Druid religion. Shaking her head, Raven said to him speechlessly, "I don't think the 21st century needs such an old-fashioned demon." Samhain didn't care about Raven's words, but continued, "I think it is necessary. My soul was trapped in the tome, and then the tome was brought here. Here, I sensed your power and learned that magic also exists in such an era." As he spoke, a strange light emanated from his eyes. "Although I don't know why you couldn't open the tome, recite those symbols, and summon me out, I know that as long as I wait patiently, Halloween night will ensure that I am strong enough to free myself. Indeed, magic exists in this era. Where there is magic, there will be Samhain. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Raven. A huge black vortex instantly swept Raven. Seeing the opponent coming fiercely, Raven had to release purple-black magic energy to resist. At the same time, Mordred was shocked that Raven suddenly disappeared. Before she could figure out what happened, 3 monsters attacked her. The ghost rolled in the corner, making a disgusting hissing sound, and the green light locked on the little Mordred, who was panting violently. The goblin's dry claws dug deep into the floor, and his resentful eyes pierced her. The Pumpkinhead stood in the relatively open living room, and under the huge pumpkin lantern mask, 2 points of scarlet light were cast on little Mordred. Little Mordred even felt that they were 2 deep rotating vortices, as if connected to the abyss, and a heart-pounding suction emanated from them, pulling the dust around. The air was as thick as solidified grease, with a stench of sulfur and decay. Then the vortex on the Pumpkinhead's mask suddenly accelerated. 2 invisible huge suction forces suddenly erupted, like 2 giant hands from the void, fiercely grabbing Mordred. Mordred roared, forgetting the pain in his body, and rushed towards the Pumpkinhead again like an arrow. She smashed a broken chair leg. Bryn grinned, and suddenly stretched out his body from the shadows, grabbing Mordred's back with his withered claws. The ghost also moved, and the rolling black mist suddenly condensed into a huge translucent ghost claw, grabbing Mordred's head. Mordred's pupils shrank suddenly, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped her. She could even smell the stench of the goblin's claws and feel the piercing coldness of the ghost's claws. At this critical moment, bang! A dull loud noise instantly overwhelmed all the roars, screams and humming of magic. The heavy door of the living room, along with half of the door frame, instantly exploded inwards and shattered. The violent airflow swept the entire living room with wood chips and fragments like a shotgun. The smoke and dust were suddenly expelled outwards. A figure appeared at the door, stepping on the broken door and the diffuse smoke and dust. Peter, who appeared at the door, was surrounded by an invisible, suffocating pressure, as if even the air became heavy and solidified because of his arrival. At this time, Peter's face was no longer as gentle as usual. His eyes were sharp, instantly piercing through the diffuse smoke and chaos, and fell accurately on little Mordred. He just went out for a while, and his house was almost demolished? His little daughter was also injured. Stay away from my daughter. Peter's voice was filled with endless anger. Stay away. The 3 monsters, the Pumpkinhead, the Goblin, and the Ghost, froze when they heard Peter's voice. The vortex under the mask of the pumpkin lantern stopped for a moment, the Goblin's claws were suspended in the air, and the Ghost's condensed claws trembled slightly. An absolute fear of a higher level of existence that originated from the instinct of life, like a cold venomous snake, instantly grabbed the hearts of several people. Little Mordred was the closest, and she clearly saw the anger in Peter's eyes that was almost transformed into substance and destroyed everything. The flames burned through her fear, bringing an incomparable sense of security, but also made her young soul tremble. Father, King, Ziomo's voice was filled with incredible shock. Peter did not respond to Ziomo. His right hand slowly stretched out to the void in front of him. The air was being distorted. It was not pulled by the monster's suction, but was tamed and reshaped by a purer force. A point of pure to the extreme, as if it condensed all the glory of the stars at the beginning of their birth, suddenly lit up in front of Peter's outstretched right fingertips. The light was weak at first, but it quickly expanded and stretched. The laws of space wailed and retreated around it. A phantom of a sword handle that could not be described in words, its dignity and majesty, turned from virtual to real and quickly took shape. Zhang, a clear and long sound, as if the sound of a sword came from the end of ancient time and space, resounded throughout the farm. The sound was not harsh, but it carried a sacred power that cleansed the soul and washed away all filth. The cold, decayed, and sulphurous smell that permeated the living room was instantly dispelled and purified, like snow meeting the blazing sun. The terrifying suction force on little Mordred suddenly disappeared, and she stumbled back, looking at the radiance condensed in her father's hand in disbelief. The hilt of the sword was completely solid, ancient, heavy, and covered with mysterious runes that could not be deciphered. The whole body seemed to be cast in the purest gold, but it also flowed with a starlight that surpassed the ordinary metal. Peter's right hand, as if holding up the weight of the world, grasped the sacred hilt. At the moment when Peter grasped the hilt of the sword, Buzz, a brilliant and dazzling pure white beam of light that could not be looked at directly suddenly shot up from the end of the hilt of the sword. The light tore through the roof of the farmhouse and penetrated the dark Halloween night sky. The whole farm seemed to be illuminated by the sacred sun at this moment. In the center of the light, Peter's figure became blurred and lofty. The sky-high beam of light surrounded Peter, emitting a deafening but extremely harmonious hum. Then, in Xiaomo's stunned eyes, she saw a crown made of pure light, majestic and sacred to the point of being indescribable, slowly condensing and forming on Peter's head. The style of the crown is simple and solemn, with simple lines but containing supreme authority. The bright stars are born and annihilated on it, and the laws of the world flow endlessly between them. The crown hovered above Peter's head, shedding endless light, reflecting Peter like a god on earth. Father. King Arthur. Seeing everything in front of her, Xiao Mordred's brain went blank, and her blood seemed to coagulate. The figure of the eternal king of Camelot in the story of King Arthur that Peter had told her before, and the father who lived with her day and night at this moment, overlapped incredibly. No. Impossible, the ghost screamed like plang, and the black mist boiled and evaporated violently under the sacred light. What? What kind of power is that? The goblin collapsed to the ground, and his heart was completely drowned by the trembling in the depths of his soul. What kind of monster is this? Peter was wearing a crown on his head, holding the hilt of a divine sword, looking down at the three monsters trembling like ants under the holy light with cold eyes. Then he slowly raised his hand holding the hilt of the sword. An absolute will that came from eternity and judged everything spread through the raised hilt. A syllable came out of Peter's mouth. Just a starting sound made the whole space groan under the heavy burden. The air was compressed by the extreme force, making a crackling sound. The space around the three monsters was instantly completely imprisoned by the invisible force. They couldn't even move a finger, and could only watch the end of destruction come. Caliber, the name of the oath resounded throughout the universe. Boom. What Peter swung down seemed to be the first light of the universe. A torrent of light that was pure to the extreme and contained the dual true meanings of creation and destruction, burst out from the front of the sword of victory of the oath. The light that swallowed everything quickly swept the three people. The three possessed monsters felt their vision being deprived, their voices being annihilated, and even their perceptions being melted. The torrent released by Peter was like the first blow of the giant god who created the world, tearing apart space and flattening time. Wherever it passed, all matter, energy, and even concepts were decomposed and purified in the absolute brilliance. The goblin, the ghost, and the pumpkin head, the twisted bodies, the filthy energy, derived from the evil nature of the eternal, could not even make a final wail, and were instantly vaporized in the torrent of light that purified everything. The light stream did not stop, but with its residual power, it fiercely swept across the wall at the end of the living room that had long been riddled with holes by Mordred and the monsters. Boom, then a tooth-grinding sound was heard, as if the space itself was forcibly erased. In the shut eyes of little Mordred, she saw the thick brick wall disappear in an instant. Then the pillar of light that shot up into the sky slowly converged, and the shadow of the crown on Peter's head gradually dissipated. Outside the huge hole in the roof of the farmhouse, the Halloween night sky reappeared, seemingly clearer than before. The moonlight fell coldly, illuminating the mess in the living room, as well as the shocking huge fan-shaped annihilation zone that ran through the farmhouse and the distant forest. Peter still stood there, and the sword of promised victory in his hand quietly dissipated into the air. The crown of light on his head had long disappeared, and he was still wearing the black jacket. Soon, the majesty and sacredness on Peter's face receded like a tide, leaving only deep fatigue and a barely perceptible confusion. Did he just release Saber's curry stick in extreme anger? Chapter 976, Fear and Shock Among the Fathers on the Farm. He looked at the messy ground in a daze. The monster melted by the sword of promised victory had completely disappeared, and only 3 teenagers were still breathing on the ground. He shook slightly and subconsciously held the only intact door-frame wreckage next to him. Little Mordred was still frozen in place, as if petrified. Her small body trembled slightly, and her shocked eyes stared at the place where Peter had just stood. There was only air and falling dust. The huge cognitive shock hit her young mind like a tsunami, making her lose all ability to react. "Modi, are you okay?" Peter, who was worried about little Mordred's injury, immediately walked over to check her body. Little Mordred seemed to be awakened by Peter's footsteps, and her empty golden pupils suddenly focused on Peter. When she saw Peter's familiar face clearly, a huge grievance and fear, as well as incomprehensible shock, burst out like a flood. Wow, a heart-wrenching cry, as if to cry out all the fear and confusion, suddenly sounded. Mordred's small body burst out with amazing strength and slammed into Peter's arms. Peter was knocked back a step and was stunned for a moment, then he opened his arms and hugged the small body covered with dust and blood tightly in his arms. With his arms closed, Peter used the warmth and strength of his body to dispel all her fear and coldness. He could clearly feel the small body in his arms twitching violently, and the hot tears instantly soaked the collar of his chest. "It's okay, Morty. It's okay. Daddy is here." Peter gently patted Mordred's violently heaving back. "Dad is here, no one can hurt you again." Mordred tightly grasped the collar of Peter's chest that was wet with tears, and her knuckles turned white because of the force. Comforted by Peter, Mordred's crying gradually turned into suppressed sobs, and her emotions gradually calmed down. Peter lowered his head and gently rested his chin on Mordred's sweaty forehead. While feeling sorry for his daughter, he was a little confused. How did he release the curry stick just now? He didn't even remember how he did it just now. Could it be that only when one is extremely angry can the usage of the curry stick be unlocked? Peter fell into deep thought. "Father," just as Peter was lost in thought, little Mordred raised his head and asked him. The heat in her eyes was surging, as if she was eager to confirm something, and her voice suddenly rose, with a persistence and excitement unique to children. "I saw it, that crown. So bright. Like it was made of the sun. And that sword. Golden. Is it called?" Little Mordred's breathing became rapid, and his golden pupils sparkled with extreme excitement. Little Mordred tried hard to recall the holy name that resounded through the soul and cleansed all filth, the call that only existed in the oldest night legends and deep in the blood. "Excalibur," she finally shouted out, with a pilgrimage-like piety and incomparable certainty. "It's the sword of the promised victory." "Right. Father. You are King Arthur." Peter, he thought it was better not to be King Arthur, otherwise he would definitely be stabbed by this naughty child. Peter coughed and said to her, "Dad is not King Arthur, Dad is the king of the farm." "King of the farm." Little Mordred repeated the name, and then she buried her face deeply in her father's warm and familiar neck, breathing in the pleasant smell of his body. The shining crown, the holy sword that tore the world apart, Father King Arthur. These shocking existences, like the most gorgeous Halloween fireworks, exploded in her young mind, leaving an indelible mark. On the other side, Jane stood a few steps away, looking at the father and daughter hugging each other tightly, and then looked at the huge fan-shaped annihilation mark at the end of the living room that was as smooth as a mirror and emitted a faint incandescent light. She silently put away the meow hammer that Peter gave her for safekeeping. Peter's attack just now made her stunned. Is this the horror of a daughter slave who explodes with all his strength? Wei stood outside the door, also in a daze. Her eyes swept across the messy living room, the broken furniture, the huge holes in the wall, and the scattered fragments of items. Then, her sight was like being sucked by a magnet, nailed to the terrifying trace that ran through the farmhouse and extended into the distance. Her mouth opened slightly, her muscles tensed, and even her breathing stopped for a moment. Star-Lord on the other side, his eyes were wide open, and his chin almost hid his feet. He really wanted to ask his father if the house was bombarded by the main gun of the Star Destroyer. Teresa stood a little later, the moonlight sprinkled on her pale face. Her perception was much sharper than that of ordinary people. There was not only the energy of destruction left in the air, but also a lingering aftertaste of purification. A pure sacred feeling that cleansed all darkness, filth and distortion. She looked at Peter holding Ziomo, and then looked at the annihilation belt, frowning slightly, and a thoughtful light flashed in her eyes. How many secrets does Daddy have? He can also fire a flare cannon. Horus' figure appeared in the distance. He did not squeeze into the doorway. Under the helmet of the power armor, his eyes penetrated the smoke and fell on the huge fan-shaped annihilation belt. Horus's sight was like the most sophisticated scanner, analyzing the absolutely smooth cross-section and the residual high-temperature energy field. Then there was an extremely slight, almost imperceptible inhalation sound from his helmet. As a Primarch, once one of the most powerful war incarnations of the Emperor, Horus understood the level of this power better than anyone else. It is a great force that can determine the fate of a planet with one blow. He looked at Peter with an unprecedented, almost religious solemnity and confirmation. Sure enough. The Emperor's father is the most powerful god in the world. Only the Emperor's father can release this kind of power, right? Mark, who was standing behind the crowd, took a deep breath when he saw this scene. After a moment of stunned silence, he wanted to ask Peter how he did it. But seeing that everyone around him was silent, he was too embarrassed to ask. If I master this trick, maybe I can become stronger when I go to the planet of the Vitrum people. Mark couldn't help but think wildly. Azu was the last one to arrive. He was suspended in the air, his face still gloomy because of cleaning the farm. When he saw the huge hole in the farmhouse and the shocking trace of annihilation inside, his impatient expression froze instantly, and then turned into incredible surprise and a trace of offended rage. Who did it? Who demolished my farm? Azu roared and landed. Scarlet hot eyes gathered dangerously in his eyes, scanning the messy scene, and finally fell on Peter. Seeing Peter's unfriendly eyes, Azu's roar stopped immediately. Azu realized that the demolition of the farm should be related to his father. Soon his super senses captured the weak but extremely clear energy left in the air. It was a kind of pure to the extreme energy. It seemed to be an essential power that came from the origin of the universe. A power that made him feel insignificant and suffocated as he was proud of being the god of the world. The strongest source of that power was directed at Peter, who was holding his daughter. Azu was a little stunned. When did his father become so powerful? He seemed to be getting further and further away from his father's position. How would he take over in the future? Azu felt a sense of crisis. Peter didn't know what the naughty kids were thinking. He suddenly remembered something and asked little Mordred, "Where's Raven?" At this time, Raven, who was pulled into the void by Sam Hain, was fighting with the opponent. Sam Hain's low voice, like the surging veins of the earth, echoed. The moment the last syllable fell, his fingers like withered vines suddenly clenched forward. Boom! A bottomless black vortex was generated out of thin air, with a terrifying suction that swallowed everything. The center of the vortex was not a physical pit, but the most primitive natural force. The corrupt roots entangled with desperate wails and attacked her. Raven immediately fought back, and the deep purple magic power erupted from her body like a stressed volcano. The spells she cast were no longer the spells she learned in the classroom at Hogwarts, but the original dark power of the half-demon that came from the depths of her blood. The energy of the amethyst spun rapidly around her body and condensed, turning into layers of hard energy crystal walls. The terrifying suction force of the dark vortex hit the purple crystal wall fiercely. Two equally deep but essentially different dark forces collided and eroded fiercely. A piercing sound, like glass being crushed by a huge force, resounded throughout the space. Runes flashed wildly on the surface of the crystal wall, groaning under the heavy burden, and fine cracks spread rapidly like spider webs. You are nature, and I, who will inherit my father's farm in the future, am also nature. Raven roared, clenched her teeth, and her pale face was abnormally flushed due to the high-speed output of magic power. The unyielding fire burned in her deep purple eyes. Then she suddenly pointed her wand diagonally upward, and the tip of the wand burst into dazzling purple light. Avada Kedavra! A beam of extremely condensed green light, emitting a breath of pure death, tore through the section of the vortex and instantly shot towards Samwyn's face. Chapter 977. Peter released his anger. Dare you touch my daughter? Dodging Raven's magic attack, Sam Hain counterattacked. Countless tiny poison ivy creeping and spreading like a black carpet, the living swamp spread towards Raven. Realizing that she would be swallowed up in an instant if she fell into it, Raven immediately retreated. Flame. At the same time, Raven twisted her body in midair and sprayed blazing flames from her wand. The orange-red flames licked the poison ivy, making crackling sounds and burning odors, temporarily blocking the spread. Raven took the opportunity to roll to the ground, her chest heaving violently with the support of her wand, and cold sweat oozing from her forehead. Sam Hain's attacks were continuous and unpredictable, and each time they went straight to her limit. The opponent stood there, not even moving a bit, just controlling this area that he had completely corrupted, and Raven felt that he was difficult to deal with. Do you feel it? Sam Hain's deep voice came to her. This is the real power of nature, not the growth and prosperity that you humans understand, but the cycle, life and death, prosperity and decline, corruption and rebirth. I am the will of all things, and it is inevitable that all things will return to dust. He slowly raised his arms, as if embracing the entire darkness. More thorns, revitalized trees, and even the corrupt mud surging on the ground were responding to his will, making a low hum. Your struggle is nothing more than the futile circling of fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Submit, Raven, release my power, and let this forgotten power return to this era of magic. Sam Hain's voice was full of bewitching power, as if it could directly penetrate Raven's soul. evoking the deepest desire for power and the primitive fear of death. The rich dark magic of Halloween was pouring into his decaying body, causing the pressure he exuded to rise steadily. Raven held the magic wand in her hand and stared at him coldly. Sam Hain's words were like a cold venomous snake, entwining her consciousness. The feeling of exhaustion surged towards her like a tide, and every breath was accompanied by a burning pain in her lungs. Taking a deep breath, Raven looked at the malicious nature surging around her, and looked at the ancient god who seemed to be integrated with the darkness. A deep and thorny feeling began to entangle her. Submission. Release. Sam Hain's whisper was like a magic sound, echoing in her tired mind, with an irresistible temptation. Raven's arm seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and the fingers holding the wand trembled slightly. Maybe giving up resistance and accepting this power is the most appropriate? This idea is like a poisonous mushroom in the dark, quietly growing. Just when Raven was almost affected and gave up resistance, a voice sounded in her mind. My daughter, you will not give up so easily. Peter's voice suddenly exploded in the depths of Raven's soul. The voice that sounded unreal appeared directly in her mind. Dad. Raven vaguely saw Peter's figure appear in the void not far in front of her. Is that Dad? Raven was stunned for a moment. No, this is not the real father, but the part of his soul in her body. She remembered her father saying that part of his soul was intertwined with hers. Her father said that although she was not born of his bloodline, part of her soul was indeed inherited from him. In other words, the part of her father's soul that was lost has been inherited by her. No matter where she goes, this part of her soul will always be deeply rooted in her body. Is this the fragment of her father's soul? Raven felt that the illusory shadow of her father in front of her came from the deepest part of her bloodline. It was her will and her obsession to protect. Then Raven heard Peter's voice ringing in her mind. My daughter, you should understand that Sam Hain does not represent the complete nature. It only represents the distorted and magnified decay and ends in the natural cycle. The real nature is the balance between life and death, the rebirth after destruction, the vitality dormant in the cold winter, and the cycle of fallen leaves turning into spring mud to nourish all things. You, Raven, my daughter, a half-demon body, also have life. Your magic, your will to protect, and your bond with your brothers and sisters, aren't these also part of nature? This is the part of this grand cycle that belongs to the struggle of life and the protection of hope. Hearing Peter's words, Raven looked up suddenly. Listening to the voice of the fragment of her father's soul in her body, Raven's confusion completely dissipated. Dad, whispering this, the confusion and hesitation in Raven's deep purple pupils disappeared instantly like mist blown away by the wind. Instead, there was a light brighter than the stars. You are wrong, Sam Hain. Raven's voice was no longer confused, but with a power that penetrated the soul. It sounded clearly in the dark void. She straightened her back, as if an invisible force was supporting her, and raised the wand in her hand again steadily, pointing at the decaying forest incarnation. Nature is not just your decay and end. Raven's voice was like a declaration, with an unquestionable truth. It also contains the brilliance of life, the will to protect, and hope. As she spoke, the deep purple magic power no longer just surrounded herself, but surged around her like a boiling galaxy. In the magic power that surrounded her, it was pure to the extreme, as if the silver light that could cleanse all darkness, like a newborn star, suddenly lit up in the purple-black core. For the first time, Sam Hain's face, which was made of roots, showed an expression of astonishment. Although he didn't quite understand what it was, he felt that it contained a power that he couldn't understand, but instinctively felt disgusted and threatened. It should be an existence that is completely opposite to death and decay. Impossible, Sam Hain roared in a low voice, and took a step forward in anger. The dark power around him boiled, and the more violent waves of thorns, the animated giant trees, and the corrupt swamps rushed towards Raven like a tsunami of destruction, with the power to crush everything. Facing this destructive attack, Raven's mouth curled up. She took a deep breath, as if she wanted to absorb the essence of the magic power of the entire Halloween into her body. She raised her wand high, and aimed the tip of the wand at the overwhelming dark waves. With all her strength, she shouted the spell engraved in the depths of her soul, representing the ultimate power of hope and protection. Expecto Patronum, cry. It was no longer a silent stream of light. What appeared in the void was a loud crow cry that pierced gold and split stone, containing endless will to protect and the glory of life. This voice was like a sacred horn announcing a new era, resounding through the sky. A raven made of pure silver light of the Patronus spell flew out from the tip of Raven's wand. This time, The image of the raven was more solid and more sacred than ever before. The silver light was no longer soft, but exuded a magnificent power that could purify all filth and dispel all darkness. The raven's body swelled in the wind, and its wings spread out like a cloud hanging from the sky, completely covering Raven's body in the sacred light. The silver raven, with a sacred light that purifies everything, resolutely crashed into the dark torrent composed of rotten thorns, animated giant trees and filthy swamps, which symbolized the corrupt power of Samhain. Light and darkness, life and death, protection and decay. In the space formed by this druid book, the most intense collision unfolded. At the same time, at Patrick's farm, on the second floor of the farmhouse, in Raven's room, the air was filled with an invisible sticky feeling, as if countless tiny, malicious eyes were peering in the shadows. Peter stood at the door with a frown. He was not a magician and could not sense the specific energy fluctuations, but a warning sign that came from the depths of his soul, almost instinctively, made him uneasy. He felt that there seemed to be an ancient, deep, suffocating decay and malice in Raven's room. Did Raven provoke some Halloween monster? Stroking his chin, Peter pushed the door open and entered. After entering the room, Peter's eyes swept across the familiar room. In Raven's room, there was a slightly messy desk, a single bed with dark purple sheets, and a few pots of slightly wilted plants on the windowsill. Finally, his eyes fixed on the center of the desk. The heavy book with ancient druid runes on the cover. It lay there quietly, as if sleeping. But Peter keenly caught a hint of abnormality. The twisted runes on the cover seemed to be moving extremely slowly in the dim light. At the edge of the page, there seemed to be a subtle, almost invisible gray mist slowly seeping out, blending into the air, bringing that sickening, decadent and sweet smell. The magic book, Peter came over in a low voice. Wanda had given Peter this book, and Peter later gave it to Raven after obtaining Wanda's consent. He remembered that Wanda had said that this book was given to her by the witch Agatha Harkness. This witch was no ordinary witch. According to what Peter knew in his previous life, the two students of this witch included Susan Storm, Reed Richards' son Franklin Richards, and Scarlet Witch. In the Wanda and Vision series, this woman also appeared as the villain boss. While recalling, Peter reached out and grabbed the ancient book that exuded an ominous aura. At the moment when his fingertips touched the cold and heavy cover, buzz, a cold and filthy thought, with resentment and greed, suddenly pierced his mind along his fingertips. Countless chaotic images were forced into Peter's mind. Twisted forests, rotten roots, wailing souls, and Raven. Peter saw Raven struggling in the darkness. Countless thorns entangled her, and Peter saw a huge figure made of rotten roots rushing towards her with destructive force. Raven, Peter's pupils shrank when he saw this scene, and his heart seemed to be grasped by a cold hand. Chapter 978 Raven, my most unforgettable Halloween. This scene was so real that Peter was instantly filled with anger. The evil thing in this book is hurting his daughter. How dare this guy be so unscrupulous in his own home? Do you think I'm a sick cat? Peter, whose heart was ignited with anger, suddenly grabbed the evil book that was trying to erode his will. His arm muscles bulged, and with 1,000 pounds of force, he fiercely pierced it into the floor in the center of the room. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and the pages of the book slightly spread under the impact, and the evil thoughts suddenly retracted into the book like a frightened venomous snake. But the corrupt malice in the book spread more violently. Realizing that it was the evil will in this magic book that was causing trouble, Peter instantly had an idea. Since this book is your body, I will burn it with flames. As Peter released the rune, a tiny but extremely bright flame splashed out from Peter's hand. Sparks quickly spread in the room, and the moment they came into contact with a corrupt malice that was so thick that it was almost substantial. Boom! With a dull sound, a weak spark suddenly burst into flames. What Peter released was not an ordinary orange-red flame, but a pure and extreme magic flame. The magic flame exploded from the origin of the spark, and then roared and pounced on the druid book on the floor as if it had life. After that, the flame did not spread out, but instantly wrapped around the book, completely submerging the thick, ancient book, emitting a faint green light in the flame. The flame instantly illuminated the entire dim room as bright as day. All the shadows in the room were nowhere to be seen, and the walls, furniture, and even the air itself made a subtle hum under the light of the golden flame. Just as the flame burned, a shrill scream that exceeded the limit of human ears, mixed with pain, resentment and disbelief, suddenly broke out from the blazing flames. The sound emitted from the book was not a physical sound wave, but exploded directly at the soul level. The whole farmhouse was shaking violently, and the window glass was instantly covered with spider web-like cracks. In the flames, the druid book twisted and rolled wildly. Countless tiny shadows of roots made of dark green light tried to drill out of the pages. But soon, the roots, at the moment of contact with the golden flames, made a sizzling sound and turned into wisps of foul-smelling black smoke and dissipated. The ancient druid runes on the cover flashed wildly, trying to gather strength to resist, but they soon melted like ice and snow in front of the magic flames. In the world space formed by the book, Raven, the guardian of Riven, was colliding with a dark torrent composed of countless animated giant trees and corrupt thorns controlled by Samhain. The silver light and the filthy darkness clashed fiercely, and the energy storm uprooted the twisted trees around and crushed them into powder. Samhain's huge body made of rotten roots was constantly absorbing the most concentrated dark magic of Halloween from the corrupted space under his feet, and his power rose to the peak. His huge arm, which was covered with the black liquid, was raised high, and with a destructive grin, he was about to slap Riven, who was protected by the silver raven behind him. At this critical moment, Samhain's movement suddenly froze. His face that was originally full of control over everything was instantly distorted. A sharp pain from the core of his soul, which was torn and burned, swept over him. Samhain's huge body made of corrupt power, like a wax figure thrown into a furnace, began to disintegrate violently and uncontrollably. No. This is impossible. My body, Samhain roared with fear. He tried to stabilize his body and tried to gather strength again, but the sole origin that maintained his existence and was closely connected to the druid book was being burned by an irresistible terrifying force. Who is burning my soul contract? Samhain's roar was full of desperate madness. His huge body collapsed like a sand castle, turning into ashes and dissipating rapidly under the silver light of the guardian raven. He stretched out his giant claws towards Raven, and completely disintegrated just a few meters away from Raven. In Padrick's farm, in Raven's room, the magic flames burned fiercely in the room, and the druid book quickly turned into ashes in the flames, and the last bit of struggling green light was completely extinguished. The light of the flames also slowly converged, and finally only a small cluster of warm orange flames remained, beating quietly. In the room, the suffocating decay and malice disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Only the faint smell of burning paper lingering in the air proved the thrilling scene just now. Peter stood there, staring at the small pile of ashes on the ground that was still warm, with sharp eyes, as if to confirm whether the evil thing was really completely destroyed. At this moment, the space in the room twisted slightly, accompanied by a slight snap sound of tearing cloth. A figure staggered out of the void and fell heavily on the floor. Raven, seeing his daughter appear, Peter immediately stepped forward. Raven's face was frighteningly pale, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness, and her long dark purple hair was messily stuck to her sweaty forehead. The dark magic robe she was wearing was torn in many places, and there were several bloody marks on her arms from being scratched by thorns. And the light of the magic wand in Raven's hand was also dim, and it was obvious that the magic power was overdrawn to the limit. Raven raised her head, and there was still fear and confusion in her dark purple eyes, as if she had not completely left the battlefield of life and death. Then, her eyes met Peter's worried eyes, and then Raven's eyes finally fell on the pile of ashes at Peter's feet that was emitting residual heat and mixed with a few unburned blackened papers. The familiar rotten smell of the druid book in the air had disappeared, replaced by the usual smell of burning paper. She understood instantly. Why did the overwhelming rotten power collapse without any sign on the battlefield just now? Why did the powerful and desperate Samhain completely dissipate like a phantom after emitting the last roar full of extreme fear? It was not her patroness that won the final victory, nor was it Samhain's own fault. It was her father. It was the man in front of her who seemed extraordinary but always burst out with incredible power at the critical moment. It was her father who found the core of Samhain's power, the druid book that served as a cage and key. It was her father who burned it completely in a way that purified her will. Raven's lips trembled slightly, and she wanted to say something, but the huge fatigue and the relief of surviving the disaster swept over like a tide, washing away her last bit of support. In her deep purple eyes, there was only complete dependence and a kind of confusion after being deeply shocked. "Dad, it's me." Raven looked at Peter, the man who was standing next to the ashes and looking at her with worried eyes. Countless complicated emotions surged in her heart, and finally turned into an incredible weakness and a slight sob that she didn't even notice. "Dad, I thought I couldn't see you anymore." Her body softened, and she completely lost her strength and fell forward. Seeing that his daughter was about to fall, Peter quickly supported her daughter. "Are you okay, Raven?" Peter asked his eldest daughter nervously while injecting rune magic into her body. "I'm fine, Dad. I'm just a little tired." Raven hugged Peter's neck with mixed feelings. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and then said to him happily, "Dad, this is the happiest and most unforgettable Halloween I have ever had." Raven told Peter the most real thoughts in her heart. Peter was stunned for a moment and asked Raven, "Why?" "Because this is the Halloween that belongs to me and Dad, because I saw the most important thing that Dad left in my body. This is a gift, which makes me happier than the best gift I have ever received from Dad." Chapter 979 Batman's Halloween. Really, Peter was slightly stunned after hearing Raven's words. What happened to his eldest daughter? "I'm honored, but can you tell me what happened, Raven?" Peter stroked Raven's hair and asked her in a low voice. Before Raven could answer, a chaotic sound of footsteps and exclamations came from far away. "Raven, sister, what happened?" Wei was the first to rush in, her face full of anxiety. Star-Lord, Boom, Jane, Horace, Teresa, Loki, Tom, Mark. Even Azu, whose face was still gloomy but could not hide a trace of concern, crowded at the door or poked his head out from the back. They were all startled by the scream from the soul and the shock wave that erupted in the room. The scene in front of them stunned them instantly. The room was in a mess, and the charred marks and scattered ashes on the walls silently told the fierceness of the moment. In the middle of the room, Peter was holding his pale eldest daughter Raven. Peter's hand was still on Raven's wrist, and there seemed to be a lingering after effect of some powerful force around him, mixed with a smell of burning paper. "Wow! Raven, what game are you and Dad playing?" Boom was the first to break the silence. His pale blue head popped out from behind Wei, his big eyes blinking curiously. Wei slapped Boom on the back of his head unhappily. "This is not a game, Boom." Wei looked at Peter and Raven with a questioning and fearful look. She keenly felt the palpitating energy aftermath in the room, which was definitely not ordinary. Azu was suspended in the air behind the crowd, his scarlet eyes fixed on the pile of ashes on the ground, and then looked at Peter holding Raven, his eyes complicated. "Sister Raven, are you okay?" Teresa squeezed forward worriedly, her little face full of concern. "Dad, what's wrong with Raven?" Mark also squeezed over to ask Peter. Peter held Raven and felt that her breathing had stabilized a lot. He raised his head and glanced at the faces at the door that were filled with worry, curiosity and shock. "It's okay, just a little trouble. Raven is a little tired, it's all over." As he spoke, Peter looked out the window at the cold and bright Halloween full moon that had climbed to the highest point of the sky, then looked at his daughter leaning on him in his arms, and then looked at the fathers at the door who were strange in shape, troubled but ultimately a family. A great sense of calmness that the dust had settled, mixed with a warm sense of satisfaction, surged into his heart. "Halloween," Peter's voice rang out in the silent room, "it's not over yet. There's still a lot of trick-or-treat messes waiting to be cleaned up outside." He lowered his head and gently patted Raven on the back. "Can you still walk, Raven?" Raven nodded gently in his arms. "Yeah, okay." Peter steadily helped Raven stand up straight. Although the girl's body was still a little weak, her eyes were unusually bright. He looked around at everyone, his eyes swept over Star-Lord, Boom, Horace, Mordred. Finally, his sight fell on the magic pumpkin lantern made by Raven in the corner of the door, floating in the air and emitting soft light. After going through so much, this small pumpkin lantern was still floating there safely, and the warm light quietly dispelled the shadows in the corner of the room, like a silent and loyal guardian, witnessing the end of this chaotic night. Peter's eyes stayed on the warm light for a moment, as if he had absorbed some kind of strength. He took a deep breath, and his voice returned to its previous calmness. Star-Lord, go and fix the pumpkin lanterns outside that were damaged by Azu's hot gaze. Don't scare the children who may come to ask for candy later. Bao, go to the kitchen and help Jane heat up the remaining pumpkin soup. Everyone should be hungry after working all night. Horace, Azu, Peter called out, his eyes sweeping over Azu and the silent Horace. The fence on the east side of the farm was knocked down by the aftermath of the battle, and the scorched cornfield, restore it to its original state before dawn. Loki, Tom, Mark, clean the living room and here. Teresa, Raven and Mordred need to rest. You take care of them. As Peter gave the order, all the father-worried people, from Azu to Loki, accepted the task silently and behaved at this moment. Then Peter took Raven's slightly cold hand and took her to the cold moonlight outside the door. Raven held her father's warm and rough big hand tightly, snuggled up to him, her face filled with unprecedented peace of mind and happiness. The purple magic pumpkin lantern floated lightly as if it had a spirit, and the warm light cast a long shadow in front of them. Under the moonlight outside the door, the hustle and bustle of the farm seemed to have temporarily subsided. Teresa and Mordred followed quietly on the other side of Raven. The cold Halloween full moon was hanging high, casting silver light on the Padrick farm that had just experienced a storm. The ruins were being cleared, the scorch marks were being buried, and the chaos was being smoothed out bit by bit. Tom held a pile of wood chips, watching his father holding Raven's hand in the moonlight, and everyone busying themselves. He looked at the huge fan-shaped gap with smooth edges plowed by the holy sword, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. It seems that his father is still full of countless secrets. Tom thought he knew Peter, but now it seems that the closer he is to his father, the more he can feel his father's mystery. As the father worried went to work, Halloween finally came to its fireworks-filled end. After talking with Raven and Mordred in the room for a while, Peter stood in front of the window and looked outside. "Father," Mordred was lying on the bed, blinking suddenly, and asked Peter, "Why didn't your godson Batman come?" Batman. Hearing Peter say the name of Batman, Peter was slightly stunned, and asked him in surprise, "How do you know Batman, Morty?" "Teresa told me." Mordred pointed to Teresa next to him. Teresa said to Peter with an unnatural expression, "That, Dad, I just think Batman and Halloween go together, so I thought of Batman, and I feel that they are both the kind of existence with some darkness." Peter listened to Teresa's explanation and nodded. "That's right." Then, "Teresa, Mordred, Raven, are you three willing to go to Wayne Manor to ask for candy?" Raven was lying on the bed to recover her magic power, while feeling the soul fragments left in her body by Peter. She always felt that after the battle with Samhain tonight, she had absorbed some power from her father's soul fragments. She also wanted to figure out the impact of these powers on herself. When she heard that Peter wanted to take her to Wayne Manor to ask for candy, she immediately refused. "Dad, I'm grown up." Raven shook her head at Peter and said with some regret, "I'll go." "I'll go too." Teresa and Mordred raised their hands excitedly. Mordred's eyes were surprisingly bright, like two burning rubies. She cheered and almost jumped out of the bed. "Candy? Go to Batman's house to ask for candy?" "Yes, I do." "Father," she waved her little fists and didn't even notice the blanket slipping off. Teresa also raised her head, and a flash of surprise flashed in her purple eyes, which was soon replaced by a light mixed with expectation and curiosity. Halloween in Gotham. The air seemed to be mixed with ice chips, and the wind whistled. The two heavy cast iron doors of Wayne Manor were closed, isolating the noisy and chaotic world outside. The silent Gothic building cast a deeper shadow under the bleak moonlight, like a stone beast dormant in the cold. On the dining table in the restaurant, Alfred had put so much effort into piling up a mountain of candies, chocolates wrapped in shiny candy wrappers, colorful fruit candies, soft candies shaped like ghosts and bats, and caramel apples piled up into a spire. Now there were only a few pieces left, abandoned on the edge of the huge silver plate. Bruce and Alfred, the two people who were supposed to distribute the candies, devoured them bit by bit. Alfred was wiping the shiny silver plate with a square of dazzling white linen. Nowadays, Halloween, Alfred's low voice sounded in the overly empty restaurant. People seemed to be more keen on wearing strange costumes and making a mess on the streets. "To be honest, young master, I don't like this kind of Halloween." He stopped wiping and looked out the window at the dark night. Bruce sank into an overly large armchair, his back to Alfred and his face to the flames of the fireplace. The towering shadow of the chair back almost completely swallowed Bruce. Holding a piece of chocolate wrapped in purple sugar coating, Bruce twisted the candy wrapper unconsciously, making a tiny rustling sound. The sweet taste spread in his mouth, but he could not taste any joy. Instead, it was like a cold lead block, heavy in his stomach. A deeper chill spread from Bruce's heart, more biting than the north wind howling outside the window. This huge, gorgeous, mausoleum-like home once again surrounded Bruce with only endless silence. Listening to the words of the butler Alfu, Bruce put down the candy, shook his head and replied to Alfu, "This is the meaning of Halloween, isn't it?" Chapter 980 Peter, "Happy Halloween, Bruce." Alfred shrugged his shoulders. "Yes, But Halloween doesn't seem to mean much to us. Just when Bruce thought that this Halloween might be as quiet as before, Alfred noticed someone outside the door. He greeted Bruce and walked outside. A few minutes later, the two heavy cast iron doors of Wayne Manor, which isolated the world, slowly opened under Peter's car lights. Alfred greeted the three people with some surprise. The interior of the manor was even quieter than the outside. Only the monotonous ticking sound of the old wall clock echoed in the empty hall, adding a bit of desolation. Peter held a daughter in one hand, and the thick soles of his boots stepped on the smooth and cold marble floor, making a clear echo, breaking the tomb-like silence. Mordred looked around curiously, his golden hair flickering under the dim wall lamp. Teresa was much quieter, her eyes carefully observing this huge and depressing space, her little hands tightly grasping Peter's fingers. The father, daughter and their two children walked through the corridor, which was so empty that they could hear their own footsteps, and finally stopped in front of the heavy carved oak door of the study. Peter didn't even knock on the door, but just grasped the brass doorknob with his free hand and twisted it hard. The door opened. Warm light, the faint smell of cigar residue, and the warm aroma of burning oak in the fireplace hid his face. Bruce was standing with his back to the door, standing in front of the huge French window, looking at the deep night of Gotham outside. He was wearing dark home clothes, and his figure was upright but exuded an indelible sense of loneliness. Hearing the door open, Bruce slowly turned around, with a hint of impatience on his face when he was disturbed. However, when his eyes passed Peter's tall figure and fell on the two small figures beside him, Bruce was slightly stunned. Teresa, who was standing on Peter's left, was wearing a Gothic dress with a strange cut, mainly in deep purple and dark red, with layered hems and dark gold patterns on the edges. The most eye-catching thing was that she wore a pair of curved demon horns on her head, which seemed to be made of obsidian or some dark metal, flickering in the warm light of the study. Teresa's long purple hair was loose, with a few strands of hair sticking to her cheeks. With her head slightly lowered, she was a little nervous but trying to maintain a mysterious posture, just like a young witch with forbidden magic. On Peter's right was Mordred. Her dress was more wild and direct. Her small body was wrapped in slightly exaggerated armor. Her shoulders and chest were even made into protruding spikes, which flashed coldly under the light. She wore a helmet of the same style, with a sharp nose guard and exaggerated horns, revealing only a pair of excited eyes. Little Mordred put one hand on his waist and held the knight's sword he brought with his spaceship in the other hand. He held his little head high, and his silver hair stubbornly stuck out from the gap in the helmet. Two little figures with very different styles, but both with a strong dark fairy tale color, suddenly appeared in Bruce's eyes. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Bruce opened his lips slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't make any sound. Mordred didn't care about that. After seeing Bruce, she jumped forward excitedly. And the heavy little armor made a clanging metal collision sound. Peter used rubies to make the armor according to the shape of Mordred in the Type Moon world. She raised her little face under the helmet and used all her strength to roar what she thought was the loudest and most powerful roar. "If you don't give me candy, trick or treat," the crisp child's voice exploded in the silent study, with an unreasonable destructive force. Teresa shrank her neck due to Mordred's roar, and the huge horns on her head trembled. She quickly glanced up at Bruce's obviously shocked expression, and a hint of shyness and pride of a successful prank flashed in her eyes. Then she mustered up the courage and whispered in a much softer tone to Mordred, "Trick or treat." Peter stood between the two little monsters, looking at Bruce's rare expression that could almost be called frightened, and felt unexpectedly relieved. This kid finally stopped having that poker face. Bruce stood stiffly in place, his eyes moving back and forth between Mordred's wild little armor, Teresa's huge demon horns, and Peter's smile of watching the fun. Of course, Bruce quickly reacted, coughed, and looked at the plates on the dining table. But at this time, the candy had already been eaten by him and Alfu. They thought there were no children asking for candy, so they ate it, but they didn't expect to encounter such an embarrassing scene now. Bruce was instantly replaced by a stronger premonition of embarrassment and a kind of something bad is going to happen. Oops. Really awful. Mordred's eyes, revealed through the gap in his helmet, were staring at him without blinking, as if silently urging him, "Where's the candy? Take it out." Although Teresa was quieter, her purple eyes, hidden under the huge demon horns, also flashed with curiosity and expectation, and locked tightly on him. The air seemed to solidify, and the crackling of the firewood in the fireplace seemed particularly harsh at this moment. Bruce Wayne's brain was running wildly at an unprecedented speed at this moment. In a flash, Bruce's taut jawline suddenly relaxed a little. He did not look at Peter's teasing eyes, nor did he try to explain where the candy went. Instead, he took a step forward, with an almost exaggerated elegance and calmness, as if the two little monsters in front of him were not two little monsters asking for candy, but distinguished visitors who needed to be personally received by him, the richest man in Gotham. He bent down slightly, his eyes were parallel to Mordred's helmet nose guard and the top of Teresa's demon horns, and an apologetic smile appeared on his face. "Ah," Bruce's voice was low and pleasant, with a dramatic pause at the right time. "The bravest little berserker, and the most mysterious little witch, you came at the right time, but a little late." He stood up, turned sideways, and pointed elegantly at the empty silver plate. "Look," he said with a regretful tone as if sharing a secret, "just now, a sudden candy famine hit Wayne Manor, and the candy has been divided up by the children." Mordred's little face collapsed instantly, and the excitement under the helmet dimmed visibly, replaced by deep disappointment, and his little mouth pouted. Although Teresa didn't speak, her purple eyes dimmed a little, and she lowered her head slightly, and her huge horns seemed to droop a little. Bruce keenly captured their emotional changes. He suddenly changed the subject, but he deliberately dragged out the tone and successfully captured the attention of the two girls again. "The magic of Halloween doesn't just exist in candy. I have more mysterious and unique Halloween candy here." Bruce then turned around and strode towards a huge display cabinet covered with dark velvet on the side of the study. The cabinet contained some antiques and artworks from the family collection, as well as some small gadgets that Bruce was personally interested in. Peter raised his eyebrows and became more interested. He wanted to see what tricks Bruce could come up with. Bruce's fingers quickly operated on the cabinet door lock a few times, and the cabinet door slid open silently. He did not touch the priceless antiques, but accurately took out two things from an inconspicuous grid at the bottom. In view of the two ladies' impressive outfits and the courage to visit Wayne Manor on such a cold night, Bruce's voice was low and magnetic. "Ordinary candy is obviously not worthy of you." He first looked at Mordred and handed the thing in his right hand to her. It was a bat dart carefully carved from some dark hardwood. It was not the sharp metal weapon Bruce used himself, but a model with smooth lines and rounded edges. The natural texture of the wood was clearly visible, exuding a primitive and mysterious atmosphere. The tip of the bat dart was even outlined with fine lines in dark red paint. Bruce's voice was solemn. "A mysterious weapon, it once belonged to an ancient shadow hunter, and it is said that it can give the wearer a sharp eye to see through the darkness." Then Bruce turned to Teresa and stretched out his left hand. In his palm was a small, peculiarly shaped badge. It was polished from some kind of dark purple ore, and its shape was like a waning moon with a bite taken out of it, and also like a mysterious cat's eye. In the center of the badge was an unusually bright black gem. Under the light of the study, it seemed as if stardust was slowly rotating inside the black gem, emitting a deep purple-black light. "This is a mysterious gem. It is said that the person who wears it can make his luck better." Teresa carefully pinched the gem with her fingertips. The swirling stardust in the purple-black ore immediately attracted her full attention. She gently stroked the cool surface of the badge, feeling the strange luster, as if she really felt the magic contained in it. Then Teresa raised her head and looked at Bruce. A shy but extremely satisfied smile appeared on her face, and she nodded gently. "Thank you, Brother Bruce." Peter looked at the scene in front of him and fell into deep thought. He always thought that Bruce was a bit old-fashioned, but he didn't expect that this guy was also a guy with high emotional intelligence and good at coaxing children. Who said that Batman is unhuman? Isn't he very good at socializing? Taking a deep breath, Peter coughed and said to Bruce, "Happy Halloween, Bruce." Chapter 981 Bruce's touching long Halloween. Who says Batman has a heart of stone? The tenderness and responsibility in this boy's bones have never been completely buried by the mud of Gotham. It's just that it's hidden too deep, so deep that even he often forgets it. Peter took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and his low and hoarse voice broke the brief silence. His eyes penetrated the lingering smoke and fell on Bruce's face. "Happy Halloween, Bruce." Bruce's figure shook slightly. Peter's words were like a stone thrown into a calm deep pool, and the ripples aroused instantly spread to the softest corner of his heart. He raised his head and met Peter's gaze. The deep eyes seemed to fluctuate for a moment under the light of the fire. Bruce opened his mouth, as if he wanted to respond with an equally simple blessing, but his throat seemed to be blocked by something soft and warm. "Godfather." Bruce's voice was hoarser than usual. He wanted to say something, but he felt that his throat was blocked by something. At this moment, Alfred pushed the door in at the right time. He was carrying an exquisite silver tray with 3 cups of steaming hot cocoa that exuded a rich and sweet aroma. He then gently placed the tray on the coffee table, his movements graceful and silent. "Hot cocoa, I hope it can dispel some of the chill, little ladies," Alfred said to Teresa and Mordred in a gentle voice. Mordred cheered and immediately put down the gift Bruce gave her and turned to drink the hot cocoa. Teresa also thanked him politely. She carefully picked up the cup and blew the hot air on it. Bruce's eyes withdrew from the girls and fell on Peter's face again. The only sound in the study was the crackling of the fireplace and the subtle sound of the girl sipping hot cocoa. Bruce's eyes passed Peter and fell on an inconspicuous old photo on the wall of the study. It was of young him, wearing a small pirate costume, hugged by Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne on the left and right. Thomas, the father, had a bright smile on his face, while Martha, the mother, smiled gently, and gently adjusted the crooked tricorn head of little Bruce. Before, Bruce's voice was very soft, with a distant and rare nostalgia, as if he was talking to himself, or as if he was talking to Peter. On Halloween, the door of the manor was always open, and my mother would dress me up as a vampire. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up a smile. They were always together, holding my hand, standing at the door, and distributing the candies prepared by Alfred, which were piled like a small mountain, to every child who knocked on the door. My father would deliberately scare people with an exaggerated tone, and my mother would smile gently beside him, quietly giving a handful of candies to the timid children. Bruce's voice paused, and his eyes moved away from the photo and fell back on Peter's face. The nostalgic smile was stained with a trace of indescribable bitterness and loneliness. At that time, the hall was full of children's laughter, candy wrappers were rustling underfoot, and the air was filled with the sweet smell of caramel apples and chocolate bars. It was so lively that it didn't seem like Gotham. Peter listened quietly without interrupting. He stared at Bruce, his eyes deep and complex. He could clearly feel the heavy longing in Bruce's words, the deep desire for the warmth of a family that had long been broken. This desire, like a wound that would never heal, was hidden under his hard shell. And now, on this deserted Halloween night, in front of Teresa and Mordred who broke in unexpectedly, and beside him, Bruce's wound seemed to be gently touched, revealing a rare softness. Later, Bruce's voice dropped even lower, his eyes swept across the empty silver plate again, and then looked at Teresa and Mordred who were holding hot cocoa and sipping it contentedly. "There's only silence here." Peter was slightly stunned when he heard Bruce's words. Then he took a half step forward and stretched out his hand. There were no extra words, just a gentle pat on Bruce's shoulder. Peter's voice was low and hoarse, but with warmth. "Sometimes, Bruce." Peter glanced at his 2 daughters who were chattering about which gift was cooler. "It is these scars we have that make us who we are, and they are all in the past." He locked his eyes on Bruce again. "Your father, Thomas, if he saw you tonight, he would be proud of you, and so would your mother, Martha." Bruce's body stiffened again. The words, "he would be proud of you," were like a key that instantly opened a locked gate. A surging hot current rushed up his nose, stimulating his eye sockets with sourness. He almost immediately lowered his eyelids, and his thick eyelashes cast a small shadow under his eyes, concealing the emotional fluctuations that were almost out of control at that moment. Bruce took a strong, almost inaudible breath, forcing the surging emotions back to the depths of his heart. When he raised his eyes again, the waves in his eyes had calmed down, returning to their usual depth and calmness, but underneath that calmness, it seemed as if something hard had been quietly warmed. Bruce looked at Peter and thanked him with a complicated expression. "Thank you, Godfather, and happy Halloween." Peter withdrew his hand and patted Bruce's arm. "Okay, kid, be happy on the holidays. The hot cocoa is getting cold." Bruce nodded gently, and the corners of his mouth finally pulled up an arc with relief and warmth. He walked to the coffee table and talked to Teresa and Mordred with a smile on his face. The coldness of Gotham seemed to be completely isolated outside the door. The long and deserted Halloween night in Wayne Manor was finally filled with a belated warmth. Alfred walked to Peter, glanced at Bruce, who was talking to the 2 little girls with a smile on his face, and said to Peter with relief, "This is the happiest Halloween I have seen since the young master lost his parents." "Thank you, Master Patrick, you gave the young master an unforgettable Halloween." Peter smiled at the butler. "Me too, this is also the most unforgettable Halloween for me." Standing at the window, Peter's sight passed through the night and looked at the Gotham night shrouded by Halloween. Tonight is really a long Halloween. The second half of the night. When Halloween is about to end, Kent Farm. Clark, who had just participated in Halloween at the Godfather's house, returned home to rest. Tonight's long Halloween, too many things happened, and his heart was a little difficult to calm down. Lying on the bed, Clark fell into a daze until the second half of the night. Just as he fell asleep, a different dream picture unfolded before his eyes. On a summer night in Kansas, the air was as sticky as if it was soaked in honey. A weathered but shiny Ford pickup truck was driving smoothly on the road leading to Smallville High School. The headlights cut through the twilight, like a stubborn firefly, heading for a grand ceremony marking the end of youth. Clark sat in the back seat. He wore a slightly stiffly tailored black dress, and his bow tie was carefully adjusted by his mother Martha. But now Clark felt that it was like an invisible rope, making him a little breathless. Clark's broad shoulders were slightly retracted, trying to shrink himself smaller in the limited space, and his slender fingers twisted together unconsciously. The familiar fields and fences that flew past the window could not soothe the embarrassment deep in his heart at this moment. Tonight is the school graduation dance. For most boys and girls in Smallville, it is a night full of hormones, neon lights and unbridled laughter. But for Clark, the carefully decorated gymnasium, the deafening music, and the crowded crowd under the rotating colored lights are like a huge and strange space. He felt like he was out of place at the party, clumsy and heavy. He could hear the faint roar of the subwoofer in the gymnasium in the distance, imagining the mixed smell of sweat and perfume, and the hustle and bustle of ordinary people that he could never truly fit in. A familiar sense of loneliness wrapped around him like a cold vine. The car was another world. Warm, safe, and filled with the familiar and dependent atmosphere of Clark. Father Jonathan Kent held the steering wheel steadily. Through the rearview mirror, he clearly captured the lingering tension and loneliness between his son's brows. Jonathan decided to talk to his son. "Hey, Clark," Jonathan's voice broke the silence in the car, "don't let the lights and noise confuse you, remember who you are." He paused, and looked at his son firmly through the rearview mirror. "I've seen how you comfort frightened calves, how you help neighbors reinforce the roof of the barn before the storm, how you silently prop up the mailbox that fell on the roadside. You understand the weight of responsibility and kindness better than anyone else, which is much more precious than a dance." Clark raised his head and met his father's eyes in the mirror, which were filled with undisguised pride. "Your mother and I," Jonathan's voice was a little hoarse, "and your godfather, we watched you grow up, we know what's in your heart. That's not cowardice, Clark, you don't know how to use your power yet." Chapter 982 Pharaoh appears. He took a deep breath, as if to pour all his faith into the next words. "Just wait and see, son, one day, everyone will see the true light in you, not the fleeting sequins on the dance floor, but like the sun, warm, lasting, and able to illuminate the darkness. You will find your stage, a place that truly belongs to you, and you will shine." He spoke the last four words with extraordinary clarity, with a prophetic certainty. Martha Kent, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, turned her head. She reached out her hand, crossed the seat, and gently patted Clark's clenched fist. "Your father is right, Clark, you are the best. Enjoy tonight, and just be yourself." Sitting next to Clark was Godfather Peter. Peter was wearing a sophisticated suit today. He did not speak at length, but just turned his head and looked deeply at Clark with those eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Peter's palm pressed hard on Clark's shoulder. "Don't worry, Clark, you won't be embarrassed, at least Azu won't dance." Thank you, Dad, Mom." "Godfather," Clark thanked Peter and his parents with some emotion. Jonathan withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, with a relieved smile on his lips, and refocused on the road ahead. Martha smiled at Clark and turned back gently. The car once again fell into tranquility full of warmth and expectation, with only the steady hum of the engine and the rustling sound of the tires rubbing against the road. The road extended in front, passing through a relatively open field, and the lights of the school auditorium in the distance were faintly visible. At this moment, a dazzling white light appeared. Without any warning, two strong lights that tore through the night sky shot out of control from the fork in the road on the left. The sudden light was so fierce that it instantly swallowed the weak lights of the pickup truck and illuminated the faces of everyone in the car. Clark's pupils suddenly contracted under the strong light. Jonathan only had time to let out a short, shocked and instinctive roar. "No!" Bang! A deafening sound, as if the whole world exploded in his ears. Time lost its meaning. Space was violently distorted. Clark only felt an irresistible, destructive force hitting him hard from the left. The whole world spun up and down in an instant. The shriek of shattered glass was like millions of ice spikes piercing the eardrums. The groaning sound of metal being torn, squeezed, and twisted came. The seat belt was instantly tightened to the limit, like a red-hot iron chain tightening into his flesh and bones, almost cutting him off. The huge inertia threw him forward fiercely, and then was pulled back by the seat belt, and his internal organs seemed to be grasped and crushed by a giant hand. Clark saw the painful scene in the rolling and upside-down fragments of his vision from the corner of his eye. He saw his father Jonathan's head slam into the deformed steering wheel, and the airbag was delayed to pop out, instantly stained with scarlet. Mother Martha's body was like a fragile leaf, thrown from the seat by the huge force. Her head hit the twisted A-pillar heavily, and her eyes lost all their brilliance. Godfather Peter was thrown into the deformed car door by the huge impact force. The metal was deeply dented, and he closed his eyes without even making any sound. Warm, rusty liquid splashed all over Clark's cheeks and neck. The vision was filled with scarlet darkness and the hideous edges of metal. Clark's desperate wail was stuck in his throat, but he couldn't make any sound. The whole world was left with only the roar of destruction and the pungent smell of gasoline, blood and dust mixed with death. No, a heart-wrenching howl, as if the soul was torn apart, finally broke through his throat. Shoo! Clark suddenly jumped up from the bed. Cold sweat covered his whole body in an instant. Cold and sticky sweat soaked through the thin pajamas, clinging to Clark's chest and back, which were violently rising and falling, as if he had just been fished out of ice water. His heart was beating wildly in his chest. His lungs were pumping violently like a broken bellows, and every breath was accompanied by burning pain, as if he had inhaled the flames and gasoline burning at the scene of the car accident. Clark was gasping for air, his pupils dilated greatly. The shattered windshield, the splattered blood, his father's pale face, his mother's lost eyes, his godfather's fallen figure, suffocating despair, wave after wave, hit his newly awakened consciousness. The room was dead silent. Outside the window, the pale golden sunlight of the early morning in Kansas was shining through the gaps in the curtains, casting a few warm spots of light on the floor. There was no smoke, no blood, no twisted groaning of metal. He was alone. Sweat slid down his forehead and dripped onto his slightly trembling fists. Was it a dream? A nightmare that was so clear and unforgettable, and painful to the bone. Clark slowly raised his hand, and his trembling fingertips touched his forehead and cheeks. The skin was smooth and intact, without wounds or blood. He looked down at his chest. His pajamas were soaked with cold sweat, clinging to his strong muscles, but there was no sign of being strangled by the seat belt. But why did that feeling feel so real? The loud noise that shattered the eardrums, and in an instant he was deprived of all warmth and support. Clark hugged his head and buried his face deeply between his still trembling knees. The huge sadness and fear and an indescribable feeling of exhaustion completely overwhelmed him. The sunlight outside the window was warm and peaceful, shining on the vibrant Kent farm. Why did I have such a dream? Normally, I would never have such a vivid dream. Clark suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. At the same time, a parallel world. Antarctica, with Antarctic base. The pale light penetrated the filter layer of the reinforced dome, accurately cutting the constant low-temperature air in the room, and fell on the face of Adrian Veidt, known to the world as the Pharaoh. Veidt's eyelids opened instantly, without a trace of confusion after waking up. He sat up smoothly and efficiently, without any excess. The silk pajamas slipped off, revealing a body with perfect proportions like an ancient Greek sculpture. Every muscle was in a state of precise control, which contained both strength and self-discipline beyond the ordinary. There was not a trace of excess fat, which was an absolute victory of willpower over biological instinct. He stepped barefoot on the cold mirror-like composite floor, and the coldness rushed straight to the center along the nerves of the soles of his feet, but did not cause a tremor. He enjoyed this absolute sense of wakefulness. He walked to the huge French window, and outside the window was an eternal and suffocating white desert. This is the end of the world, a temple built by him, away from the hustle and bustle and stupidity of mankind, and also the command center for his plan to save mankind from its own stupidity. However, at this moment, under this extreme silence and order, there is an undercurrent that cannot be detected by precision instruments, a kind of paranoid, burning anxiety. Dr. Manhattan. That blue existence. That walking cosmic constant. That, the only variable. Witt's eyes penetrated the wind and snow, as if to penetrate the curtain of time and space. John Osterman, the former nuclear physicist and now quantum observer. He has all the power that Witt desires, to manipulate matter, reorganize particles, understand the torrent of time, and even, in theory, he can change the destined future of nuclear destruction driven by Witt himself. He saw it, Witt whispered silently, and his voice did not echo in the empty and cold room, only the echo of his own thoughts. Dr. Manhattan can see all the possibilities on the timeline, including Witt's carefully planned necessary sacrifice of tens of millions of lives in exchange for the survival of billions of people. He saw the shocking explosion in New York disguised as an alien attack, saw those lives that turned into ashes in an instant, and also saw Witt himself. What was the doctor's reaction? Deep in Witt's pupils, a rare ripple that he could not fully control passed through. Was it indifference? As a quantum observer, human life and death might be as common as particle annihilation in his eyes. Was it anger? Although his emotion seemed to have faded along with human nature. Or, some higher-level intervention that Witt could not understand? Was it escape? Was it protest? Or, preparing for some action that Witt did not yet understand? This uncertainty, like an extremely fine but extremely tough silk thread, entangled in Witt's perfectly logical heart, brought a kind of discomfort that was almost itching. He controlled everything, from every screw in the base, to the economic and political veins of human society, and even every cell in his own body. But Dr. Manhattan, he could not control it, and could not even fully predict it. Track him, understand him, and confirm his intentions. This was no longer a strategic need, it had been sublimated into a spiritual necessity. Witt needed an answer, a confirmation from a higher being, even if it was an indifferent one, to confirm that the path he chose was the only and correct one. He needs to know, in the eyes of that blue god, is he, Adrian Veidt, a savior, or a more efficient destroyer? He must find Dr. Manhattan by all means. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.